Chapter 251, Who Are You, Really? 2. Back in the world of cultivation, a multitude of thoughts bloomed in Noah's mind as he delved into the memories of the beings from the Magus world, his eyes being opened up once more to the many things he did not know of in this universe. There was an abundant amount of information, but the one holding most importance was the reason why the saint-ranked Black Serpent was leading a force of magi to kill and obtain the bodies of cultivators. Black Serpent belonged to one of the central powers of the Magus world. Shockingly, this central power actually held grand designs of power that involved the use of the bodies of cultivators. Noah connected the things he continued to peruse through his memories with a being he had recently come in contact with. The Celestial who was given the mission to obtain the dagger of time that he had taken for himself. The Celestial had come with a protector that was known as a Punisher, and those like the devilish time unveiler knew more information, like the fact that the Punishers were all beings of the elven race turned under the command of the Celestials with no will of their own. Shockingly, one of the powers of the Magus world was trying to build up a force similar to the Punishers, with their research, allowing them to use the bodies of cultivators as the base for their new creations. It was a grand scheme that was already underway, with many transcendent rank puppets in the hundreds already being made successfully, and those of higher rank slowly increasing. Noah pondered these new set of events as they did not take center stage of his attention even now, his mind already set on getting his hands on the powerful skill that would allow him to always escape whenever he wished, even with spatial locks in place. This was one of the first steps he was taking as he gradually, and carefully, increased his power. This would require him to spend some time in one of the most powerful sects on the world of cultivation, the Profound Astral Sect. This sect was the origin of the devilish time unveiler, and also the place that held a skill which even the devilish unveiler did not get his hands on before he left the sect. Coming to the subject of the old schemer, Noah gave another look at the many saint-ranked cores and skills that burst out of him. Even though the schemer used to be at the rank above saint in his prime, he was only at the saint rank when Noah killed him, and the rewards reflected that, if he had waited for the devilish time unveiler to achieve his wishes and obtain his cultivation at the void firmament realm, only a repeat of horrendous events would occur again. Many of the skill books were the skills he had seen the devilish unveiler use himself, and they would only serve as great addition of skills he could use to combine with his aberrant saint, as they were of the space attribute. This wasn't to mention the cores and skills obtained from the recently defeated saint-ranked Magus, which gave skills that fit the attack attribute of the future skills he planned to combine. Many of the things he had planned for were falling in place, with the addition of even more that he hadn't thought about before. He remained careful as his figure teleported from the devilish abode, having roamed in it as long as he could but still not being able to find the other target he was looking for, the celestial disciple. He appeared above a large mountain that was surrounded by multiple peaks, the location of the main peak of the karmic sect that he had been led to when he first arrived in the world of cultivation. He had already used insight to test the possibilities of events when it came to the mysterious sect master Inuit who had always been his helper, and yet he still did not understand enough information about him. The results from insight were a huge surprise to him, as they portrayed what he was watching now in an eerie fashion. In the karmic sect he had seen before that was filled with thousands of disciples training and moving about on each of the peaks surrounding the main peak, there was only silence and quietness. The peaks surrounding the mountain he was standing on looked deserted, as if nobody had been there to begin with. Even the main peak he stood on only held a single elevated platform that stood out. Everything else surrounded by trees and vegetation. The karmic sect that he had seen with his own eyes, as well as many of its disciples, was nowhere to be found. In the only elevated platform that stood out, a single-aged old man with a calm smile was sitting down in deep meditation. Noah's entrance seemed to have caused a change as the wizened sect master Inuit opened his blank eyes towards Noah. Having seen some of the possibilities through insight, Noah was not too worried, as this was also the same being who had saved him from certain death in the lost world of Atlantis. He just wanted to understand his motives. He gazed at the serene face of the being he knew as Sect Master Inuit as he asked, "Who are you, really?" A bright smile bloomed on the face of the old man in front of Noah as his blank eyes focused on him. "I am only an old thing, a nobody that is still trying to follow some principles." Noah nodded at the usual obscure answer as he also sat down and asked, "You knew of what would happen in the devilish abode?" A nod came as the Sect Master Inuit waved his hands and allowed a teapot with 2 steaming cups of tea to appear between the two of them. "Yes. It was something you had to go through yourself without any help. You were able to do it successfully, and thus we have been able to initiate a change that will only perforate into something grander as time passes. I could not force my influence in it too much, as that would have been a cause for an entirely different set of results." Noah sipped on the fragrant tea in front of him as the old man continued. There are no save points or takebacks from now on, though, and it all lays on your shoulders. The tools you have should be more than enough for you to proceed with a certain degree of certainty and success, though, otherwise I would not have bothered. As they were talking, Noah noticed the figure of the old man gradually becoming more and more transparent, as if he would fade away at any moment. He looked at this as he asked, "You won't even tell me who you are or what exactly you want?" Slight surprise appeared on the gradually transparent face as it replied, "My identity will be of no use to you right now, and you will eventually see me again if you follow the path you are on now. As for my purpose," his disappearing figure gazed around the trees surrounding them as he continued, "well, as hypocritical as it is, peace is one of my goals. Along with the simple destruction of cowards that continue to bring us closer to ruin because of their prideful ideals. But none of this will be of any use to you now. I have interfered as much as I can, and things will now play out depending on your future choices. Trust in yourself and those around you, and I'm sure I'll be seeing you again before you know it." A smile that seemed to contain a variety of emotions remained on the fading sect master Inuit as his blank eyes continued to gaze at Noah, until he disappeared from his sight. The particles that made up his being disappeared in a blink as they crossed through space, shooting off faster than the speed of light to a faraway distance, only to arrive and covertly disappear into a particular star. The particles of light made a swift beeline for a location deep in the center of this star, going towards a dark space near the core where there was a simple styled golden cage that was holding a single being. The cage was simple in its style, but unlike anything seen before, as it held countless spikes that pierced the being held at the very center. The spikes were golden and went forward to pierce the body of this being thoroughly, entering one side of his body and leaving through another. Countless bloody gashes were apparent as golden red blood continued to leak from the body of this being, the blood following a created path on the floor as it was drained into some unknown location. A strong beating heart could be seen among the gashes on the impaled body, drawing an interesting contrast. The particles of light entered this impaled being, causing a wheeze to come out as sickly coughs were released, even more droplets of golden red blood leaking out. After this fit of coughing, a calm smile appeared on the face of the being that was impaled on all sides. Aside from the many spikes impaling him throughout, a level of strength that many beings would never come across their entire lives was vibrantly showing even while a tremendous amount of blood continued to leave the body of this being. The head that was impaled along with almost all other parts of the body rose as blank white eyes looked up from the dark space they were in, peering across the prison and overlooking many of the locations on the star they were on. Among the many things the blank eyes saw, one of them was the scene of a wizened old man holding a vibrant watering can as he tended to treasured medicinal plants in a simple styled monastery. A golden light bounced from his body and into his surroundings as he had no idea he was being observed. Continuing with his routine as usual, the impaled being observed this and many more things occurring on this star that held more powerhouses than many would see in their lifetimes as a calm smile spread across their disfigured face. The cards have been set, and all the pieces are in place. Now, we only wait for time to pass and see where fate leads us. In the silence on this enclosed space holding a golden cage, a being closed their blank white eyes as they observed and waited. Chapter 252 Serenity. Noah looked around the peak he was on as many thoughts passed through his mind, realizing he did not really get any solid answers, but knowing that there was an unknown being somewhere who could be considered to be on his side. None of the memories he held were of any help as he gazed at the peaceful vegetation and trees surrounding him, his thoughts wandering from his next goals, and what he wanted for himself. He thought of the beings around him, those that depended on him, and those that he stood above. He thought of the two women he still did not fully open up himself to, as well as the woman taking care of a small star city he had nearly forgotten about. He could be considered strong and powerful to an extreme degree when others looked at him, but there was always a place where one would be weak at. After the loss of his parents, he did not open himself up to anyone fully, not wanting there to even be a possibility of feeling the same pain he felt back then. Without his conscious knowledge, he had gotten extremely close to some of the women around him, that when he witnessed one of them ripped apart right in front of him, he was reminded of a pain he never thought he would feel again. Even when he reversed everything and events returned to a better past, he still held those memories, and they weighed heavily on his mind. This was why he was not against it when Barbados said she wanted to remain in the spiritual land and do her training there. This was why he continued to let the Ice Queen manage the Frozen Kingdom as a ruler, and not someone he wanted to fight on the front lines. Gradually, he was realizing that he was slowly opening himself up again to these people around him. This provided a conduit that could cause him great pain, something he had experienced before and never wanted to come across again. He gazed at the serene trees on the mountaintop he stood on as he continued to be lost in his thoughts. Was it truly worth to open himself up to others like this? To open up the possibility to feel a tremendous amount of pain again, many thoughts appeared and disappeared in his mind as he was not able to find an answer. He stared at the leaves of trees swaying peacefully on the mountain he stood on as he closed his eyes and felt the abundant essence that could be felt everywhere in the world of cultivation. He felt the bubbling power in his body that was constantly boosted by ultimate skills from the 7 deadly sins. By transcendent and saint rank skills, as well as the naturally powerful golden sea body he gained from the lost world, with his eyes closed, he began absorbing the many saint-ranked cores obtained from the devilish time unveiler in the Magus, Black Serpent. He held saint-ranked abilities because of skill combination, and he could use them all without any problems because of the large mana pools he had access to. But his actual attributes were not in the saint rank. Barring the Yi focus attribute, his vitality and strength attributes were still capped at the peak of transcendent rank. He absorbed the saint-ranked core S from his loot as his body gradually entered a serene state. And he fell asleep. Sleep evolution. When the user breaks into a new stage, they'll fall asleep, and their body will evolve in a favorable way. Awaken sleep. The user is aware of everything going on around them. While they're asleep, the subskills of the ultimate skill, Sin of Sloth, were activated as even in this state of sleep, Noah could sense the surroundings and the changes occurring in his body. The abundant amount of origin he was absorbing from the saint-ranked core S were rapidly absorbed as a milky white color began to surround him. The sleep evolution ability came into full effect as it caused this milky white aura to explosively increase, his entire body being covered as he felt his bones and musculature be improved in ways he did not think could be further improved. His dark hair flowed and became more abundant, obtaining a glossy sheen as it neared his shoulders as if he had not given himself a haircut for the longest time. The already compact musculature all over his body became more pronounced and refined as the milky white color exploded out, revealing a body that he recognized, yet it looked much more beautified. His gaze lingered on himself for a few brief seconds before he shook his head wearily, not wanting to obtain the traits of a certain arrogant penguin as he stood up from the mountain and took into account the remaining transcendent and saint cores he held with him. Because of sleep evolution, he saw that his attributes at the saint rank were already more than halfway maxed. The supposed favorable evolution from this ultimate skill not being a joke. This brought about new uses for the cores that he did not really need. A few more points in his vitality, or strength, would not really do anything for his power, and they could be put to better use if given to those around him. Many of the beings around him were at the phantasmal rank at this moment, and he would divide the remainder of the transcendent and saint-ranked core, as he did not need to have them upgrade their attributes to enter the next ranks. Even if they didn't have skills of the equivalent rank, their power would still be boosted as they held ultimate and unique skills that only grew stronger depending on what rank the user was. There was also the abundant law crystals from the cultivators he had taken down recently, vastly improving any of his skills that could be placed in the category of water, time, or space attribute. He continued to peruse through all of these gains as his body lifted off the mountain peak, looking around him for the last time and then flying away. Plans about the distribution of loots and his future moves were outlined in his mind as his figure began moving towards the direction of one of the 3 supreme sects in the world of cultivation, the Profound Astral Sect. In this sect, he had plans of infiltration that would allow him to gain access to one of the prized treasures that was only given to the core disciples of the sect that showed the most promise, potential, and strength. In the Profound Astral Sect, elders at the saint rank were not rare, with the most talented core disciples that could be called geniuses actually having similar cultivation as the elders of the sect. Multiple powerhouses at the Void Firmament cultivation realm were also situated in this powerful sect, with many mysteries surrounding the sect leader of this Profound Astral Sect. Yet, Noah had extremely clear memories from a certain devilish unveiler that detailed much of the secrecy and mystery surrounding this powerful sect, giving him a very clear picture of how he should start. His memories were a few hundred years behind, but the players remained the same. Just slightly more powerful, his goal was to first observe and collect information on the current core disciples of the Profound Astral Sect before making a move and obtaining an identity as one. After that, it was simply careful planning and scheming as he made his way closer and closer to something that even the devilish time unveiler was denied. His mind cleared up from the reverie of thoughts as his figure became enveloped in a dark light. The aberrant saint, that was proficient in space being activated as a single minuscule ball of darkness flew even faster in the air. In this small piece of darkness, numerous vicious dragonoid heads and suffocating tentacles that nobody could See were contained. Just waiting to be unleashed at a moment's notice. Chapter 253, The Genius Wastrel of the Profound Astral Sect. Among magnificent mountain peaks and landscapes, one of the three supreme sects in the world of cultivation proudly stood with shining grandeur and regality. Many of the major sects made it a habit to find large and famous mountains to build their sects on, and the founders of this supreme sect occupied the natural wonder that was the stellar sky mountains, the surrounding lands. Near the abundant mountain peaks were all under the control of this powerful sect that held stupendous techniques geared towards the spatial attributes. Geniuses all over the world flocked over to this sect in order to learn their numerous intuitive ways of manipulating essence to bring wondrous effects in the space surrounding them. A sect filled with competitiveness and spirit, where the disciples were encouraged to be free and unbound, staying true to their hearts as they followed their path of cultivation with only a single final goal to become the strongest. This was the sect that held sway over 1/3 of all the lands in the world of cultivation, the birthplace and congregation of geniuses, the Profound Astral Sect. In the many mountain peaks of the stellar sky mountains, there was a particularly busy one where cultivators left their lonely abodes to come down and revel in the many enjoyments provided from the wealthy peaks around Profound Astral Sect. This peak was actually termed Sunset Paradise, with the famous lines that once the sun set, Paradise with all of its wonders would open up. In a particular establishment in Sunset Paradise, a rare confrontation was occurring between two disciples of the Profound Astral Sect. This could be considered an extremely rare occurrence, as this confrontation was not between some outer or even inner disciples of the sect. This was a confrontation between two core disciples of the Profound Astral Sect. Any disciple that gained the title of a core disciple was known to be an unmatched powerhouse, with some of them even nearing the power of some of the elders of their sect. This was the case for one of the core disciples that was involved in this confrontation, vigorous power leaking out of his body which made the observers in the establishment almost turn their eyes away from the sight. Some observers were whispering in hushed voices as they watched the unfolding show in an isolated space barrier that was erected between the two core disciples. Is the shining sun of the Profound Astral Sect back here to pick up the dredge of waste again? Words that would be considered extremely disrespectful towards one holding the status of a core disciple were thrown out without worry from a bystander as another replied, The wastrel of Profound Astral Sect came down to drink and cause trouble again. How many P.O.S.T.ituts do you think he ended the lives of today? Oh, we're still counting? Not really sure if it was 3 or 5 today. All I know is that he's ruining the best spots in town. I can rarely find the just ripe ones, as he makes sure to always target them first. Haha, then why don't you stand up to him and give the wastrel a beating? One friend dared another to openly act against a core disciple of the Profound Astral Sect as a silence came briefly, before the entire establishment broke out in a burst of raucous laughter. Touch the wastrel? Not unless you want to lose your life. He's the worst, but still the core disciple of the Profound Astral Sect. He's untouchable. Even though insults were being thrown around at this particular disciple of one of the three supreme sects, all the beings here knew that they could only watch as he did what he wished, but could never act against him. The bystanders were careful to only throw words of disdain towards the one known as wastrel of the Profound Astral Sect, but they were very careful to only sing praises when it came to the other core disciple confronting him, the shining sun whose name resounded across the stellar sky mountains, the one known as William. This was a known reality that one could throw disdain and make fun of only a single core disciple of the Profound Astral Sect, and that was the wastrel that held the name of Crixus, a powerful name, a waste of a person. That was the only way to describe Crixus. The shining sun spoke calmly to the drinking Crixus as his eyes could not hide the disdain. Do you hear that? The sound of nobodies are actually laughing right in front of your face with no fear. They are ridiculing you as if you are nothing. Does this not fill you with a sense of shame to actually stop doing the things you've been doing, my dear junior brother? It was a common message that a caring elder disciple would give to another, and William had even cast an isolation barrier and caused no words coming out between them to leak out. This seemed like a courtesy, but whenever he spoke, his lips moved, and this meant everyone in the establishment knew what words were said between them. Of course, this was something that William knew, and had even planned this way. Seeing no reply from the Crixus that just continued to drink, a dangerous light passed through William's eyes as he turned and began moving away, dissolving the barrier of space as he knew nothing else would get across the drunken brain today. Even though you are a waste of space, you are still Profound Astral Sect's waste of space. Any ridicule directed towards you is also aimed at your sect, his vibrant power at the Saint realm erupted out as a heavy pressure descended, his words carrying with them an insult to Crixus and a warning to the surrounding bystanders, who quickly turned away and went back to their food and drinks. The shining sun left the establishment with light steps as his body disappeared from everyone's sights in a blink of an eye. But his disdain for his junior disciple still very much apparent. There was a long history between the two that caused this disdain and conflict that many people did not know, and it was this conflict that caused William to descend from his cultivation abode every time he heard the news of the wastrel going wild in Sunset Paradise again. The simple conflict that was only known among a few cultivators in the profound astral sect was the fact that very early on during their cultivation journeys, William had his eyes on a particular senior sister, and so did Crixus. Crixus was the son of a famous elder in the profound astral sect, while William was a normal genius disciple just beginning his cultivation. To William's dismay, he found out just a few months into his journey in the profound astral sect that Crixus had used his identity to force himself on this senior sister, ruining her face and making her ashamed to even be seen around the sect. This beautiful senior sister finally could not take it, and with the help of a certain elder that did not want things to garner too much attention, she ended up leaving the sect to start anew elsewhere, her history with the profound astral sect forever ending. This event had caused a tremendous wedge to grow between William and Crixus, with William using this rage and directing it towards his cultivation, his genius comprehension being put to full use as he grew to a powerful genius of the profound astral sect and gained the title of the Shining Sun. With his new title, even with the fact that Crixus had a father for an elder, William could now look down and even act against him as he wished to some extent. This was also one of the reasons why Crixus was drinking and ruining the lives of poor women frequently nowadays. His cultivation had not been able to advance from the transcendent realm all these years, and the cause was none other than William. A duel had been called forth by the Shining Sun some years ago, and William used this duel to deal heavy injuries that Crixus carried to this day. Until now, with William holding a cultivation level in the Saint realm, Crixus was still left behind at transcendent realm. Crixus became despondent and acted more and more like a wastrel as the years passed, eventually gaining the title of wastrel of the profound astral sect that he held now. He finished his last drink as rage and jealousy filled his head, looking at the direction that William left in as he left the establishment himself. Crixus did not even gaze at the bystanders who were bashing him as his drunken mind filled with rage moved out of the establishment, and his eyes landed on the red light district once again as he went forward to find a place to quell his anger. Among the many bystanders that he was not paying attention to, a single one had a thoughtful expression on his face as he left the establishment along with Crixus, following closely behind him as their two figures disappeared among the masses on the Sunset Paradise. Chapter 254, A Perfect Identity. Crixus weaved around the mass of beings around him with ease as he made his way over to the red light district. His body was at the transcendent realm, being such a genius that he almost entered the same cultivation realm as his father, an elder of the profound astral sect that had yet to break through the Saint realm and into the void firmament realm. With how rapid he was used to breaking through cultivation ranks, the blow of this speed being halted at the transcendent realm was too heavy for his mental mind to take. He was weaving through the masses when a tingling voice that seemed to be coming from his head whispered how annoying the beings around him were, making him want to go through the darker alleys where there were fewer people as he made his way towards the red light district. It was only a small voice at first, but it became gradually louder over time as he shook his head in a drunken stupor and turned away from the bright streets of Sunset Paradise and began weaving through the dark alleys. His figure only made it another block before something completely unexpected occurred. Pop! A bizarre dark circle appeared out of nowhere, and in the span of less than a second, a dragonoid head erupted out, swallowed the figure of Crixus, and then quickly returned into the small dark spot. Less than a second, silence reigned among the small alleyways of the buildings hidden by darkness as a few minutes passed with not a single being in sight. A few minutes later, the figure of a young genius wastrel reappeared in the dark alley of Sunset Peak. His eyes held a different light, where one could distinctly see sparks of ingenuity and confidence briefly before they went back to looking disorganized and drunken as the core disciple of profound astral sect changed directions from the red light district he was going to, and began heading towards a particular peak of the profound astral sect. In the span of a few minutes, a core disciple of the profound astral sect had disappeared, and an entirely new being took his place. With nobody else being the wiser, the figure of the wastrel made its way towards the Pill Pavilion mountain of the profound astral sect, the location where Elder Baldwin, his father, acted as the mountain master. Elder Baldwin occupied a unique position in the sect, his power as an elder being average at the peak of the Saint realm. but it was his skills in pill concoction that etched his status in stone. Even after the core disciple William had gained the sect title of Shining Sun, he still could not do too much against Crixus, the duel that injured his mental state and kept his cultivation base at transcendent rank being the most he could do currently without causing an eruption of rage against two parties that were both favored by the sect. Crixus entered the Pill Pavilion Mountain and made his way towards his living quarters while bringing as much attention to himself as possible. The disciples on the mountain that saw him could only describe his face being that full of drunken wrath and anger, a face that seemed to say that enough was enough. His body let out vigorous essence at the transcendent rank as a unique energy signature released from him and opened the large door to his cultivation abode, a wide cave that was expertly architectured into the Pill Pavilion Mountain. Our little mountain master seems to have been humiliated by the Shining Sun yet again. He looks fed up with it, but how long do you give him before he gets frustrated from his cultivation and goes out to drink again? How long? I give him a day at most before he rushes back to Sunset Paradise. A day? You're looking too highly at him. I think a few hours is more like it. Hushed voices talked among themselves as they talked behind the one they called Little Mountain Master, the title of the son of Elder Baldwin, the Pill Pavilion Mountain Master. All the disciples then continued about their business after witnessing Crixus fumingly rush back to his cultivation abode, with some even taking bets on how long the wastrel could last while cultivating, in the grandiose cultivation abode that Crixus entered. A convergence of essence that was more than 3 times what could be felt outside permeated the luxurious cave, a large golden bed by the side, as well as a naturally formed spring that was flowing with clear blue water into the crevices of the mountain. Crixus entered this cultivation abode as he immediately sobered up and stood straight, his gaze overlooking the area around him as he waved his fingers, and a rotating miniaturized spiritual land appeared in front of him. Only a second passed before the spiritual land was set down among the granules of sands around the abode, and his figure swiftly disappeared. Unbeknownst to anyone, an otherworlder had infiltrated one of the 3 supreme sects in the world of cultivation and began hatching a scheme that nobody would know the grand effects of in the future. In the outside world, disciples were shocked to find out that an entire 2 days passed since the Little Mountain Master entered seclusion in his cultivation abode after being bullied by the Shining Sun once more. Shock spread throughout as some disciples lost their spirit stones from losing bets, with others putting up even more bets on how long Crixus would continue staying in his abode. For this time around, 3 more days passed, and the Little Mountain Master still had not left the mountain. Even more disciples lost their money as word began to spread around the Pill Pavilion Mountain, gradually making its way to Elder Baldwin and even the core disciple William. Not too long after, Elder Baldwin was floating next to a huge cauldron forming spectacularly colored pills as he got this new information. Has this unfilial son finally come to his senses after all these years? Not just the elder, but many were wondering what exactly had happened to the wastrel Crixus. Not a single being knew, but when the days he locked himself up in the cultivation abode reached 8, disciples could not help but crowd around the entrance of the abode to see just what would happen. He couldn't have ended his life in there, right? Don't say useless things. The son of the amazing Elder Baldwin wouldn't be that much of a wastrel, but could he really be cultivating all this time? Questions continued to spread with no answers. Until this day, even the master of the Pill Pavilion Mountain himself could not take it. Elder Baldwin came out of his dwelling as the powerful aura came in front of the entrance of Crixus's cultivation abode, his appearance bringing reverent faces among many of the disciples as they bowed with greetings. Elder Baldwin ignored all of this as he called out, "Unfilial son, come out." His words rumbled as a strong essence at the peak of Saint Realm activated the hidden mechanisms of the cultivation abode. Rumble. The cave door was opened forcefully as the father went forward to see if his son was actually cultivating, or if the stupid words of the disciples in the surroundings were actually true. The sight that opened up to him was stunning to see though, as it was the figure of Crixus, meditating peacefully on the ground as his body elevated up and down, the unstable milky white aura of a saint being clearly visible. Seeing the milky white aura, an expression of elation appeared on Elder Baldwin's face as he saw this. "My son, you have finally destroyed your inner heart demons and advanced." "Ha, that's my son." Prideful laughter came out of the entrance of the cultivation abode as the surrounding disciples peered in with shock on their faces. The wastrel of the profound astral sect had actually advanced in rank? Chapter 255. A hunt. News spread out across the Pill Pavilion Mountain about how the wastrel of the sect had actually broken through to the Saint Realm. This came as a shock to many, as they had watched this fallen genius waste his life for the past few years. Many disciples then recalled the tension between the shining sun of the profound astral sect and Crixus, and they wondered how things would play out from here on out. back in the Pill Pavilion Mountain, Elder Baldwin waved his hand as the cultivation abode they were enclosed and granted them privacy, his face going up and down as he looked proudly at his son. Good, good, good. Words full of pride came out as he saw the milky white light gradually stabilize. Crixus opening his eyes and showing elation on his face. Father, the two beings gazed at each other as different thoughts passed through their heads. The proud father looked at his son as old dreams and hopes reappeared, already looking forward to the changes in the future of Pill Pavilion Mountain as at this moment, both father and son were at the Saint Realm. Elder Baldwin knew the genius of his son, and thus was the one that was most disappointed when his cultivation was affected so heavily after one roadblock. Yet now, his son was back. These thoughts were only true to his head though, as the being standing in front of him was someone completely different from the son that he knew. Their brief gaze seemed to portray all of their powerful emotions as Crixus cleared his throat and looked over to his father with a firm expression. Father, I want to try and get my hands on the absolute space technique of our sect once more. A gasp came out of Elder Baldwin's mouth as he heard extremely bold words as the first thing after Crixus's advancement. His gaze turned serious as he seemed thoughtful. Historically, only the shining son of the sect would be given the favor of entering the resplendent abode to try their luck on learning this treasured skill. His thoughtful gaze looked carefully at Crixus as he saw a determined expression, hearing powerful words come out of his son's mouth. If need be, I will duel with William again for the title of Shining Son. The words were full of conviction as they stated a longing wish that seemed to have been welling up in Crixus for ages. Elder Baldwin saw this and sighed as he weighed the possibilities. He knew his son had just advanced, but William had already been in the Saint Realm far longer, with his realm consolidation already done and continuing to advance forward. Even on the slight chance that Crixus won, there was still the Council of Elders whose decision he would have to face if he wanted to be deemed fit as the new Shining Son. Elder Baldwin was thinking rapidly of the possibilities as he became hesitant, because he knew of one particular way that might just make it possible to grant his son's wish. Crixus was looking at his father's face with a careful expression that hid the true thoughts floating in his mind as he became thoughtful at this hesitation from Elder Baldwin. A sigh came out of the elder as he sat down in front of his son and began slowly. There might be another way for you to get your hands on that technique without clashing with William. The hesitation of Elder Baldwin's face was gradually wiped away as he continued to speak. Only the elders know of this as of right now, but we have received word from the sect master that the infernal hunt will be initiated a century earlier than usual, and that we will soon be sending disciples to one of the infernal realms. The first hell. Shocking words came out of the elder's mouth as Crixus held a surprised expression that was not false. He was actually hearing a new piece of information he had not expected. I wasn't even planning on letting you go, thinking you were unfit and would simply lose your life. But now, he gazed towards his son with powerful emotions as he made up his mind and continued, I see that you have come back to your old self, and have a chance in redeeming your reputation, as well as obtaining great rewards through this infernal hunt, an infernal hunt. Something that Noah had only briefly seen and ignored in the many pieces of his stolen memories had popped up. He listened carefully as his knowledge was expanded. Pulling out as much information as he could from this Elder Baldwin, the infernal hunt that many powerful worlds at the level of Prime World and above were under a treaty to act on would actually occur 100 years earlier than expected. After many infernal hunts, the norm had been established that powers would send their disciples and beings they were nurturing as a way to empower them and also reduce the infernals that continued to propagate throughout the first hell. Over the years, the infernal hunts became more of a competition, and especially so in worlds like the world of cultivation, where scores were kept and disciples of the three supreme sects were ranked based on how well they did in the infernal hunt. Once they entered the first hell, they would be faced with droves of powerful infernals that they would have to take down, with those being able to face and take down powerful infernals gaining more recognition. Infernals are diametrically opposite to us, with their very origins being extremely vile and evil, only seeking destruction on anything they come across. They have a unique source of essence that when killed will be absorbed into one's body, giving them cultivation comprehension and a boost to their power. Powerful words continued to come out of Elder Baldwin as he explained more of the history and undercurrents of the infernal hunts, but it is the same with us, where if the infernals kill any of us, they also gain power much faster, and explosively increase in rank. Thus, it had been crucial to make sure that infernals were not given a chance to grow with their forces throwing themselves in the infernal realms and dying, while at the same time reducing the number of infernals as time passed. This was the infernal hunt came to be. Noah's mind soaked in all this new information as behind his carefully listening exterior, his mind began working rapidly as excitement was blooming from the many possibilities. Chapter 256, An Event for the Ages. Our profound astral sect will be among the many sects participating in this coming infernal hunt. The sect master expects an outstanding performance from our disciples this time around. So the rewards will be reflecting that. The mysterious sect master of profound astral sect had informed the elders and told them of the coming infernal hunt, with this information soon being released to everyone as soon as the preparations were complete. Among the top rewards for the disciples that outshine and outperform is the absolute space technique of our sect. Noah's eyes shone at this new piece of information as his mind worked at high speeds, the face of the being he was portraying showed an interested look that expressed his enthusiasm. I will show them my power in this infernal hunt, Father. I will take down a higher number of infernals than anyone else. His face was that of a young man with his blood boiling in excitement as he looked at the proud gaze of his father. Crixus sharply turned his shining eyes towards Elder Baldwin as he spoke carefully. When it comes to stabilizing my cultivation though, I used up all of my spirit stones while breaking through, and have completely run out as of right now though. Don't sit on the ceremony with your father. Spirit stones, pills, and even the Saint Realm techniques you haven't looked at yet. I'll bring them all here and prepare you for the infernal hunt to come. An expression of appreciation was plastered on Noah's face as he nodded, his vibrant power at the Saint Realm still showing signs of instability as Elder Baldwin moved out of the cultivation abode and went out to grab some of the less restricted techniques of profound astral sect, as well as an abundant amount of refined quartz, also known as spirit stones, for his son. His face was full of pride as his figure disappeared in the skies. Noah rose up as he observed silence in the cultivation abode once more, his gaze turning calm as he thought about his great use of time this past week. For 8 days, he had been able to coop himself up in the time-space of the spiritual land as he used, budding farmer, on the plots of lands he made in the time-space for an even faster growth of the medicinal fruits and herbs that he then turned into resplendent pills through the forge of the silver flame. He was also able to raise the proficiency of many of the saint rank skills he held. The ones he obtained from the devilish time unveiler and black serpent already being maxed as he was able to effectively use the time period of more than 2 months in the time space to his advantage. New possible combinations for the space and draconic based attributed skills from the devilish unveiler and black serpent which would optimally combine with the aberrant saint to bring about a terrifying skill of the next rank were already swimming in his mind as he continued to move forward. He spread out his powerful senses as he pulled out the purple gold dagger of time, using insight once more as many possible plans formulated through his mind with the addition of this interesting event. The infernal hunt, on a glowing star in a distant location, the celestial Drax was breathing out stably as a milky white aura calmly floated around him. In the period of a week, he had released the limiter he placed on himself that allowed him to consolidate his strength at the transcendent rank and finally reach the saint rank, or what the Celestials called the peak of rank 3 Celestial. His body held enough strength to battle on par with those in the Saint Realm when he was just transcendent, and even though he had just stepped into this new rank, he expected his battle power to be even more astounding. He meditated peacefully as he stabilized his strength when he soon received a message from his master. The time is here. Come down to meet the ones that will be going with you into the infernal realm through the world of cultivation. Drax's eyes snapped wide open as his figure disappeared, quickly appearing near the monastery where his master was as he saw 4 new figures of beings letting out levels of power no less than himself. They all held unique aspects, with one having similarities to the elven race, and another was a being looking very close to a human, yet they had gloriously shining white wings erupting from their back. Drax looked curiously at this rare being of the fairy race as he observed the last 2 to be humans. Shock appeared on his face as he laid his eyes on one of the humans. A dark-skinned girl with a head full of glossy hair tied in a ponytail and a prominent figure that was still visible even with the red robes that she wore. The red robe that this woman wore signified that she was not just any normal celestial disciple, but one that was about to take on the full title of a celestial with the completion of just a few more missions. Drax knew the identity of this famous disciple as she was known with the title of the War Princess, Athena. She was only a mere human mortal with not an ounce of strength less than 100 years ago, and a celestial had chanced upon her when they were traveling across the stars and observing the planets and stars that needed to be saved or destroyed. She was in a world on the verge of ruin as her people continued to wage wars amongst each other, eventually depleting the resources of their planet as their only path left became destruction. The Celestial was observing this ruined world when they noticed her unique body disposition that was perfectly inclined towards techniques related to fate. This Celestial took her in as a disciple right away, finding in her a monstrous ability to advance through ranks unlike anything seen before. Among the many rising Celestial disciples, Athena was at the forefront of all them with her power and wit, even being granted the rare chance to work with other Celestials as they brought balance throughout the stars. One particularly recent mission that Drax recalled was one where Athena was accompanied by a golden-robed Grandmaster on one of the interstellar warships that very few disciples would have a chance to come close to. These were the warships that held powerful weapons capable of destroying lower-ranked planets with ease. She was in charge of releasing this power down to a particular planet that continued to interfere with the order of the universe with the creation of cursed items known as world engines that naturally defied order with each usage. In this mission, her will was tested as she excelled in the lesson that many of the celestial disciples were still learning: the death of a few can be ignored in order to bring a more perfect balance in the universe. That taking away the lives of billions to return things to their natural order will only save a trillion more beings over the vicissitudes of time. Athena had an extremely strong will as she was able to complete this mission with ease, gaining even more recognition from the upper-ranked celestials. This was the War Princess, Athena. Drax calmed his beating heart as he chanted incantations in his mind, his gaze going towards his master that had begun talking. You all will meet with our representative at the little sect known as Profound Astral Sect, and be given special identities among their disciples. Your participation in this infernal hunt counts as a mission, with those of you being the most successful reaping the most rewards. The Grandmaster spoke slowly as the five beings looked at each other, his gaze focusing on Drax and Athena. Be especially on the lookout for any irregularities as you investigate to see whether the ones tampering with fate are still moving around the world of cultivation. Yes, Grandmaster. Drax and the others placed their palms over their hearts as they received the commands, calling out in unison words they had been trained to say for many years: for order and balance, for order and balance. Bursts of power resonated around the five of them as they turned away from the monastery and made their way towards the abundant teleportation portals on the celestial star they were on. Chapter 257: A Penguin at War. In another part of the starry space, a particular world that held a frozen outer layer was feeling the tides of change for the first time in many years. The inhabitants of the icebound world found themselves at the precipice of something new as the frost race gained a new protector that they took as their leader. Not too long ago, a group of beings had appeared on the battlefield where yet another war was brought to the doors of the frost race by the tyranny of the ice giants. Being a race of giants with impeccable strength, the ice giants sought for more land and resources as they targeted the weaker frost race located in the northern region of the icebound world first. Their eyes set on the humans populating the east soon after. The ice giants were a powerful race of beings that were naturally strong since their birth, becoming even stronger as they grew in the extremely cold conditions of the icebound world and became very proficient in ice-attributed abilities. Their robust bodies required an enormous amount of resources, making them extremely greedy for more lands where they could procure what they wanted. During a crucial fight where the frost race continued to see colossal losses from the obscene strength that the ice giants portrayed, they felt blessings shine down from above as powerful figures appeared on the battlefield to lend a hand and push the ice giants back. Ra! Ra! Raa! Calling out stupendous battle cries, a group of powerful beings appeared to aid them at the last moment. At the forefront was a gloriously sleek emperor penguin that let out deadly attacks of the spatial attribute, and accompanying him was a fiery phoenix, a much too talkative human with a party of beast girls, and a collection of powerful calamities of the sea accompanied by many more other beasts that followed behind the sleek penguin. Their power was unlike anything the beings of the icebound world had seen before, showing stupendous strength that stopped the invaders on their tracks and began a campaign of their own. There was the powerful swordsman known as Kazuhiko, who valiantly fought on the front lines with his treasured katana while taking care of his balanced party of beast girls. The large number of beasts and calamities of the sea also made for a surprising addition as the terrifying kraken was seen strangling ice giants with its many arms and tentacles. Their power had produced a grand effect as they pushed the ice giants back and finally stopped their advance towards the north, gaining the favor of the frost race as they were treated with the highest respect. The beings of the icebound world gradually came to know these powerful saviors, preparing themselves for a better world as they felt the tides of change occurring right in front of their eyes. A few more days passed where the newcomers continued to push back the ice giants, being so dominant that the frost race termed the Emperor Penguin and his followers as generals of their race. They were a race that loved nature and peace, with the Frost King being the one most in tune with nature and abhorring war. When the opportunity came to side with these powerful new individuals that fought on their behalf, the Frost King quickly jumped at the opportunity and made them his generals, giving them all the power they wanted as long as his people were kept safe. A week passed as grand battles were fought, the Emperor Penguin and his forces gaining more and more status and power, becoming indispensable from the forces of the Frost race and the cowering humans in the east. After seeing the very close similarities of the leader of their saviors and a particular race of beings in the northern lands, the Frost King even allowed another species of the Frost race, the cold-born chinstrap penguins, to be the official helpers that took care of all the needs of their saviors. The Arctic penguins took this role with the highest dignity as they looked up to the grandiose figure of the Emperor Penguin, feeling extreme reverence as they observed the glossy layer of feathers they only imagined in their dreams, in a particularly large ice fortress near the border of the north and south of the icebound world. The sleek Emperor Penguin was no longer miniaturized as he was proudly displaying his form with a size of more than 5 meters. He sat upon a huge magnificently built throne made of resplendent ice as a shining icy crown was added atop its smooth head. The icy crown shone with a gorgeous color, being a unique treasure of the icebound world that the Frost King had given to the Emperor Penguin. Its gaze was full of pride and power as it looked around the room, watching Kazuhiko trying to flirt with the Imperial Phoenix while the other beasts were being catered to by the rapidly moving Arctic penguins that wore small tuxedos with shining blow ties that made them very prominent in the room. The Emperor Penguin had asked his master for cool clothing he could give to his distinguished followers, and had his expectations exceeded when Noah quickly teleported in and left behind these clothes he came to know were called tuxedos. They made his followers look so distinguished that he almost wanted to change back to his miniaturized size and wear one himself. The arrogant penguin found himself thinking yet again his master was actually not too bad. Dong. At this moment, a sound could be heard in the distance that signified a call to arms, with some well-dressed penguins quickly entering the wide room in the fortress and looking towards the Emperor Penguin. Sir Ice Spirit, the King of Giants, Larrick, is gathering all of his forces for an all-out attack. Panic was all over the faces of the beings of the Frost race as they heard the terrible name of the King of the Ice Giants. ONG, Essence was released with the Emperor Penguin at the center as his body lifted up and his beady eyes looked around. A mere giant king is nothing to worry about. Let's go. Waves of power were released as the beings that followed behind the Emperor Penguin shook their heads deprecatingly at this aquatic bird that held an overabundance of pride and confidence as their figures moved out. They assembled the forces of the Frost race as they went forward to meet the ruler of the ice giants that were the main cause of war and death in the icebound world. Chapter 258, Convergence of Forces. As some forces waged war in frozen worlds, others continued to elevate the power of their worlds as dungeon diving became widespread in one small blue planet, the Beast World, and the Demon World. There were still an enormous amount of beings that could not be considered awakened and did not fit into any category, but more and more were joining their ranks naturally as the essence of their worlds continued to be elevated, with some finding themselves stepping into the F rank in their sleep as their bodies continued to be cradled with the abundant amount of essence. This allowed for a large number of beings to actively dive in the many created dungeons that were catered to making them stronger, with very few beings facing death from carelessness and stupidity every now and then. In the Blessed Empire and United Federation, abundant trade had bloomed as they gained access to unique items, treasures, and produce from the two worlds they were connected to. The Blessed Empire received more influence from the Beast World as there was a main gateway connecting the Beast World to the Blue Planet near its borders, while the United Federation had more influence from the Demon World as they began the widespread trading and production of power jewels that were unique to the Demon World. These power jewels, a product of abyss magic that the demons specialized in, were among the hottest commodities being traded nowadays because they acted as huge damage amplifiers to their skills, having a unique function of corrupting their abilities and making them almost twice as powerful. It was more frequently being called a modifier by the newly awakened hunters that still observed everything like it was a game. The Beast World continued its focus on produce and weapons, especially from the Frozen Kingdom that Noah visited the most frequently, making it the one that received more attention with the use of budding farmer, that continued to explode the agricultural sector with plants that could be termed medicinal herbs already with their current effectiveness. The system of power that all three worlds currently enjoyed, being able to quantify their strength and visibly see their skills, as well as combine complementary skills, made for a competitive environment where many beings were trying their best to advance through the ranks of awakened/hunters and become well known while gaining enormous amounts of wealth. The Atlanteans and Merfolk were also quietly rebuilding their own version of Atlantis in the seas of the Blue Planet, causing an explosive growth of species in the sea while using their technological advancements to build towering structures that caused the envy of Many, those that were rich enough to call upon the help of the beings from Atlantis, found themselves in luxuriously built homes that even the billionaires of the planet before the apocalypse would be jealous of. The Ocean Master observed all of this as he continued to work behind the scenes for the recreation of multiple world engines, moving with extreme care after the words of a certain savior of theirs came down yet again for increased secrecy of the project. With very few beings having knowledge of it, the worlds were vast, with many beings moving around them. Each had their own goals and ideals as they moved forward, collectively continuing to create a powerful group of beings that were rapidly growing and expanding their knowledge and power. Across the stars, many different powers received the news that the infernal hunt would be occurring 100 years earlier than planned, and they all prepared for this momentous event as trainees and disciples from various worlds were moving with excitement. The excitement this time around was even more glorious as they heard of the increased rewards for those that do exceedingly well, with the disciples of the three supreme sects of the world of cultivation being even more driven as their sect's powerful absolute techniques were the topmost rewards they could get their hands on. This was something that was only in the wildest of dreams from even the core disciples of these sects, as very few were granted the clearance from the Council of Elders to observe these powerful techniques and try to learn them. In the profound astral sect, it was even busier, as besides the shocking news that the wastrel of the sect could not be called that name anymore, the arrival of old disciples that were the trump cards that the sect was raising in secret in the outside world were returning to join in this excursion. They were core disciples that very few knew of, but they increased the excitement of the disciples of the sect as they knew with their addition, they would be even safer while traversing the infernal realm that was the first hell. This was because the returning disciples were no less powerful than the shining sun and even the newly advanced Crixus, with some of them being even more powerful. Their arrival caused a tumultuous movement in the shock as many disciples gathered on the main peak with the preparations to set off for the first hell being underway. They watched the teleportation portal shine as 5 figures made their presence clear before their eyes, awing them to their very cores as they sensed their levels of strength. From what they could see, even the weakest of the 5 newly arrived disciples was at the Sate realm, with them not being able to see the realms of others. This left them roiling in shock and awe as they asked themselves, in front of such geniuses, weren't they just trash? Among the many disciples congregating on the main peak of the stellar sky mountains, the shining sun, William, was looking closely at the appearance of these unheard of disciples as someone not too far from him was giving these beings an even closer look. The figure of Crixus had a brief change in expression as he observed the faces of 2 particular beings among the newly returning core disciples, as he knew these faces very well. One was the celestial disciple Drax that he had already come in contact with before, while another held a prominent figure that he recognized from the memories of Drax, the being that acted on the orders of the Celestials and directly caused the destruction of the lost world of Atlantis. In the recesses of Drax's memories, Noah had found the collections of missions of many of the celestial disciples, with many of the memories occupying the renowned war princess, Athena, the celestial disciple at the forefront of power. The one that many celestials looked at with favor as someone who would soon join their ranks. The ever so powerful and beautiful Athena, as well as a party of other celestial disciples, had all arrived to take part in the infernal hunt with the disciples of the profound astral sect. Chapter 259, A Journey Through the Stars. Powerful forces were gathering from all around, each one holding their own goals and ideals as they all focused towards a particular location. It was an area across the vast space that was filled with ruthless beings that only saw death and destruction. It was the infernal realms. In these wide infernal realms, the focus for many of the powerful worlds currently was on the first hell, the infernal realm that was closest to them, the first realm that could very easily open its gateways into this universe. As always, the trainees and disciples of the powerful powers were prepared as the infernal hunt was about to begin. Over the thousands of years, the powerful forces under the direction of even more terrifying forces behind the scenes had created this infernal hunt to become more of a competition than the widespread massacre of the destructive beings in the realms of hell. This competitive spirit was even more apparent in the world of cultivation as its 3 supreme sects were always fighting for power, trying their best to garner more resources from the higher powers based on how they perform on events such as this. It was not just disciples that were given incentives and rewards to do well in the infernal hunt. The leaders of the different sects and powers were also incentivized by the powerful force of the celestials behind them. The powers that made the most contributions would garner the favor of one of the few powerful and secretive forces of the universe, while also gaining abundant rewards in the form of stupendous techniques and treasures for them to add to their collections. Thus, the powerhouses in the profound astral sect were most pleased when they saw the returning disciples that would be fighting for them. The joy of those who knew the actual secrets behind the scenes being even higher, as they knew these beings were disciples of the Celestials themselves. This was the favor that the profound astral sect of the world of cultivation received after connecting themselves with the powerful force that was the Celestials. The other two supreme sects only had suspicions and unconfirmed theories as they gradually watched the power of the profound astral sect continue to rise higher and higher over the years, with very few having the knowledge of their association with the Celestials. The newly arriving celestial disciples looked at the numerous disciples around the main peak of the profound astral sect as they serenely made their way to the section where core disciples were situated. Powerful auras felt each other out as the new figures observed the auras of the Saint Realm William and Crixus, along with other disciples that were at the peak of the transcendent realm. These were beings that could be called geniuses by many standards. But Drax, Athena, and the other celestial disciples only looked at them briefly as their gazes only passed through them, finding their own positions and looking forward to where the elders of the profound astral sect were situated. Quiet down, ONG. A powerful sound reverberated throughout the main peak as a single bearded elder of the profound astral sect spoke. Surrounding him were a few more elders that let out levels of power no less than his, being vigorously powerful. They were releasing a purple milky aura of the void firmament realm. Their show of power awed the disciples as the elder up front, the one known as Elder Spacewarp, waved his aged hands to cause a powerful ripple to appear in the skies above them. A few seconds later, the sky darkened as a tremendously large ship floated in the skies above the stellar sky mountains. The large vessel could only be described as a ship as it took the general outline, with various runic markings and spreading throughout its black exterior, and powerful weapons that let out an oppressive light. Elder Spacewarp's eyes let out a sharp light as he laid them on the interstellar warship above him yet again. He very rarely got the sect master's permission to use this amazing piece of ingenuity, but today was a special day with the arrival of the beings that gave them this interstellar warship in the first place. His gaze briefly stayed on the figure of Athena, who was standing at the forefront of the celestial disciples, as he continued. The journey to the first realm of hell of the infernal realms will begin now. The disciples who wish to participate can now board the ship. A wide section of the interstellar warship opened as it revealed wide doors and an exquisitely built interior. A ship like this only held a single purpose, and that was to traverse through space. This was one of the many unique things about the place known as the infernal realms. They existed in locations where the powerful forces could not establish teleportation portals, and they had to travel to these locations through powerful sh.i.p.s like these. The many disciples looked at this sight with blazing eyes, but they held themselves back and remained still. They knew how things worked. And their eyes gazed upon the location of the core disciples. The shining sun, William, moved first as he nodded the 5 celestial disciples, leading the way as he flew up serenely towards the ship. The celestial disciples also moved next as behind them. The being with the figure of Crixus moved with a mixed expression that any watching disciples and elders interpreted as a look of determination and slight fear. Elder Baldwin watched his son fly towards the spaceship as he nodded his head. Be strong, my child. Show me that you have truly regained your genius and wit. Elder Baldwin held strong beliefs about his son, providing him with almost all of his reserves of spiritual stones he had collected over the years. Even wagering many of his pill-making hours to other elders of the sect to borrow more spirit stones and medicinal herbs for his son's use to consolidate his cultivation. After a few days, his aura at the Saint Realm had consolidated, and Elder Baldwin had provided him with an abundant amount of Saint techniques from the Elder's vault of the profound astral sect for him to peruse as he journeyed across the stars towards the infernal realm. Crixus looked back towards his father briefly as he nodded, before he entered the tremendously large interstellar warship where powerful celestial disciples were calmly walking through, along with the slightly surprised William that was looking at everything with wonder. Behind them, the time came for the less powerful core disciples and inner disciples of the profound astral sect to begin boarding the huge ship, the many figures on the main peak of the stellar sky mountains moving busily, the disciples choosing to test their lives in the infernal realm all boarding with enthusiasm. Elder Spacewarp watched the process with calm eyes, and after a significant amount of time had passed, nodded his head as he observed a significant amount of disciples board the ship. He turned to the ones remaining on the mountains as he spoke out, cultivate hard, and years from now you will be among the ones fighting in the front lines against infernals, gaining power and glory like your fellow disciples that you will be looking up to. Excited yells were released from the disciples as they bade farewell to their heroic brothers and sisters that would brave the dangers of the infernal realm. The figures of Elder Spaceward and a few other elders disappeared in the interstellar warship soon after. A rumbling ensuing across the stellar sky mountains as the tremendously large piece of weaponry released abundant energy as it began moving higher and higher towards the sky. Those within could only distinctly start seeing the world below them become smaller and smaller as they observed the environment outside of the interstellar warship, some still amazed at this simple feature that allowed those inside the ship to see the things outside as if there were no barriers between them. On a more elevated area of the interstellar warship, the group of celestial disciples were situated in one of the extravagant wide spaces calmly, with the powerful Athena in the lead looking at the environment of the ship around her with reminiscence. She wasn't the only one in deep thought as not too far away from her, Noah, in the form of Crixus, was calmly sitting down and gazing at the gradual appearance of stars with their rapid ascension, many thoughts crossing in his mind as a dangerous smile could not help but spread across his lips. He had prepared extensively for the journey ahead. More than 3 months of time he had spent in the spiritual land under accelerated time. He had combined a tremendous amount of skills and learned new ones, looked at countless possibilities, and made plans on top of even more backup plans. Yet, he had not foreseen the appearance of a being he never thought he would meet so fast, the extremely powerful Athena, nor the reappearance of celestial disciple, Drax. The insight ability of the dagger of time had not given clues about these beings before they appeared, and their appearance could have any number of effects on the many possibilities he calculated. Yet, he still could not help but smile. The wide smile he could not help but release was from the fact that the events which will take place in this journey were just too interesting. Chapter 260, A Journey Through the Stars 2. Across the vast emptiness of space, a colossal interstellar warship was traversing through at high speeds. The inhabitants of this particular warship had left behind the world of cultivation, gradually watching as it became a tiny blip in the periphery of their visions as the expansive and shining space opened itself up before them. The interstellar warship was being piloted by the Void Firmament Realm Elders, with the powerful Elder Space Warp in the lead as they released their unique auras that were attuned with the void to travel through space. This was what the realm above Saint signified, a breakthrough where one became stupendously powerful enough to be able to traverse through space. The length only being dependent on how abundant their energies were. Many different powers throughout the universe held their own names and terms to signify the levels of strength, but they all gradually converged and became more similar as the ranks went higher. The cultivators called the rank above Saint to be the Void Firmament Realm, while Noah already had the knowledge of the next rank above Saint would simply be called the Void rank by his own system. The Celestials had an even simpler way to break apart the levels of power, with a rank 3 Celestial encapsulating the ranks of Transcendent and Saint, while a rank 4 Celestial encompassed the Void rank, and the rank above it once one reached the peak of rank 4 Celestial. The Celestial disciple Drax was currently at the peak of rank 3, having vigorous strength at the Saint rank, but the woman with a serene expression and calculating eyes that was Athena, she was most definitely not a rank 3 Celestial. This meant that at the least, the War Princess Athena was an initial stage rank 4 Celestial, making her stably standing in the Void rank. This was the true genius that the disciples spread out around the interstellar warship could only stare at from afar as they talked to one another. Noah continued to scour through the many memories dealing with this deadly figure, trying his best to understand why she was given the title of War Princess by an organization as powerful as the Celestials themselves. His thoughts were interrupted as William slowly neared his position and spoke coldly. "I'm glad my junior brother was finally able to break past his restrictions and enter the Saint realm, but are you sure you are competent enough to not embarrass yourself and the sect in front of the eyes of many major powers?" His voice was neither too loud nor too quiet, those that were near being able to hear it as Noah turned his head and looked at this young genius of the profound astral sect. His voice languidly came out as he spoke calmly. "I know I did some horrible things in the past, causing many of the things that happened between us, but I am prepared to leave all of these behind." His eyes gazed towards the floating stars that could be seen outside the ship as he continued. "My father agreed with this line of thought and even asked me to be the first one to reach out to you, so I will do so now. Let us put behind us our bad history as we move forward." His words were roughly something a changed Crixus that had broken through and regained his genius would say, but they more so came from Noah himself as he didn't want this genius of the profound astral sect to continue butting heads with him, nor possibly do something stupid like come for his life. The Crixus that he had problems with was long dead, being given a much-deserved rest after living such horrendous years of crimes that he did not have to be taken accountable for. He knew the character of William, and thus wanted to spare the being an early death in case he decided to move against the body that he was currently wearing. The shining sun listened to these words in shock as he did not even know what to say, his gaze changing to confusion as he moved away and went towards the party of 5 celestial disciples. Noah continued to observe the starry space around the interstellar warship as they traversed through the stars at high speeds. His awareness spread out as he observed every single movement that the celestial disciples were making, while even more of his thoughts were on the first hell of the infernal realms that he was about to delve into. His preparations were abundant and he was not worried, but it would not hurt to make even more backup plans while taking into account the new arrivals. He continued to calculate in his mind as the hours passed, the ship they were on continuing to shoot through the gorgeous scenes of stars all around them. Soon enough, they began to observe movements aside from their ship as more and more vessels moving through space began to appear, heading towards the same direction that they were heading in. These were the sh.I.P.S from various powers of prime worlds and higher worlds that sent their disciples and trainees towards this infernal hunt. A sense of pride welled up within the disciples of the profound astral sect as they found to their surprise that their ship was among the largest ones they could see. Awe and amazement continued to bloom as a grandiose scene of interstellar warsh.I.P.S traversed through space towards a singular location, the doorway that led to the first realm of hell. Another few hours passed as they continued, and soon enough they began to see a shining red light begin to encompass their entire field of vision as they neared a stupendous and unimaginable sight. The multitude of sh.I.P.S carrying powerful beings all continued to congregate towards this shining red light. As the scene gradually became clear to the eyes, in front of them, the outline of a ridiculously large door-looking structure stood alone in space. The outline of the door was surrounded by searing red flames, its entire existence looking completely out of the norm as it blazed powerfully in space. It was so humongous in size that many of the large interstellar sh.I.P.S congregating towards it could not even compare in size, only being 1/10 the size of the flaming gateway in front of them. This was the doorway leading to the first realm of hell. Chapter 261, The Door That Leads to Hell. The door that led to the first realm of hell showed itself grandiosely to the many crowding beings seeing it for the first time. The beings in the sh.I.P.S that were getting closer to the gateway were able to see many interstellar sh.I.P.S already stationed a few miles around the flaming door, and these sh.IPS carried a special significance. These were not sh.I.P.S that had just arrived like most of them, but they were already stationed here for the past hundreds of years as they acted as the first line of defense to monitor this gateway which could bring them into the first realm of hell, but it could also take terrible beings out of this realm as well. These were various beings from world powers under the agreement to battle against the infernals, some being stationed here for years as they carried out their jobs as guards and protectors. The many sh.I.P.S coming and stopped at sufficient distance as they came to a standstill, waiting for the start of a grandiose event. Elder Space Warp's vibrant essence erupted out in the interstellar warship as he took the center of attention. The many odd disciples turning their gazes towards his as he began to speak. What lies before us is the gateway to the first realm of hell, a terrible world that is the birthplace of many of the infernals you have to come to learn about. His voice reverberated throughout the ship as he continued. Once you pass through this gateway, you will be transported to a random location in the first realm of hell, this being something that none of us can control. The elder waved his hands as he was speaking, bringing to their eyes an assortment of colorful medallions in the thousands that began shooting out from him and towards the many disciples all around. What we can control, though, is your exit. These infernal medallions are creations from the resources we have gained in the realms of hell over the years, and they allow for the immediate teleportation of anyone that activates it. For now, attach them to your identity medals and mark them with your name, and the name of our sect. Only use these precious medallions if you find yourselves in dire situations where you might lose your life. His strong words resounded as the disciples took hold of these medallions as if they were another lifeline, using essence to inscribe their names and profound astral sect before putting them in their bags of holdings as they continued to listen. The medallions will react to your unique signature and also act as a scorekeeper for the fun aspect of this hunt, allowing us to distinguish which of you is performing the best in the infernal hunt. Elder Spacewarp waved his hands as a red light shone from the medallions, acting like string as it all came towards him, and he redirected it to the space outside of the interstellar warship as the disciples turned to see similar red lights shooting from the many sh.I.P.S that were now stationed around the humongous flaming gateway. These red lines from a multitude of sh.I.P.S all came together as they converged on one particularly exquisite interstellar ship that was near the center, causing a blinding light to shimmer as the collection of red lines were all put together, and then projected above the ship as an extremely clear image of hundreds of thousands of names of beings from various powers were displayed. Elder Space Warp continued to speak inside the ship. These infernal medallions make it so that every single power here will know exactly which disciples are excelling the most in this hunt, so make your sect proud as you take down the most powerful and most numerous infernals that you can come across. Oh, the disciples shouted with vigor as they heard the motivating words, the elder floating in the ship as he spoke once more. Aside from the abundant rewards from the profound astral sect itself, with the top one being the discernment of the absolute space technique with the help of any elder proficient in it, you will find that the recognition received by the powerful figures watching this infernal hunt to be even more useful for your future cultivation. Oh, furthermore, the infernals themselves have unique origins that when defeated, their essence will be absorbed into your bodies as they directly increase your comprehension and cultivation realm, so use this to your advantage and take down as many as possible. But, the voice of Elder Spaceward turned serious as he captured the attention of every disciple around him. The dangers are just as rampant. In this first realm of hell, no beings above the void firmament realm are allowed to enter, with the realm rejecting anyone that tries no matter their power. But this means that you might find void firmament realm infernals in this first realm of hell, so do not hesitate to use your medallion and save your life if ever you come across them. The rewards can only be enjoyed by you all if you keep your lives, so make that your first and foremost priority. OH, the disciples roared their assertions as a burst of energy erupted from a few central sh.i.p.s surrounding the gateway, the energy coalescing in the form of a resplendently colored road that went to directly come in contact with the flaming door in space. A thin transparent dome formed around this roadway as other smaller roads began to shoot from the surrounding interstellar wash.i.p.s and come in contact with it, forming numerous amount of paths where the disciples of the profound astral sect could already see beings move across, go forth, and make the sect proud. Elder Spacewarp released his own power in conjunction with the other elders at the void firmament realm as another roadway formed from the ship they were on and connected to the main one that came into contact with the gateway that led towards the first realm of hell. The disciples began going through the mystical roadway across space as they did not feel the suffocating pressure of the void around them, the power of void rank beings being so colossally powerful that something like forming an isolated path in space not being an issue when many of them worked together. The disciples from the numerous connection roads soon found themselves on the main rainbow-colored roadway that led toward the flaming door as their eyes looked forth in excitement. Many of them turned to stare at the huge projection above them which showed tens of thousands of names, all currently showing 0 points next to them as they wondered just who would come out on top on this exciting infernal hunt. Would it be the powerful disciples of their sect, or would it be someone else entirely? Around them, beings of various races congregated towards the same path as many of them could see extremely different phenotypes all around. Beings made of flesh and bones, others made of stones and steel, others made of shining light with even more covered in darkness. All of these beings from a wide variety of races came together as their gaze was only towards one thing. Fear, trepidation, and excitement all mixed in a wide assortment of feelings as the disciples and trainees of powerful forces amassed and went towards the flaming door that led towards the first realm of hell. Chapter 262, The Harbingers rained down destruction. In a world covered with the vicissitudes of ice, a world-shaking battle was taking place, and it was a battle that would decide the fate of the large world that was known as the Icebound World, the three forces occupying the lands of Icebound World had all converged to meet in this single battle, with the cowering humans in the east finally making their stand and choosing to join with the frost race that had recently gained powerful helpers in order to bring the tyrannous ice giants' warpath to an end. Freezing cold winds and snowy weather covered the terrain of this final battle, where two powerful auras were looking towards each other with extreme battle spirit on the wide terrains where hundreds of thousands of beings gathered. Billowing snow that obscured one's vision continued to come down heavily, but it did not deter any of the two opposing forces. On one side, the king of the ice giants, Larrick, held a tremendously large mace made of extremely hard crystals that shone in the light, giving the menacing weapon a beautiful sheen before it could be seen dripping with blood as it crushed countless beings. The king of giants was more than 20 meters tall, being 5 meters taller than the average ice gigant as he stood out prominently in the crowd. Expertly made blue battle armor covered the entirety of his body as he looked like a moving fortress that was ready to crush everything on sight. Surrounding him were a variety of other powerful ice giants that could be called his generals, each one holding their own humongously sized weapons as they waited for the command to move against their enemies. They held varying levels of power, with many of them being in the mythical rank, and a few standing stably in the phantasmal rank. On the other side, the forces of the frost race and human race had gathered together as they looked forth with trepidation, the large sizes of the giants continuing to etch fear into their hearts. The Arctic penguins had changed from their casual tuxedos as they wore tight-fitting battle armor. Their flipping giving off a dangerous sharp light as they looked ready to cut apart all they came near. The beings of the frost and human race turned their gaze to the beings who could face off against the cold hard gaze of the powerful giants at the front lines. As their fears eased just a little, the sleek emperor penguin was in the front as his body floated serenely in the rough winds, rising in the air until his eyes were on the same level as the king of giants. The runic marking in the middle of its forehead that showed off its title as the holder of the sin of pride seemed to become slightly more golden as the penguin's eyes looked at its enemies with extreme arrogance. Its beak then proceeded to point towards the sky as it began the battle by showing disdain to its enemies. Kazuhiko and the other forces were showing vibrant releases of power, as the kraken had revealed its full size and showed that it was no less than even the king of giants itself as its voracious tentacles and arms wiggled in the cold skies, while the imperial phoenix was the only one surrounded by warm air as her body had already begun burning with resplendent blue flames. The tongue's flames danced around her body excitedly as if they could not wait to jump out and incinerate all that the imperial phoenix deemed to be her targets. It was truly an assortment of powerful beings as a battle call resounded throughout the frozen landscape, signifying the start of the fight. Raa! Ra! Ra-ea! A prideful cry reverberated throughout the skies as the body of the emperor penguin shone in a gorgeous silver light, its flippers raised high in the air as its face adopted a condescending look towards its enemies. The atmosphere trembled as a blazing golden sun appeared in the skies above the ice giants, its extreme heat and weight descending down towards the giants as the flipper of the emperor penguin came down. Sin of pride, sun throw, was used as a terrifying sun barreled down at high speeds in the icebound world. White dwarf throw was the enhanced version of this skill that Noah enjoyed as the holder, and his harbinger of pride could strike down suns towards those that stood against him. Oh, the descending sun put immense pressure on the king of ice giants as he roared, a variety of abilities coalescing on his body as his crystalline weapon shone with immense blue light, getting ready to meet this attack at any moment. Kazuhiko did not want to be left behind as he moved rapidly around the battlefield, his sword letting out palpitations of darkness as he struck down hundreds of enemies all around him, and then activated, Loot the Body, a subset of the Sin of Greed skill. As a voracious devouring red darkness erupted around him and engulfed the entirety of the dead beings around. Their bodies and origins instantly turned in nothingness as they were all absorbed into Kazuhiko as focus, strength, or vitality. In a few small instances, he even gained some new skills in his stat panel as he looted more and more bodies. Raucous laughter released from him as he focused on moving around the battlefield, his party of beast girls not too far behind him as they let out colorful lights of their own. Kazuhiko would occasionally look at the visibly rising number in his stat panel as he continued to slash any giants he came across while stealing their attribute points and abilities for himself. The Imperial Phoenix was not too far back, her body revealing its curvaceous figure as she changed from an astounding phoenix wielding blue flames and into a demonic form of a succubus. Sex demon transformation was activated as her body was granted even more power, a gaze of dangerous proportions coming off her face as she put her hands on her lips and, blue, ONG, a terrifying blue miasma spread out from her as it went on to cover thousands of giants around the battlefield. The ice giants found strength leaving their bodies as they looked towards the Imperial Phoenix with loving gazes they had never given even to their mothers as they heard a sweet command from her, their minds imagining the amazing ways they would spend their nights together the moment they completed the command from this being they loved the most. They brought whichever weapon they were holding in their hands as they turned them towards themselves. Those which huge blades serrated their own necks. Those with cudgels and hammers smashed their own heads until they became unresponsive, but their gaze was still that of profound love as they looked towards a sweetly smiling Imperial Phoenix with the enhanced form of a succubus. It was an eerie and dangerous sight to see as even someone who was not affected, Kazuhiko, briefly looked at this sight as his eyes shone towards this curvaceous form. He was reminded of his unsuccessful attempts at flirting with the Imperial Phoenix these past few days, wondering whether he should go to Noah to ask him exactly how he was able to charm the Frozen Queen in Barbados so he could apply the same principles to this cold Imperial Phoenix. His thoughts were quickly interrupted as he felt a hammer twice the size of his body descending down from a giant. Cutting his thoughts short as he put more mana to his next attacks to make his enemy feel even more pain for the interruption, the humongous kraken focused on the battle and was fully utilizing the Sin of Wrath, as its reddened eyes gained a bloody color, its mind dredging up the worst memories that induced immense anger as an encompassing red light erupted from it. His power reached insane levels with Rage Empowerment and Fury Channeling, as something even more spectacular was activated, the immense levels of anger it held deep inside its heart. the helplessness it felt when it saw the world it was born in shatter into pieces. This anger grew more and more as it manifested itself gloriously with Anger Avatar. The humongous body of the Kraken found a reddened battle armor forming around its many arms and tentacles, the ends of each of them gaining shining red spikes that seeped with blood as his aura momentarily overtook the whole battlefield. A variety of emotions clouded its mind as it recalled its destroyed homeworld, the billions of beings that lost their lives, as well as the origin of something very close to him. A deadly scream erupted from the Kraken as a bloody light was released, its huge body spreading out like a fan over the battlefield and spinning rapidly as powerful ice giants in the thousands were turned into a mass of flesh and bones. Those that were watching could feel a tremble deep in their hearts as they unconsciously felt an unknown anger dredge up from the depths of their hearts. HMPH, the sleek penguin in the skies observed these stupendous scenes around it as it did not like the fact that it wasn't the center of attention, a snort ringing out as pride embodiment activated and caused a shining golden light to gloriously erupt from it. His facial expression seemed to become nobler as the sleek feathers covering it became golden, the body becoming an embodiment of pride as a power that was not at the phantasmal level was released. Burn, little ice giants, burn! An arrogant voice that seemed more like a command rang out from its beak as the ice giants felt themselves being brought to their feet in a kneeling position, their gazes turning towards the skies as they observed two more blazing suns appearing explosively in the skies as they barreled down towards them. This made it 3 suns that were now descending down at their position, and at the centermost of all this was a gloriously glowing golden penguin that seemed to be looking at them with eyes that only saw them as something less than bugs. The king of the ice giants, Larrick, looked at this sight in dumbfoundedness as he felt the powerful strength he had always known leave his body as he thought a few last words. What the fuck was this? Boom. Silence reigned in the battlefield after the explosion of 3 suns, the frost race looking towards where the king of ice giants stood only to find a scarred landscape with burning flames, the only thing left behind being burnt masses of bones. The large crystalline weapon that the king of ice giants carried was the only thing intact as all around the area, only death reigned. Immense shock and slight fear entered their hearts as they turned to look towards their powerful helpers in the sky. The others were looking at the penguin and shaking their heads because they felt a change in its aura at the last moment. Realizing this penguin had released the limiter they decided to place on themselves and revealed its power at the transcendent rank. Nearly all of them were in the phantasmal level, with a few being in the transcendent level after Noah gifted them with an abundant amount of transcendent and saint-ranked cores that they began absorbing instantly, causing their strength to skyrocket in this short period of time. Since the world they were in only had maximum beings of the phantasmal levels, they had agreed to use the opportunity to train their skills through battle and not overpower everything through force. Alas, the Emperor Penguin could not help itself as released not just a single sun, but 3 and directly killed the leader of the enemy forces in the first few minutes of the battle. It only scratched its head in embarrassment briefly before its arrogant eyes turned golden and it moved towards the enemies once more. Raa! Ra! Raa! The remaining ice giants trembled as they heard the terrifying battle cry again, feeling their knees grow weak as fear occupied their hearts. The beings of the frost race and the human race looked at this as immense thrill came to their faces as they moved forward with vigor and power to claim their victory. The battle for the icebound world that had started not too long ago had actually found an untimely ending. Chapter 263, The First Realm of Hell. As battles concluded in some worlds, new ones began in others. Noah watched the numerous figures of beings from other worlds as they traversed through the roadway constructed in space and entered the flaming gateway in front of them. His gaze only lingered briefly on the party of celestial disciples as he moved forward himself with great expectations. They would all be thrown in different locations after they passed through the gateway, so only the future would show exactly who he will be lucky enough to come across. He observed the humongous gateway, as well the numerous number of sh.i.p.s all around it before he let out a deep breath and disappeared into the doorway leading to the first realm of hell. Flash, only slight disorientation and adjustment occurred before he found himself in an entirely new area. Looking around, the entire space held a hue of orange shade as all around him, wisps of flames continuously burned. Below him was reddened rocks that expressed the one major thing about this world: it was extremely hot. There were dense orange-red clouds far above in the horizon that obscured one's view to look any further, as the tongues of flames all around seemed to be dancing and trying to land on anybody that was near. The landscape was jagged and uneven, and he could even see the outlines of wide mountains and valleys in the distance, along with something else he was coming across for the first time. Growling, all around him, numerous growls could be heard as in the few seconds that he had entered into the first realm of hell, he was already surrounded by numerous infernals. He looked curiously at the outlines of these new beings as he used one particular summoning skill that he had longingly upgraded all the way from mythical ever since he turned back time 3 weeks ago. The infernals in front of him had an outline similar to reptilians, but their bodies stood on 2 legs which had flaming hoofs at the end of each of them. Serrated tails that controlled the flames in the surroundings were even more prominent as they moved closer to him, his eyes clearly making out their sharpened clawed hands and jagged teeth that were dripping with blood. Their heads were surprisingly similar to that of dragons, with crimson horns erupting from either side of their foreheads as they circled around Noah, seemingly testing his power before they voraciously jumped towards him. The numbers simply surrounding him had reached thousands as each of their bodies let out levels of power no less than mythical, with an abundant amount of phantasmal and a few transcendent infernals standing further back. The skill that Noah had cast finally came to life as golden-green runic circles released a terrifying being that let out powerful waves of power, causing a few of the infernals to pull back. The being was wrapped around in a dark cloak that hid an extremely peculiar figure within. One could distinctly see if they were close that the figure hidden in the dark robe was a skeleton that was fully colored green. The bones of this skeleton were inlaid beautifully with golden runic inscriptions throughout as from its bony hands. A dark green staff that held a golden skull at the top glowed menacingly with a green light. Its aura powerfully made itself apparent as it was used by its master for the first time in what felt like forever. From its beginnings as a rank S, summoned virulent abomination, all the way to the mythical, summoned Death Lord, and now standing stably at Saint after more than 3 months altogether in the time-space of the spiritual land. The first ever summon was now under the name of Lich Lord of Abomination. Lich Lord of Abomination, a skill that is unique in the universe, with its synthesis being something that only a single being can duplicate. It summons a lich holding immense essence in its bones, a lich that is proficient in poisons, healing, and summoning deadly forces of death. Its current abilities include Summon Poison Totem, Summon Undead, Noxious Outburst, and Dereliction of the Saintly Poison Lord. He knew the effectiveness of a summoning skill in the past, and knew its power would be just as immense when it reached the same rank he was in now. One of his projects with the time spent in the spiritual land was the maxing of proficiency of many skills that were complementary to Summon Death Lord, as he raised the rank of his first summon all the way to Saint. Its skeletal structure towered in size, being more than 5 meters as it raised the golden green staff towards the rushing infernals who could not hold back their bloodl.u.s.t anymore. Summon Poison Totem, ONG, essence rumbled as from the skies, a huge green gold structure of a prominently large totem holding inscriptions of laughing and baleful skeletons struck into the ground, destroying those nearby as it stably took root. SHIA. An eerie sound that was similar to that of rapid waves of the ocean rang out, and all around the totem, waves of cloudy milky green lights erupted out as far as 10 meters, fully covering all the infernals nearby as a horrendous sight occurred. Any infernals covered by this poisonous cloud released from the poison totem found their bodies melting right away, with those who were powerful enough to withstand it with their lives barely hanging on despairing when yet another wave of poisonous cloud released from the poison totem. SHIA. The waves of poisonous clouds continued to be released from the totem as in its surrounding 10 meters, everything had melted down to a mess of bloodied goo as it continued to release its waves of poison nonetheless. Boom. 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 Poison totems similar to this were summoned by the Lich Lord of Abomination as they struck down in multiple areas where clouds of infernals were present, causing a terrifying sight to replay as everything melted from clouds of poisons. The more powerful infernals watching from the back roared in anger as they moved in, maneuvering around the poison totems, still continuously releasing poisonous waves as they made a beeline for the large hooded green gold skeleton in Noah. Multiple transcendent rank infernals, as well as 2 saint-ranked infernals, had appeared in the surroundings. The Lich's eyes shone a green light as the skeleton atop its staff shone a golden light, its immense energies casting yet another skill as Noah watched the abilities play out with a wide smile on his face. Summon Undead was cast as shining green lights began to appear in droves all around them. The green lights seemed to be multiplying at a rapid pace, increasing exponentially as an aura of death began to spread out all around them. Encompassing screams resounded as in the vicinity of Noah and the Lich Lord of Abomination, thousands of powerful undead had appeared. Numerous skeleton warriors wielding poisonous jagged blades, dullahans releasing poisonous smoke, immensely large ghouls and zombies, as well as a humongous-sized bone dragon that whipped its skeletal head towards the oncoming infernals, and let out a poisonous dragon's breath. VOM, a gory scene of melted transcendent rank infernals played out as a fiery light erupted from the saint-ranked infernals. a barrier of flames surrounding them that fully protected them from the poisonous breath. They pulled back briefly as they pulled in their bloodle.u.s.t and observed the beings in front of them yet again. Around the human and lich, droves of powerful undead were screeching at the infernals as the bone dragon began the charge, and thousands of the undead spreading out towards the infernals swarming around them. Rumble, huh? Noah could not help but laugh at this sight, recalling how he loved summons so much with the ease they brought. Watching a pet that he called out move across the battlefield as they reaped havoc and chaos had always had its own charm, and he was reminded of it yet again right now. He was about to move forward and put in some work himself when he felt a reddish form of energy come from the dead infernals all around him and enter his body. Error. Oh, now what is this? He stopped as he heard the messages from the planetary core of his homeworld, with the core of the beast world and demon world chiming in soon after as they came across something new. Memories about the infernals reappeared in his mind as he recalled the words of Elder Baldwin and Elder Spacewarp about how these beings were diametrically opposed to them, with their bodies releasing unique energy which directly helped improve the cultivation and comprehension speed of those that defeated them. The same applied to the infernals, where any time they defeated any of them, their ranks and power would climb that much faster. So why exactly had this unique form of essence caught the attention of the planetary systems? Chapter 264, exploring a shocking new feature. A new form of energy is directly interfering with skills and abilities. Contained. Isolated. Analyzing this, his homeworld's core continued to speak in its monotone voice as the cores of the other two worlds continued to speak with more emotions, all three rapidly analyzing this new form of energy given off by the defeat of the infernals in this first realm of hell. The infernals existed in the 7 realms of hell, with the first one having the lowest levels of infernals, the place where most of them are newly born. When the various powers first faced the infernals, they found to their surprise that the defeat of these beings would grant them boosts in their power, with beings that studied the laws of different elements finding themselves gaining increased comprehension speed as they progressed much faster. This same energy that many powerful powers in the universe had come across, Noah was finally coming in contact with it for the first time. Isolation and analysis successful. New form of energy has been broken down and quantified, and will be displayed in the form of numbers under a new feature, infernal skill points. What? Noah phased his mind out from the infernals surrounding him that the Lich Lord of Abomination was taking care of as he focused more on the words of the planetary system, trying to fully understand exactly what they had come across. While increasing comprehension speed and power in others, it can be better utilized if it is directed and focused onto a few specific abilities and skills of the user. Hold on while a sufficient explanation is prepared. A few brief seconds passed as Noah activated his numerous mind-enhancing abilities, and he didn't wait long before a new blue screen appeared in front of his eyes, a unique essence found only in the realms of hell. The user is able to open up multiple paths of evolution for their skills and abilities through using skill points. And while working in conjunction with skill combination, achieve a smooth enhancement of all abilities through sacrificing skills of equivalent level. Skill trees of multiple abilities can be viewed and activated through the use of the skill points, and they can also be used to increase the proficiency of skills and abilities. Current number of skill points 1.3. Noah's eyes read over the new feature multiple times as he could feel his heart pounding, his mind trying to understand this new concept more as he opened his panel and tested this one, the skill he used most recently. Saint, Lich Lord of Abomination, 0/15, a skill that is unique in the universe, with its synthesis being something that only a single being can duplicate. It summons a lich holding immense essence in its bones, a lich that is proficient in poisons, healing, and summoning deadly forces of death. Its current abilities include Summon Poison Totem, Summon Undead, Noxious Outburst, and Dereliction of the Saintly Poison Lord. In front of the skill, a new counter that read 0/15 had appeared. Noah focused as he sent a command while watching the infernal skill points that continued to increase in a decimal pace as the Lich Lord continued to kill the infernals around them. The counter next to the went to 0 as he put everything in the Lich Lord of Abomination, skill, Saint, Lich Lord of Abomination, 1.6/15. 2 skill trees for evolution are possible once sufficient points and a base requirement of 2 equivalent level sacrificial skills are reached. Miasmatic Poison Lord leads the summon towards the path of a master of poison. Additional abilities include Necrotic Touch, Venom Guard, and Decaying Earth. Abhorred Lich Emperor leads the summon towards a path of a master of death. Additional abilities include Undead Legion, Will of the Undead Emperor, and Delay Death. Noah's mind became extremely active as he thought through this new feature that allowed for unbelievable actions. To put it in simpler terms, these infernal skill points could be used to enhance the level of power for each of his skills, And once they reach the highest required number, which in the case of Saint skills is 15, he can choose to proceed with the evolution of the skill and by sacrificing 2 Saint skills and open up the skill trees of 2 possible paths while also allowing the skill to reach the void rank. This was different from the usual skill combination that took 2 complementary skills of the same level and simply increased their rank. In the case of the Lich Lord of Abomination skill, after it reached 15/15 skill points and he chose 2 Saint skills to sacrifice as the base, it would upgrade the skill and open up 2 possible directions, one which focused on strengthening the poison aspect, while another direction focused on improving the death aspect of the Lich Lord's abilities. Each pathway provided additional abilities that could be unlocked by the skill points, and even strengthened to even more powerful levels depending on how many points he placed in one particular ability. For example, if there was a raise skeleton ability that allowed one to raise one small weak skeleton after placing one skill point in it, placing another skill point would increase the power and allow you to summon 2 skeletons. Placing another skill point would allow you to summon 4 skeletons that would be much stronger than before, and this process just continued until the ability reached the cap of exactly how many skill points could be assigned to it. The more that Noah put this new feature into simpler terms, the more he felt his heartbeat increasing as he came across too many stupendous ways to strengthen himself and his skills to insane degrees through using these infernal skill points. His attention went towards the Lich Lord of Abomination as he observed it to have grown a few inches bigger, its aura becoming slightly more powerful. This was the result of him placing the 1.6 skill points into the skill, the power of the Lich becoming even stronger. The number continued to increase in his stat panel as the Lich rained down poisonous death through his summoned poisonous totem and even more pain through the undead that were spreading out. Noah felt a brilliant smile forming in his face as he so quickly wanted to obtain even more skill points from these infernals so he could test the immense boost they would provide when they were focused in one particular direction. OMG, his body shone a reddish hue as he activated his archdemon transformation and pulled out the medallion that was connected to the outside world and showed how many infernals each person had killed. He cut off the signature of Crixus as he put the medallion in the isolated spiritual land, not wanting to scare the watchers outside on how many infernals he was about to kill. He would reconnect the signature every now and then as time passed so that he could keep his achievements high enough to be able to obtain his goal of the absolute space technique once the events in the first realm of hell were over. His gaze turned voracious as he looked for the 2 Saint-ranked infernals that were throwing powerful attacks towards the Lich Lord of Abomination that was standing above the Bone Dragon's head as he disappeared in a cloud of smoke. His targets locked on, Chapter 265, the stupendous skill points, outside the flaming gateway of the door of hell. Various powers stood in their sh.i.p.s as they observed the projection of various names the moment they entered the first realm of hell. It fluctuated rapidly in the beginning, with some names quickly jumping up and only to be replaced a second later as yet another name gained more points. A minute in though, they were able to see a clear name take hold of the number 1 spot briefly, and even hold on to it for an entire minute. That name was Crixus, of the profound astral sect. Elder Baldwin showed extreme elation as he observed his son's name actually occupy the top position among the many geniuses of the surrounding powers. While Elder Spacewarp was just happy that someone from their sect had been the first to garner the attention of everyone else, but the name Crixus only remained on top for a minute, before its exponential rise slowed down, and it was soon caught up by powerful and famous names that were well known among the major powers. William's name soon came into the picture as Crixus only continued to be pushed further and further down, with the names of powerful disciples of the Magus world, Underworld. And even the elusive group of pure-blood vampires that had sent in their true prince were among the powerful names that quickly took and retained the spotlight. The name Crixus gradually continued to fall until it moved out of the top 50. With much less attention paid to it now as the beings focused on the changing top 50 ranks as they brought out foods and entertainment around their sh.i.p.s and watched the continuing infernal hunt with great interest, names rose and fell on the huge projection in space, but neither of them were privy to the massacre of unknown proportions taking place by the same being who had exponentially risen in points just a few minutes prior. Noah was moving with extreme enthusiasm that he had only felt when he first received the skill combination feature. The enthusiasm stemmed from the continuously rising infernal skill points as he killed more and more infernals. He was able to increase the slow decimal point additions even faster the moment he fully utilized the abilities of the on top of the powerful Lich Lord of Abomination. What made him amazed was the maddening increase of power in the Lich as he continued to add more skill points to the Lich Lord of Abomination, the counter next to the skill now reading 13/15. Every time he added a single skill point to the skill, he visibly watched as the form of the Lich gained more runic markings and released an even more fearsome aura. When it reached October 15th, the Lich waved its golden shining staff as it was able to summon yet another huge bone dragon, making it two powerful undead dragons now flying across the burning lands of the first realm of hell as they pressured the infernals, rushing in more and more. All the other undead that the Lich Lord summoned were increased in numbers and the power they released until they reached a climax when Noah placed the last infernal skill point that made the skill, Lich Lord of Abomination, reach 15 to 15. OMG, a resonance of essence erupted out as a golden light shone briefly from the Lich and all the undead it was connected to, with Noah observing a second later that every single undead that the Lich had summoned now held powerfully glowing golden weapons on their hands. The bone dragon's claws and sharp teeth had a golden sheen as the serrated blades that the skeleton warrior and Dullahans carried became beautiful to look at. It was an enormous change that when Noah actually took a step back to measure the level of power that the still Saint Lich released from its body, he found it to be infinitely close in power to the next rank, even though he had yet to perform the final advancement. He took a deep breath as he looked at the remaining number of infernal skill points being no more than 3 as he pulled back and focused on the stat panel, wanting to observe for himself the first opening and activation of a skill tree that only went to further amplify the strength of the selected skill, Saint, Lich Lord of Abomination, 15/15, skill point requirement met. 0/2 Saint skills are needed for advancement to either the miasmatic Poison Lord or the abhorred Lich Emperor. Time seemed to slow down as he increasingly felt the beating of his heart, his mind moving rapidly as it sent a command to use 2 Saint skills that were among the limited few he had raised in his months of time spent in the time-space of the spiritual land. The requirements were all met as Noah felt a resonance of essence, and a magnificent light erupted out as in front of his eyes. He synthesized his first ever skill of the Void rank while also opening up a skill tree for the first time. Under the Lich Lord of Abomination, connecting arrows had appeared as the blue panel expanded, showing the skill at the bottom of the screen with a blue arrow pointing towards a brightly shining, abhorred Lich Emperor. Above it, that's right. He had chosen the skill tree that was geared towards increasing the death aspect of Lich, wanting to see exactly how crazy he could make the summon undead of this skill. Lich Lord of Abomination, 15/15, abilities summon Poison Totem, 0/5. Summon Undead, 0/5, Noxious Outburst, 0/5, and Dereliction of the Saintly Poison Lord, 0/5, Abhorred Lich Emperor, 0/30, additional abilities Undead Legion, 0/5, Will of the Undead Emperor, 0/5, and Delay Death, 0/5, Undead Legion, passive, 0/5. The summon skill set is expanded as they are able to call upon even more variations of undead, and they become able to store the summoned creatures in an isolated space where they can be released in less than a millisecond. Possible unlocks: Undead Blue Phoenix, Bone Sheelan, Wraith, Spectre, Will of the Undead Emperor, passive, 0/5, 50% to all damage. 50% death damage. 50% poison damage. 50% death and poison resistance. 1 summon limit to all high-level undead. Minus 15% skill energy cost, delay death, active, 0/5, as long as it is within 10 seconds, the call of death can be delayed. As long as the target is healed of life-threatening injuries during this time, they can live on. A glorious selection of additional abilities that only went on to further increase the power of the summon appeared before Noah's eyes as he quickly honed in on the passive of Will of the Undead Emperor, to test the stupendous effects of the skill points on a skill that provided damage and other types of modifiers. He added a single skill point to begin with as he observed the modifiers changing with his own eyes. Will of the Undead Emperor, passive, 1/5, 100% to all damage. 100% death damage. 100% poison damage. 100% death and poison resistance. 2 summon limit to all high-level undead. Minus 30% skill energy cost. Every single modifier had effectively doubled with the addition of a single skill point. Noah's eyes shone as he added the rest of the remaining skill points and watched the results yet again. Will of the Undead Emperor, passive, 3/5, 200% to all damage. 200% death damage. 200% poison damage. 200% death and poison resistance. For summon limit to all high-level undead. Minus 60% skill energy cost. A beautiful view of numbers passed through his eyes as he turned his attention to the outside world to observe the stupendous changes of his summon and the crazy rise of power each of its undead received with the Will of the Undead Emperor. The sight left his jaws wide open. Chapter 266. An Undead Legion traverses the first hell. a vampire makes a move, in a certain location of the first realm of hell, a sight of unimaginable proportions was playing out as for the first time in the history of this world. An area of a few miles was filled with beings that were not infernals. For miles around, one could see shining golden flames vigorously burning from the eyes of numerous undead beings as they moved like a single organism. The direction they went towards acting as a grinder that cut down everything they came in contact with. Noah watched his first ever void rank skill in action as the Lich Lord of Abomination gained the additional abilities of the abhorred Lich Emperor, heavily boosting the aura that it released itself, and the even more prominent effect being the large numbers of undead that continued to increase as he observed the Lich to be moving its now golden bony jaws in laughter as it waved its skull staff around maddeningly. Ka. The powerful jaws of the Lich snapped open and shut in wild emotional laughter as abundant essence released from its body, summoning as many undead as it could with its expanded abilities. The Lich was no longer 5 meters tall with a green exterior. Now, his skeleton had adopted a more golden-green coloration as its size was actually reduced, being slightly less than 3 meters, but its aura being multiple levels more overwhelming than when the Lich was more than 5 meters large. The skull staff it was waving around with wild emotions had numerous runic inscriptions and golden flames burning out of its eye sockets as they resonated with the fiery but empty eyes of every single undead on the burning plains of the first realm of hell. Far in the distance, Noah could see not 2, but 6 humongous bone dragons in total flying through the skies as they rained deadly dragon's breath filled with a poisonous green-gold hue towards the scrambling infernals. This was due to more skill points being added to the will of the undead emperor, allowing the Lich to summon an additional 4 high-level undead on top of the current limit of 2, aside from the bone dragons. Ghouls reaching 5 meters maneuvered through the burning plains as they were accompanied by fast-moving zombies, skeleton knights, Dullahans, and even more undead. Noah recalled the other additional skill unlocked by the abhorred Lich Emperor skill tree, the Undead Legion, that allowed for even more types of undead like the Blue Phoenix, Spectres, and even wraiths to be summoned. As he checked the number of skill points he had amassed in the last few minutes, the number was still in the decimals, dampening his excitement briefly before his eyes voraciously looked at the bloodthirsty infernals that now held an uncertain look in their eyes as they looked at the eerily laughing Lich Emperor, while more and more undead continued to fill the burning plains of the first realm of hell. Noah made a few calculations as he moved all other goals aside and focused singularly on a single one, for now obtaining even more infernal skill points by massacring as many infernals as possible. He made a few calculations as he knew he would meet the other powerful disciples, trainees, and even the celestial disciples in this vast landscape of hell sooner or later, his mind sending commands as he activated shapeshift and felt the musculature and bony structure of his body changing. Only a minute passed when a brand new being appeared where the figure of a dark-haired Crixus used to be, now being replaced by a bony skeleton knight wielding a large serrated golden blade, in this inconspicuous skeleton knight form. Noah disappeared from his high position atop the head of the bone dragon where he and Lich Emperor were standing on as he blended in with the thousands of other skeleton knights that were clashing with droves of infernals, leaving the maddeningly joyful Lich atop the head of the bone dragon as he continued to wave the golden skull staff and orchestrate the movements of a stupendous never-before-seen undead legion in the first realm of hell. The beings watching the projection of names on the screen near the gateway to the first realm of hell were continuing to discuss with enthusiasm as they watched names rise and fall. More than half of all the disciples and trainees that had entered through the gateway had already returned. Or even though most made it in time to use their medallions and be teleported away, there were still hundreds of beings from different powers that faced their death. Some were simply unlucky and were teleported in an area where numerous amounts of saint-rank infernals were congregated and they were forced to end their journey early, while those who were even more unlucky to meet the very rare void-rank infernals met an early death as they did not even have enough time to use their medallions to be teleported out. As for the names that currently occupied the top 10 on the leaderboard of the infernal hunt, it was actually the pureblood vampire, Price Cassius, taking the number 1 spot. Next to his name, a glaring golden number that read 342,912 pulled in the eyes of all those that were watching. The pureblood vampires were a powerful ruling race in the underworld, holding unknown power and potential in their bodies as they were the descendants of the powerful vampire progenitor Vladimir, whose name once resounded throughout the Prime Worlds. They would normally hold high ranking in the infernal hunts, but never so staunchly hold on to the first ranking position this tightly, and for this long, have the vampires raised yet another monster to dominate the underworld in the coming years? Dominate? Maybe if they weren't as arrogant and worked with others, they would already have the entire underworld beneath their fingertips. A variety of powers were discussing the being's shifting position on the leaderboard. with a few focusing on the names of unknown disciples from a power called the Profound Astral Sect that had more than 6 beings in the top 50. The ones most worthy of note was the name William that was ranked 44th and holding 135,237 points, Crixus who was ranked 47th and holding 126,365, and the one called Athena who was holding 327,476 points, and was actually ranked second. Many powers knew the movements behind the scenes, and were wondering the true identity of this being that they had never before seen participate in the infernal hunt. Just who was able to keep up with one of the high races of the universe? The vampires, and only be one rank below a powerful pureblood vampire prince. The question circled in the minds of many as back inside the first realm of hell, the beings being talked about outside the gateway to hell were also looking at their medallions that counted how many infernals and what level of power infernals they killed, just like how those outside could see their ranks. The ones holding the medallions could see their own ranks as they either became excited to work harder or realized they weren't the geniuses they thought they were. Among the flaming landscapes of the first realm of hell, a being dressed in a tight-fitting business suit was floating on what looked to be a large drop of blood. On his back, pristine-looking red blood wings that closely resemble those of a bat stretched out as they propelled him forward even faster. His head was full of shining silver hair as his eyes had a dangerous color of bloody red. His gaze was languid and calm as from his fingers, small drops of blood dripped out and fell towards the ground below where numerous infernals were flocking around, those that were even more powerful flying towards him ferociously like a swarm. The moment these small droplets of blood touched the ground or came in contact with any infernal, they expanded to cover areas of more than 20 meters as everything they encompassed thereafter was shredded into a mess of blood and gore. The being, a particular vampire prince that many were paying attention to, suddenly shifted his gaze as he sensed a group of beings on the horizon that were not giving off the signature of infernals. It was a being from the fairy race that was accompanied by 2 humans as they fended out attacks of 10 saint-rank infernals that were leading droves of lesser-ranked infernals with them. The vampire prince's languid gaze quickly turned into focus as his red eyes honed in on the being of the fairy race, his eyes noticing something that very few would be able to across the universe. Those with an abundance of knowledge and know-how on a specific organization would be able to use unique methods that would have allowed them to know that this being of the fairy race was a disciple of the Celestials. The calm gaze returned to the pure-blood vampire prince as he used an ability and spread his senses for the surrounding miles, checking to see if any other beings were in sight. Within a few seconds of confirmation, the vampire prince bent his knees under the teardrop of blood beneath him like a spring. His wings became taut and vibrated as the muscles became coiled, and then he released himself like a loaded missile towards the location of a celestial disciple accompanied by 2 humans. Boom. Chapter 267. An enemy, or an ally, like an uncoiled spring. The powerful body of the vampire prince broke the sound barrier as he neared the celestial disciple of the fairy race in the blink of an eye. His hands had formed into the shape of a bloody claw as he aimed towards the heart of the being in front of him without a second thought. Although taken back and given less than a millisecond to react, the being of the fairy race was not holding the title of a celestial disciple for nothing. Fate's protection, a resonant howl escaped from her as her hazel blue wings shone, gaining a golden hue as a protective bell formed around her to meet the bloody claw. Boom, an eruption rocked the skies of the first hell as the bloody claw met the golden bell. The 2 beings that clashed being safe and sound as the celestial disciple had blood dripping from her mouth. The 2 humans that were moving with her were ripped to shreds from the impact as the vampire prince looked languidly at the enemy in front of him, not sparing a second more as he had already felt the movement of numerous beings headed their way. Bloodworld, ONG, essence rumbled and roiled as the simple words triggered ancient magic that went to envelop the area half a mile from the vampire prince at the center. An expression of confusion and slight fear entered the mind of the fairy as she recalled her teachings on fate, never having foreseen something like this happening to her today. The fear overtook her pride as she took out her medallion and placed essence into it without a second delay, knowing her power could not stand against the enemy targeting her. Yet to her dismay, nothing occurred no matter how much energy she placed onto the medallion. In my blood world, not even an ant can find respite. What makes you think you can escape? More and more confusion clouded by fear sprung into the mind of the celestial disciple as she looked towards the vampire bubbling with essence as she calmly called out, "Do you know who you are targeting? My death will bring you untold trouble, and most likely your death if you were to know exactly who was behind me." The fairy wiped away the blood still leaking from her mouth as she looked calmly at the silver-haired vampire whose eyes had turned even redder at her bleeding body. And sharp teeth that glistened gold could already be seen in his wide jaws. "Little celestial, your identity is the sole reason why I targeted you to begin with." Shaku fear. the calm expression that was always kept by all celestials wiped away from the fairy's face as she moved her essence in a last-minute dash the moment she realized this madman targeted her even while knowing who she was. Constrain, Asiche. With a simple command, countless lines of dripping blood erupted from the circular blood world domain as they tightly held and pulled on the limbs of the celestial disciple. The lines of blood went on to cover her entire body as she found she could not move any muscle, nor any of her essence as she felt helpless for the first time in many years. Her eyes were barely wide open as she noticed the silver-haired vampire right on her, his bloody eyes glistening with hunger as his jaws went for her tender white neck, two extremely sharp golden canines leading the way. The blood world that had covered the distance of the surrounding half a mile disappeared a few minutes after, a gorgeous vampire prince becoming visible again as he licked the last bit of blood from his lips. There was an ashen husk of a being in his arms that was gradually turning into ash as he turned his attention to his surroundings. Not too far from him in the flaming skies, numerous flying undead had surrounded the area just a few meters where his blood world used to be. He could observe fearsome auras leaking from bone dragons and deadly blue phoenixes, not to mention the tens of thousands of undead that had inexplicably populated the molten ground. All of them had golden fires shining in their bony eyes as they looked up solely at him. The vampire prince looked coldly at this, watching the undead leaking the most fearsome aura at the void rank, a golden-green skeleton that was standing on top of a blue phoenix that blazed with flames. The commander of these undead seemed to be tilting its head in confusion as it looked at him. A few thoughts passed through his mind as he began to float away, not wanting to engage with this new being after expending so much of his energy, while also not worrying about whether they knew the identity of the being he had just killed. There were very few people across the vast worlds who would be able to ascertain the identity of a celestial, especially one that was on the thrones of death. His slightly reckless actions here today would not be known by anyone other than himself. The droplet of blood beneath his feet began to move away from the eyes of the many undead as he prepared to break the sound barrier and leave this area, but his plans came to a complete halt as his calm expression became stern the moment he heard a few words. Now why would a prince of the vampire race be hunting down disciples of the Celestials? The vampire prince was brought to a halt at the mention of these words, his gaze turning increasingly serious as he tried to find their source among the droves of undead circling the skies and the ground below him, finding nothing but shining eyes with burning flames. OMG, he acted without a delay as he knew the importance of what he just did a few minutes ago, and how such an event could never meet the light of day. Should it be known that the prince of the vampire race had killed a celestial disciple, the consequences would be catastrophic. He placed his hand near his chest as a bloody key formed out of nowhere, entering his chest as he turned it swiftly, unlocking something he never thought he would use in the first realm of hell. Thump! 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 A resounding sound of a beating heart erupted as the vampire prince shone with a red light, a circle of blood erupting with him at the very center as it went on to cover the surrounding 2 miles. He wasted no time as in this expanded blood world that covered 4 times the distance of the normal ones. His first target was the lich holding a golden skull staff as ropes of bloody lines turned into sharp spears around the blood world, piercing any undead they came across as even. More spears targeted the lich standing above the blue phoenix. Constrain. Pierce. Absorb. Powerful words left his mouth as stupendous destruction began to occur in the blood world. Many of the lesser-ranked undead turning to nothing in a few seconds as only a few bone dragons and blue phoenixes were left, some being ground down to bones while the remaining few had each of their bodies holding serious injuries, but not yet dead. The vampire prince sighed at this as he placed his hand near his chest again, knowing he would have to go all out if he wanted the events in this place to never be known by anyone. The more curious thing is that the underworld should be aligned with the Celestials, thus your participation in this infernal hunt. Which makes these set of events so interesting, don't you say? The vampire prince's face turned ugly for the first time as he heard this voice again. And it was not anywhere in the 2 miles where he had expanded his blood world, but somewhere outside of it. His impossibly gorgeous face twisted slightly before it regained its composure, and he breathed out slowly as he pulled his hands down and recalled the blood world. The silver hairs on his head looked slightly dimmer as he turned towards the injured undead in the skies, and the many more undead outside the 2 miles of his previously cast blood world as he voiced out with a devilishly dangerous smile appearing on his face, "Who are you, and what do you want?" A simple meeting was taking place between 2 completely different beings in the first realm of hell, at the same time. A celestial disciple had faced an untimely death. Chapter 268. The pureblood vampire, Prince Cassius, in a celestial star quite a distance away from the first realm of hell, an old man was sitting down in the middle of a monastery as he enjoyed a cup of tea while looking at 5 golden glowing pieces of circular stones floating on top of a whiteboard. Some pieces were bigger than the others, with one being particularly large than the rest floating at the forefront. The celestial continued to drink from his cup as a few hours passed, when he finally observed a change as one of the golden pieces floating on the board became dim and crumbled. Oh, his gaze seemed to contain interest and a hint of wrath as his fingers moved and collected the remains of the golden stone that were now gray. The remains became absorbed in his hands as he closed his eyes briefly and activated a particular skill, but he was soon disappointed as the results came to be nothing. Humph! The celestial grandmaster was annoyed that his tracing had not worked, his annoyance coming more from the fact that he had lost a piece, and yet he gained nothing from it. A being had taken the life of one of the celestial disciples that he had sent, and this being was careful enough to first isolate the disciple in a different space before they killed them. Thus, the celestial grandmaster had lost one of his pieces that he sent forward to try and catch the worms trying to wiggle out of the order and balance that they had worked so hard to create. His gaze became calm again as he looked at the remaining 4 golden stones floating on the board, quickly bringing the teacup back in his mind as he fully turned his attention to these 4 stones, and simply observed once more. It was only a matter of time before the fly was caught in his net. A devilishly calm vampire floated in the azure skies of the first realm of hell as he was surrounded by droves of undead all around. He watched as a single small skeleton knight moved out from the groups of undead as its empty sockets filled with golden flames looked up towards him. The skeleton knight opened its pristine jaws as it began speaking. Boom, before a single second passed. The vampire prince waved his hand as droplets of blood instantly appeared where the skeleton knight was, exploding the entire area as it cleared to reveal only broken bones. Prince Cassius watched for a response from the surrounding undead as nothing happened, making him sigh as he turned his sight to another location and watched an identical skeleton knight move forward from the horde. The golden flames dancing around the skeleton's eye sockets seemed to be having fun as a voice rang out once again. As I was saying, I'm just a lowly passerby who happened to see something I wasn't supposed to see, and now I'm just curious as to the meaning behind it. As the skeleton spoke, the destroyed bone dragons and blue phoenixes that had been killed in the blood world reappeared around them as good as new, with one bone dragon coming to the skeleton knight as it lowered its large head and allowed the skeleton to climb on top, its bony wings flapping as it shot into the skies and came to the same eye level as the vampire prince. Is it a personal vendetta? Or have I stumbled upon something entirely different? Prince Cassius could see the skeleton more clearly as he adopted a serene expression and thought of ways to contain this situation. He spoke languidly as he sorted the facts in his mind and replied, "You mentioned the Celestials with disdain, and your first reaction to seeing one of them killed is not to leave instantly and report the killer to the Celestials to gain their favor, but to try and understand what happened." An eerie devilish charm continued to be released from the vampire prince as he snapped his fingers, the droplet of blood he was standing on quickly changing as it expanded and formed into a regal chair made of glistening blood. Prince Cassius sat down domineeringly as he looked towards the skeleton and continued, "This means that you are either a being from the long-forgotten ancient races that still holds a grudge against Celestials, or a little disciple from the Alliance, which means this is as much fun as you're going to have. So once more, what do you want?" Calm, collected, and domineering, Prince Cassius said these words imposingly, purposefully revealing some information that served as bait and to answer this being in front of him, yet wasn't too revealing of his own position. His red eyes gazed calmly towards the skeleton that held dancing golden flames in its eye sockets, the only thing giving away its emotion being the happily dancing flames that seemed to have found something interesting to play with. The skeleton in front of the vampire prince's eyes was just a random skeleton knight chosen by Noah, with him transferring his voice as he was safely hidden miles away within the undead legion. His location was not even in the outside world, but in a luxurious house in the miniaturized spiritual land that was the size of a grain of sand as he relaxed on a fluffy couch next to a snuggling Barbados. The curvaceous woman had eaten too much and now rested her head in Noah's thigh as she let out cute breaths while napping. She had been training hard in the time-space as her skills continued to increase in proficiency, and her rank was already a transcendent as she enjoyed S from Noah firsthand. All she had left to do was bring her skills to the same rank, a task that was much more time-consuming for anyone that wasn't Noah. His mind stopped focusing on Barbados's cute face as he concentrated on his connection with the abhorred Lich Emperor, sending commands on what to make the skeleton say on his behalf. He was happy as he got a chance to witness something stupendous on top of his already ecstatic mood as he farmed infernal skill points and simply watched the power of the Lichy continued to dump the points and to climb to insane degrees. He had come across the first ever being that seemed to belong to a force that actually stood against the Celestials, and this being was expertly hidden in the underworld, a world known to be an ally of the Celestials. His smile continued to deepen as he wanted to find out more information. The moment he heard about ancient races and the Alliance, his ears perked up even more as his mind worked rapidly. The memories of the celestial disciple Drax were abundant, but they did not have all the knowledge and intricacies of the enemies that stood against the Celestials. From Drax, Noah was only able to know that there were other powers in the universe that were not aligned with the Celestials, with some of them even being their enemies, but he did not know who these hidden powers were. Yet now, he seemed to have stumbled upon a being that most likely came from one of these powers, and this brought about a few possibilities. He looked at the vampire that had his body leaking an oppressive aura. This was a being at the void rank, and a powerful one at that. He did not have to move against them, and could perhaps make use of them if he played things correctly. We actually seem to have aligned goals, which creates new possibilities. Why don't we talk for a bit and share some information with each other? A skeleton with dancing golden flames observed a regal pureblood vampire prince seated on a throne of blood as a conversation that would flip the infernal hunt into untold chaos began. Chapter 269, The Pureblood Vampire, Prince Cassius II. A skeleton with blazing golden flames in its eye sockets and a devilishly handsome vampire stared at each other for a long time before the vampire spoke again. Even more celestial disciples are in this infernal hunt. Noah nodded as he thought back to the vigorous back-and-forth conversation he had been on with this prince, finally making way after he mentioned his knowledge of the celestial disciples that came in through profound astral sect. And you won't tell me which organization you come from? Noah shook his head as he replied, No, I don't see a need for that right now. Though I do have gaps of knowledge on the Celestials that I would love for you to fill in. How did you attack and kill one so confidently without any worry that your identity would not be known with the Celestials' mysterious means? Yes. This was one of the reasons why Noah wanted to talk with this being belonging from a power standing against the Celestials. Because not too long ago, while he was watching for the many possible routes his new path would lead, he found himself coming face to face with celestial disciples, and he successfully killed them. Yet, the moment he did, a golden light descended from the skies the moment the disciples lost their life and bound itself to him, a circular golden marking appearing above his head that he would have no way of removing. This golden circle made him believe that it acted as some sort of a marking that was forced onto him the moment the celestial disciple faced her death. He could only make the assumption that the arrival of this many celestial disciples into the infernal hunt had many underlying reasons, and that unlike the time when he killed Drax, there was somebody scheming behind the scenes. Either they were planning something else and he would unwittingly fall in their plot, or they were more terrifying than he thought and had somehow already begun aiming for him personally. Thus, he needed more information about the Celestials that even a disciple like Drax would not be privy to, unless he got his hands on a high-ranking Celestial. Which was only a pipe dream as they were all insanely powerful. He had to make do with other means. And who else would know more about the Celestials if not their enemies? The vampire prince looked at Noah briefly before he replied, For you to ask me that, you must know the information that Celestials are capable of tracking who they are connected to through fate. My technique, Blood World, breaks those types of connections for all that are in it, and I can do whatever I wish without peering eyes. Though it is not as useful if someone is physically near and snooping around. His last words were directed more towards Noah as a brief silence occurred between them. Noah always kept his unique skill observant, active at all times. Thus he was privy to many of the things occurring for miles around him. Observing a vampire shoot down like a missile and envelop a celestial disciple in a bloody world just happened to be one of the things he saw. He nodded his head as the skeleton facing the vampire prince opened its skeletal jaws. Okay, how about we move together? I want to make a move against the celestial disciples, but I do not have a way to stop anyone watching from identifying me once any of them fall. Prince Cassius looked at this skeleton standing atop a humongous bone dragon as his silver hair regained most of its shine. What do I have to gain? It doesn't look like you are providing anything for me, the prince replied while closely watching this eerie skeleton in front of him. The skeleton tilted its head as it replied, Oh, did I not mention it? I have seen glimpses of the future, and they do not end so well for you. What? A tremor passed through Prince Cassius as he listened to the explosive words. He was about to refute them as he knew of his own power when the skeleton continued speaking. You are lucky enough, or in this case unlucky enough, to actually run into the most powerful celestial disciple in this infernal hunt, someone that you might know as Athena. Prince Cassius's eyes squinted as he stood up from his regal Chair made of blood, the war princess is here? Not just here, you die from her hands as well, Noah replied curtly as his eyes bore into the devilishly handsome face of the vampire prince. His last words were actually all bullshit, with him having no knowledge of whether the vampire prince would meet Athena or not. The insight ability was powerful, but it did not show him the possibilities of others that he had not even met yet. With most of its focus placed on himself, through it, he had been able to see the positions of the celestial disciple, as well as the position of Athena. But the terrifying thing was that when it came to Athena, besides her general location, everything involving her was a huge engulfing darkness of nothingness. This made him extremely careful as he moved with even more scrutiny across the first realm of hell, removing himself completely from even the undead legion as he went into the spiritual land and later miniaturized it to the size of a grain of sand that an inconspicuous undead was carrying. He had been sending commands and watching his summon continue to rip apart infernals as he gained more and more skill points that he went on to add to the abhorred Lich Emperor skill tree, continuing to reinforce the strength of the Lich as its undead legion became more and more powerful, with more variations as now even undead blue phoenixes could be summoned. He had been moving like this for the past hour, using the dagger of time to make more plans for the future when he coincidentally came across the vampire prince who was now looking at him with an interested gaze. The war princess, Prince Cassius said the name with an indiscernible meaning as his eyes gained an even bloodier shade, his devilishly handsome face turning towards the skeleton representing Noah as he reached out his pale hands. Very few techniques exist that can foretell the future, and even less organizations are privy to them. You have my attention, little skeleton. I'll move with you for a bit. The skeleton knight with golden flames in its eye sockets reached out as a handshake was exchanged, confirming the agreement between these two beings as they began to move out. Noah exchanged more words with the vampire prince as they began moving forward in a particular direction, officially beginning a hunt that was not just aimed at the infernals. Chapter 270, Unceasing Growth, an Aberration. In the safety of the frozen plateau spiritual land, Noah was only expanding his mental energies as he followed the onslaught of the forces of his summoned lich that continued forward tirelessly. The creatures in the undead legion had continued to grow even stronger as the Lich Lord received more and more boosts from the abhorrent Lich Emperor skill tree, where Noah had now added even more skill points to the abilities that improved their power the most. Lich Lord of Abomination, 15/15, abilities Summon Poison Totem, 0/5. Summon Undead, 5/5, Noxious Outburst, 0 out of 5, and Dereliction of the Saintly Poison Lord, March 5th, Abhorred Lich Emperor, November 30th, additional abilities Undead Legion, 2 out of 5, Will of the Undead Emperor, May 5th, and Delay Death, 2/5. The one that he made sure to max first with skill points was the ability that added huge percentage modifiers to damage and resistances, as well as how many high-ranking undead that the Lich could summon. It was the ability called Will of the Undead Emperor that brought a significant change into the Undead Legion the moment it was maxed. Will of the Undead Emperor, passive, 5/5, 300% to all damage, 300% death damage, 300% poison damage, 300% death and poison resistance, 6 summon limit to all high-level undead, minus 90% skill energy cost. When this skill, along with Summon Undead, reached the cap of May 5th, a huge change occurred within the Undead Legion as on the powerful exterior of the summoned undead, terribly powerful armor and weapons had appeared. The tails of the bone dragons held golden spikes that oozed a fiery aura, while the flames of the undead blue phoenix spread out to form the beautiful outline of shining blue wings that blinded those looking directly at them. The rest of the Undead Legion gained striking similarities as thousands of undead adorned in golden armor traversed through the first realm of hell and rained destruction on the maddened infernals. At the forefront of the army, a lich holding a flaming skull staff rode on an undead blue phoenix as it seemed to breathe in the flames to rejuvenate itself, its gaze voracious and hungry as it sought for more things to kill. Hidden amongst this undead legion, a small circle of blood was situated in the jaws of an undead bone dragon as it sat next to a skeleton knight. One could see the appearance of the devilishly handsome Prince Cassius in this circle of blood as his nose wrinkled to the side, his voice coming out soon after. Your little pets have an uncomfortable stench, I can't change that. A short reply came from the skeleton that Noah sent his words through as the prince's gaze focused on it. When do you plan to reveal your real body? You seem to be trigger happy with your blood bombs, so maybe later. The prince did not find that satisfactory as his silver hair shimmered, speaking in a slightly mocking tone as droplets of blood continued to leave him and explode on wide areas filled with rushing infernals. Then I guess you must be one of those weak summoners who only rely on their powerful pets for power. The words were intended to bring about a reaction, the bickering between the two continuing as they move forward while mowing down the rushing infernals. Noah replied curtly, "No." Prince Cassius put on an expression that seemed to have finally figured it out as he spoke while extenuating his sharp jawline. "Ah, it must be because you've become ashamed of yourself after seeing my devilishly handsome appearance. Don't feel too down about that. We vampires are some of the very few naturally beautiful species in the universe." Noah didn't even know what to reply to the powerful vampire prince as he kept half of his mental focus conversing with him while he continued to plan in the spiritual land. He held a glowing purple dagger of time in his hand, his sights set on something that had yet to even occur, in the centermost location in the first realm of hell, a region which was hotter and more blazing than any of the locations in this infernal realm existed. It was populated by some of the most powerful infernals present in the first hell, with the occasional appearance of void rank infernals being a norm. Deep in the blazing earth at this centermost location, a unique infernal was breathing with steady breaths, releasing a billowing stream of air that seemed to be fanning its own flames in this underground space. It held a more humanoid appearance compared to the other infernals, with the major distinguishing features being the fiery horns blazing with flames growing on either side of its face, huge expansive wings shooting out from his back, and a long serrated tail still waving behind him. It seemed to be consolidating its strength and power, something that many infernals would never do as they would simply let their aura run free, using it to feed their bloodl.u.s.t as they searched for more things to destroy. This particular infernal had long since reined in its destructive thoughts as it entered a critical juncture in its realm that would allow it to break through the shackles at the void rank as it entered something much greater, allowing for its smooth ascension to the second realm of hell. Only beings at the void rank or lower could remain in the first realm of hell, with those being in higher ranks rejected outright from entering, or in the case of infernals, achieving ascension to the next realm of hell the moment they crossed the threshold. One of the most powerful infernals in the first realm of hell had stopped its ascension before it even neared as it billowed out hot breaths and released some of its power. It had sensed the many intruders that entered the realm and began murdering its brethren, and it did not want to ascend before it killed as many of them as possible. Its rank would only be propelled further upwards when it killed those beings, but it would use that inflow of strength only to reinforce its power before it ascended into the second realm of hell. What this infernal did not know, though, was that this technique was the same one that the most powerful infernals that arose from the first realm of hell used, the powerful generals and infernal scions that served under the infernal lords, and even some of the recently risen infernal lords themselves. This was the pathway they had taken before they rose to the great lengths and power that they did in the future. Unwittingly, an infernal at the peak of void rank had embarked on a similar path as it was provided a conduit that coincidentally came the moment it was ready for its ascension, the entrance of many beings that held origins completely opposite to it, and would only serve as fuel to make it reach unbelievable heights in the future. Its billowing breaths stabilized as it spread its wings wide open, expanding its senses in the blazing realm of hell as it located numerous amounts of beings using colorful techniques to destroy its brethren. The orange flames in the surroundings seemed to be getting sucked into its body as its figure moved like a streak of light, moving so fast that its body disappeared and reappeared miles later, soon reaching an unsuspecting Saint Realm disciple that was fighting against a group of transcendent infernals as its flaming clawed hands smoothly entered the chest of the disciple as softly as dipping one's knife through butter. Thump, a single last heartbeat, and that was all as the claw tightened and shattered the heart like a gra.pre. A stream of blue energy leaking from the body of the disciple as it went into the body of the infernal. The blue energy circulated amongst the reddish skin of the infernal as it was prevented from taking many of the normal paths, eventually settling in the horns of the infernal as a small blue runic marking appeared on the right flaming horn. The aura of the infernal became slightly stronger than it already was as it moved again, faster than the eyes could observe as only wisps of flames could be seen, its gaze already landing on other targets. An aberration had risen in the first realm of hell through coincidental circumstances, or one could even call it fate, as it moved rapidly towards unsuspecting trainees and disciples. Chapter 271. A deadly team. In the hellish atmosphere of the first realm of hell, two figures had grouped together as they moved against a horde of infernals with ease on their faces. They were powerful beings at the peak of saint rank, their identities being even more special as they occupied a position as disciples of the Celestials. There were powerful rotating golden spears that let out a holy aura around one of them, each of these spears being more than 5 meters large as they went forward to crush the heads of all the infernals they neared. The other celestial disciple was controlling holy chains that sought their own enemies, wrapping around them tightly before the life was squeezed out of their bodies. Every time that these celestial disciples killed the infernals, a red light would be released from their dead bodies as it entered into the bodies of the disciples, bolstering their strengths little by little. The two celestials had happened to teleport near each other when they first entered into the first hell, and they grouped up as they began hunting down the infernals at high speeds. They continued to traverse the first realm of hell as they soon came upon a new group of beings that they had not expected to find in this realm. The celestial disciple hoisting the golden spears in the air noticed them first, their gazes turning and watching as a group of what seemed to be undead beings traversed through the blazing atmosphere of the first hell. With their weapons cutting down any infernals that rushed towards them, from what they could see, there were a handful of undead that reached the saint realm, with the majority of the ones moving being transcendent or lower. They didn't feel threatened by the appearance of the group as they simply wondered about this peculiarity. If it was something peculiar, it meant it was something that the disciples of Celestials would check out. They exchanged glances as the two disciples went towards the group of undead. They were sent into this infernal hunt not just to reduce the number of infernals, but also to monitor any changes or unexpected events that occurred. The appearance of thousands of undead in the realm of hell was not the norm. As necromancers were not a group that was among the allies of the Celestials, the celestial disciple controlling the golden spears commanded one to descend as she first wanted to test whether these new undead individuals were beings made from the first hell or if they were creatures that were being controlled by something else. The spear thundered down towards the undead group as the celestial disciples watched expectantly when something drastic occurred. At a speed invisible to the naked eye, a bubble of red blood had spread out to cover everything in their surroundings. Blood world. They heard the words soon after the bloody world had wrapped around their bodies. Their gazes changing briefly as a golden light appeared on each of their bodies and they activated defensive abilities. They had not sensed any enemies nearby, nor had they expected one to appear that made it impossible to perform spatial movements and heavily restricted their physical movements. The two celestial disciples covered each other's backs as they glanced upon their newly appearing enemy. Their gaze was met with a devilishly handsome silver-haired vampire prince that looked at them coldly while the blood world continued to expand around them. Along with the expansion of the bloody world, undead similar to the ones they had seen before had began to appear en masse, although these ones were much more powerful than the ones who observed for. OMG, Essence rumbled and roiled as multiple huge bone dragons and undead blue phoenixes appeared in the bloody air. This did not stop until 6 fully formed bone dragons and 6 fully formed blue phoenixes valiantly appeared, their bodies letting out terrifying levels of strength that seemed to be at the peak of the saint rank. As if this was not enough, a new species of undead that very few would come across nowadays made their appearance for the first time. Their size was not as impressive as the dragons or the blue phoenixes, but it was their eerie aura that they released which made one feel a shiver down their spine. It was the undead known as specters. Becoming available for the abhorred Lich Emperor to summon after Noah placed more points into the Undead Legion ability. These specters were beings that weren't formed from physical matter, but spiritual. They were a rare species of undead to come across, as those who did not specialize in spiritual attacks normally found themselves at wits' ends when they faced such enemies. The specters had an appearance white in color, their bodies holding a teardrop shape as a ghastly skeletal figure could be seen, 2 blank dark eyes and a wide crooked mouth being the only other things that appeared on their faces. The crooked mouth released a ghastly air the moment it opened. 6 of these specters appearing as they surrounded the celestial disciples along with multiple other high-tier undead. The celestial disciples felt a foreboding feeling as multiple more golden spears appeared in their surroundings. Along with numerous golden chains being cast as they released even more abilities. Fatesight, golden light spread out as both of the disciples gained a golden third eye on their foreheads, their bodies releasing a domineering aura as an inviolable law of fate, something that very few could influence, surrounded their bodies. One of them spoke, "Friends, I do not know your purpose here, but are you sure you want to go through with this?" The devilishly handsome vampire Prince listened to this, a cold smile covering his face as he replied, "Oh, I most definitely want to go through with this." Prince Cassius waved his hands in the wide blood world as lines of blood began to move. Sharp teeth growing visibly larger in his mouth as he licked his bloody lips and acted like a being conducting a grand symphony of blood. He had his own reasons for taking down Celestials, but he would be lying if he said he didn't enjoy the delectable blood that ran through their veins. He did not know if it was because the blood was drenched in the law of fate, or if the celestial disciples were uniquely chosen with high qualities. All he knew was that he would be draining every single bit of blood until their bodies faded away into nothingness. Alongside him, eerie undead specters released spiritual attacks as bone dragons and phoenixes sent out devilish attacks towards the powerfully glowing celestial disciples surrounded by a golden aura of fate. Chapter 272, A Grandmaster Makes a Move. Constrain. ONG. Multiple bloody lines began to chase the celestial disciples in the bloody world as the undead also made their move. Vigorously poisonous draconic breaths left the jaws of the bone dragons while blazing blue fire was released from the undead phoenixes. Most terrifying of all were the specters, which released an engulfing eerie ghastly light that went on to attach onto the bodies of the celestial disciples. Their mobility was heavily impaired by the lines of blood chasing them down, and now to their horror, they found their bodies attached in what felt like a sticky substance that continued to sap the life out of their bodies. This was the eerie ghastly light that the abhorred Lich Emperor's specters released, the Lich itself standing on top of one undead phoenix as it continued to wave its skull staff and directed the forces around them. The golden spears, nor the golden chains could block these spiritual attacks from the specters, the celestial disciples finding themselves cornered in just a matter of seconds. Fate's protection, fate's protection. They powerfully spoke as a golden light went on to cover their bodies, the ghastly light from the specters momentarily breaking contact, but the golden light did not last long enough as it was quickly broken through, and the sticky feeling of life being sapped out of their bodies returned. Even the vampire prince was looking at these newly appeared specters with slight apprehension, as even he himself was not confident in fully dealing with spiritual beings. He would have to unleash some of his ultimate abilities just to survive or injure them. His mind changed even more when he thought about the being behind this legion of undead that he had been traveling with. His strong confidence in his own power still reigned supreme as he observed the faces of the celestial disciples visibly aging as their life force continued to be drained helplessly, his gaze turning sour as he felt the strong smell of blood coming off of them reducing as time passed. He turned towards the undead skeleton knight near him as he spoke. "Hey, your little pets are draining all of their life force, isn't that the goal?" Noah, who was safely hidden a distance away in the spiritual land, replied quizzically to the vampire prince as he heard the voice ringing out once more. "Leave one for me to take care of." The skeleton knight which Noah was looking through looked at the vampire that was licking his lips as if he was looking at the most perfect meal ever made as he shook his head and sent a command for his undead to focus their attacks on only one celestial disciple. The disciples wanted to get more words out as they found their lives actually hanging by a thread. Their gazes were that of confusion and fear as nothing in their training prepared them for a situation like this. Nothing in their teachings of fate had allowed them to foresee this catastrophic event occurring to them. The bloody world they were in continued to constrict them tighter and tighter as the attacks from bone dragons and the undead phoenixes rained down. For one of the celestial disciples, their life force continued to be sapped away by the terrifying specters that they could not defend against. It was a terrifying and hopeless sight as in only a matter of minutes the golden light that the disciples were releasing had all but faded away, their body looking aged and ancient as gray hairs could be seen on their head. The disciple looked like they had aged more than 100 years in a matter of minutes as immense fear crept in. The other disciple felt even more suffocated as countless bloody lines tied up their limbs, making them immobile as a devilishly handsome vampire neared. His cold hands touched the neck of the immobile celestial disciple as he felt the fearfully pumping blood through the major veins and arteries, his eyes being clouded by a layer of bloody light as he opened his jaws widely and sank his teeth in. Noah observed the wildly joyful expression on the vampire prince's face as he felt goosebumps in the spiritual land, with his attention quickly being taken away as he noticed something above the blood world, invisible to the naked, a golden aura had descended into the first realm of hell as it looked to be searching for something. It stayed in the air above the blood world briefly as it began fading soon after, having not found what it was looking for and not being able to remain there any longer. Unsuccessfully, the golden light could only fade away once more. At the same time, another 2 celestial disciples had fallen in the first hell, far in the distance across multiple planets, in a celestial star where a powerful grandmaster was watching golden circles floating on a board. An expression of great disappointment and slight fury had appeared in his face as he had lost 2 more pieces. 2 pieces were lost. And yet he wasn't any closer to finding out exactly who was responsible for the recent events. His gaze was one of pondering as he raised his powerful hands and made a few calculations. Standing from the calm monastery he was in as he gazed far off into the distance, the Grandmaster was an old schemer and monster, having gone through a great deal of things and being very experienced. He was thinking of the best way to quickly nip a problem in the bud as he thought of the being trying to unravel fate. He was still indecisive as the choice he made now would actively go towards the plot of this being. The celestial continued to ponder when he felt a slight tremble from one of the two golden circles still floating on the board, and he watched expressionlessly as his own disciple, Drax, met his death. His expression did not remain bland for long though, as finally, with the death of this disciple, a new signal was sent back. The Grandmaster's aura captured this signal as he finally glanced upon the being that reaped the life of his own disciple, his expression changing as he came across the blurry image of a ferocious infernal. The image gradually cleared as the Grandmaster used various abilities to lock onto the target, which should have been caught by a technique the moment he killed his disciple, and his expression turned grim as he used his expansive experience when looking at the image of the infernal in front of him. His experience was wide and vast, quickly coming to an understanding that an aberrant had risen in the first hell. Aberrants were powerful infernals that later on went on to become generals or scions of the infernal lords, with the most powerful aberrants actually gaining the title of infernal lord itself if they grew powerful enough. A dangerous light passed through the Grandmaster's eyes as he wondered, was this the plot of the one interfering with fate? Allowing this aberrant to rise into an infernal lord in the future. A few thoughts passed through the Grandmaster's mind as he stared at a single golden circle, the largest one that represented the most powerful Athena, that continued to shine brilliantly. The rapid set of events nailed the decision the Celestial did not want to carry out as his aura blazed outwards from the monastery. OMG, I'll be going out briefly. A few words spread out from him and into an unknown location in the celestial star as his body shot out of the monastery surrounded by resplendent medicinal herbs. And he tore through the atmosphere of the star before he quickly appeared above in space. He gave a brief glance to the shining star below him as his aura grew even larger, his gaze one of calmness as a golden aura wrapped around him, and he streaked across space in an unbelievable speed towards one location, the first realm of hell. This was something extremely shocking as celestials such as himself never moved personally when it came to issues, using their mysterious skills and abilities to manipulate the workings of fate behind the scenes, occasionally sending out their celestial disciples to act on their behalf, even if they had to personally accompany them, like in the case of a Grandmaster accompanying Athena to closely watch her mission that concerned a certain destroyed world. They would not personally act. This was because they were very proficient in the law of fate, and knew the immense effects that came with every action that beings like them took. For the sake of maintaining order, they enjoyed using proxies as they could keep their hands free of karma and continue to conduct things behind the scene. The action of this Grandmaster to move out personally was heavily considered in his mind as he knew it could have unintended consequences for the future, but he still made the decision to go. He had expected one or two of the disciples he sent out to possibly face their deaths, but never four of them, and never had the thought that he would not even be able to find out the identity of the killer until only a single disciple remained alive. This killer was actually an aberration in the first hell, a being that held the qualifications of becoming an infernal lord in the future. He could not let this aberration continue to grow, and even more so, he could not let the vibrant Athena face death in its hands. Others could be sacrificed. Others could die. But not her. To achieve the goal of destroying this aberration early while also ensuring Athena's life, he would have to personally move this time. His gaze was determined as his vigorous power that was multiple levels above the void rank streaked across space at speeds much faster than even light itself. Chapter 273, The Prelude, the festive aura that had colored the atmosphere of the various powers that were gathered in IPS around the door of the first hell slowly began to dwindle as more and more powers knew of the deaths of their disciples or trainees. Many of these powers had various ways to keep track of the status of their disciple. The number of those facing death quickly becoming known as murmurs began to spread throughout. They could all feel that something was different about the infernal hunt currently taking place. Too many of our disciples are losing their lives, and too quickly at that. Something is wrong. Our core disciples would never be taken down this easily. We need to send others in to investigate. Various interstellar sh.i.p.s were sending communications back and forth as disorder continued to increase. With no answers in sight as the being responsible, the infernal aberration reaped the lives of trainees and disciples so fast that not a single one had been able to come out alive from the encounter. This was true, until just recently, a distraught disciple from a sect in the world of cultivation was teleported back to their ship, and they returned with great fear in their faces, their body being greatly injured. After they were healed, terrifying words came out of their mouths that allowed for the observers around to finally get a grasp of what changes had occurred in the first realm of hell. An infernal with power much higher than the void firmament realm is in the first hell. What, impossible, unbelievable shouts were released from those that heard the words from the distraught disciple, as they directly violated the one rule all of them understood about the infernal hell: the fact that any being higher than the void firmament rank would be rejected from the first realm of hell. The Saint Realm disciples shook their head despondently as they released defeated words. I watched my fellow disciple ripped apart in less than a second. The only reason it did not get to me too was because I cowardly activated my medallion the moment senior sister Judy died in front of me. The Void Realm elders of this organization listened to the account of their disciple as their gazes hardened, sharing this information with the other powers surrounding them as they quickly began to move. Though it seemed unbelievable and against established knowledge they knew, they quickly acted as the organizations that could contact their disciples through unique ways sent messages for them to use their teleportation tools to quickly return. Those that did not have ways could only look on anxiously as they felt the lives of more and more disciples quickly snuffed out. Unease began to spread amongst the various powers gathered around the door of the first hell as they did not know exactly what to do. If the information was true, this meant that even if the elders of the various powers at the void firmament realm entered to try and save their disciples, they would be facing a similar situation of battling a terrible infernal that was a rank above them. Hesitation filled their faces as they did not know how to proceed. But this did not last long, as an oppressive aura could suddenly be felt rushing towards them from a certain direction. The various powers turned to a particular direction as they felt the aura of a ridiculous level of power they normally never came across rush towards them. Only a second passed before this aura became visible to the naked, arriving with grandiose fashion. It shimmered gold. It felt like a blazing being had torn through space and arrived near the door leading to the first hell as they stood valiantly in space, their aura wildly pulsating out and making many of those nearby feel an oppressive force pushing down on them. The light slightly dimmed as those watching finally saw the image of a wizened old man serenely standing in space. The gaze of the old man glanced at the door of hell briefly before it turned towards the interstellar sh.i.p.s around it, peering through all the layers as it honed in on the figureheads of the powerful forces lying within. Soon after, multiple figures at the void rank could be seen coming from their sh.i.p.s as they gathered around this powerful old man. Their gazes were those of tension and slight fear as they came closer and closer to him, hearing a resounding voice traveling through space and into their ears. An aberration has appeared in this infernal realm, one that the disciples will not be able to handle. The tense gazes of the void rank finally gained some understanding as they connected the dots with the words of the frightened disciples, with one of the void rank figures, Elder Spacewarp of the Profound Astral Sect, taking the initiative to ask, "What can we do?" The gaze of the powerful celestial grandmaster landed on him as he craned back, hearing a reply soon after: "The aberration cannot be left alive, while the disciples still in the first hell need to be saved. You all," his gaze pointed towards each of the void rank figureheads as he continued, "will be going in personally to help take down this aberration." The expressions of the powerful beings became tenser as they heard this, one of them voicing out with a low tone, "Esteemed sir, we would sadly just be fuel for this aberration to grow stronger. Our power isn't dash, hush." A simple word caused utter silence in the surroundings as the celestial grandmaster raised his hands, multiple golden lights releasing from his fingers as they descended into the bodies of the void rank elders and leaders of various powers. OM, a holy golden light descended onto the bodies of the figureheads as golden runes became etched into their bodies, feeling an overflowing abundance of strength overflowing through them as they looked at their own bodies in shock. "You are now acting as my incarnations, capable of descending into the first realm of hell because of your levels of power, yet being able to use much more with your temporary status." The figureheads at the void realm felt tremendous strength flowing through them as they looked towards the celestial grandmaster with shaking hearts. "Quickly go in and meet up with Athena. She will guide you all as you face the aberration. Failure will not be an option." The figureheads of multiple powers nodded their heads as they became accustomed to this new feeling of strength, their figures turning into streaks of light as the golden light covering them pulled them towards a certain direction. A slight wrinkle appeared on the celestial grandmaster after he used a tremendous amount of essence to descend some of his will and power to create the incarnations, but this wrinkle was quickly wiped away as his body returned to its vigorous power in less than a second. His gaze now went back towards the doorway leading to the first hell as it peered through the various layers and tried to discern what was happening inside. In the infernal realm that was the first hell, Noah had his eyes closed in the spiritual land as he was actively using insight once again. Working in conjunction with the vampire prince, they had successfully taken down another 2 celestial disciples, which would only leave 2 more. Athena and Drax. He wanted to see if he could decipher their location by observing multiple possible pathways. When he came across a particular pathway that made him open his eyes in shock, the skeleton knight that was conversing with the vampire prince about their next direction adopted a difficult expression as the golden flames danced in its eye sockets. The undead surrounding it coming to a halt as Prince Cassius peeked out of his blood bubble and asked, "What's wrong?" His question was only met with a rapid movement of essence as he spread out his senses to discover the undead legion around him slowly fading away as the abhorred Lich Emperor waved its golden skull staff and sucked them into an unseen space. Noah's voice contained a tone of somberness as it rang out again while this process was occurring. Huge change of plans. Multiple Void Realm beings are soon entering the first hell, and each of their bodies holds a sort of power that resembles a technique of celestials. What? Prince Cassius asked with surprise as the undead around him all but disappeared as if they never existed, with the Lich turning into a streak of light and disappearing soon after, only the bloody bubble that he was in remaining in the air. His senses perked up as in the next instant, the figure of a being that was somewhat famous in the world of cultivation, the well-known wastrel of the profound astral sect. Crixus appeared in the air next to him. "You, 274 skill trees and resets." The vampire prince looked at Crixus with unfamiliarity as stern words came out of the newly appearing figure. "Come on, we have to move fast. What have you found out exactly?" Many thoughts and calculations were passing through Noah's mind as he began shooting towards a particular direction, the vampire prince easily keeping up with him. Noah looked at his stat panel as he replied, "I am not completely sure, but because of our actions in something else in this infernal realm, an actual bona fide celestial is most likely pulling the strings and watching what is happening in here." Their figures streaked through the fiery skies at high speeds as they ignored the maddened infernals below them. Noah continuing, "We now have to keep in mind our identities, and how we should be acting if something had gone wrong in this infernal hunt that forced multiple Void Realm beings carrying the stench of celestials to enter." A gaze of understanding passed through Prince Cassius as he was about to speak, when both he and Noah felt the aura of a tremendously powerful being exploding out quite a distance away from them, but towards the direction that they were heading into. Their gazes slightly changed as they looked at one another. The more knowledgeable Prince Cassius voiced out, that aura can only be from an extremely powerful infernal, one that should have already ascended to the second realm of hell. But somehow it is still here. That should be the reason for the celestial's intrusion. Noah nodded his head as he pieced everything together while recalling the golden aura that appeared above the blood world that Cassius had cast when they had killed two celestial disciples. He watched how this aura had descended the moment the two disciples faced their death, and yet it wasn't able to locate them because of the unique feature of the vampire prince's skill. It faded soon after. The only two celestial disciples that he and the prince had not come across were Athena and Drax, and it was highly likely that the latter, Drax, had faced death in the hands of this powerful infernal whose aura they could feel from a tremendous distance away. Following this thought process, it meant that the celestial who was intruding currently had this infernal as the target, and they thought that this single infernal was the culprit for the deaths of all the other disciples that had occurred in this infernal hunt. Noah continued to ponder, his mind focused on the mentality of celestials as he asked the prince, "From what you know about Athena, how likely is she to survive the encounter with this powerful infernal?" Prince Cassius looked at Noah closely as his expression became somber. "The reason I believed you when you told me I would meet Athena and it would not end well for me, it was because of the few pieces of information that we had managed to uncover about her over the years. From what we have gathered, in the Void Realm, she has no opponents." His silver hair shone as he gazed towards the direction they were flying in and continued to speak. "If she were to be matched with the powerful aura of the infernal that we are sensing all the way out here, then I would give her chances of survival, at least 50%. Noah listened with a thoughtful expression as he replied, "Well, it seems the intruding celestial doesn't even like those 50-50 odds, and will be sending in multiple powerhouses whose powers feel like the peak of Void Realm towards that same direction. Her life would then pretty much be guaranteed." Noah nodded as he continued to think before he replied, "Let's go see how the situation develops. With the arrival of all of these forces though, it seems we will only be acting in the capacity of helpful disciples from other powers at this rate." Noah was explaining his thoughts to Prince Cassius as they continued to shoot forth in a particular direction, with more than half of his attention placed on the next saint skill he had been preserving some of the infernal skill points for. He was currently Crixus, a disciple of the profound astral sect, and he could not be seen using necromancy by the multiple powerful elders and sect masters that would be entering the first realm of hell under the watch of an unknown celestial. He held the skills of the dead Crixus and could imitate him fully. But even better yet was the one space-related ability he had raised from saint to saint with the combination of aberrant saint and a skill he gained from the magus called Black Serpent, the progenitor transformation. The product of these two skills was something that he had already maxed the proficiency of during his 8-day cultivation period when he acted as Crixus in the profound astral sect, where he was actually in the time-space of the spiritual land raising the power and proficiencies of many of the skills he collected for more than 2 months. The product was a skill that had come a long way. From the bases of dictatorial kaiju Hydra, to the calamitous Leviathan, to the aberrant saint, the more offensive space-related ability he wanted to play with next using the skill points was called Amorphous Space Beast. Saint, Amorphous Space Beast, 0/15, a unique creature in the universe that was synthesized from a variety of abilities. Because of its characteristic, it sometimes appears as a calamitous dragon, and other times as a leviathan with an uncountable number of tentacles. Abilities include Spatial Cage, Destabilize, Shattered Star, and Miniature Space. The skill was spectacular, with the Spatial Cage ability allowing him to create individual cages that held his enemies in place, the Destabilize ability allowing him to influence a wide area and not allow spatial movements, the Shattered Star ability allowing him to throw his enemies the force of an exploding star, and the Miniature Space being the extremely small black hole he could pull his large body as well as his enemies into. Yet he held a troubled expression as he realized the number of skill points would be enough to upgrade it to void rank, but he wouldn't be left with any points to spread across the stupendous abilities of whatever skill tree he chose in the future. He wanted to first see what the possible pathways would be as he added 15 points until the advancement was possible. Saint, Amorphous Space Beast, 1515, skill point requirement met. 0/2 Saint skills are needed for advancement to 2 possible skill trees, Voidwalker a path geared towards greater proficiency in the law of space. Additional abilities include Fracture, Supernova, and Space Mirror. Lesser Cthulhu a profoundly rare creature to come across in the wide expanse of space. Additional abilities include Morph, Child of Space, Portals of Terror, and Sever. A truly spectacular selection appeared in front of his eyes as he almost came to a stop, his mind rapidly moving as he was tempted to briefly stop and farm just a few more skill points from the Infernals. He looked at the skill tree of the abhorred Lich Emperor, as an idea struck his mind, seemingly nonsensical, but at the same time, he couldn't stop himself from asking if it was a possibility. He focused on his connection to the planetary system of his homeworld as he asked. The infernal skill points that are already added to certain abilities, is it possible to redistribute them? The idea seemed far-fetched, but too many unbelievable and fantastical things continued to occur around him and he couldn't help but ask. The reply came less than a millisecond later. Of course, the skill points are a form of a unique quantifiable essence that reside within you. You can easily move them around from one ability to another if you wish. The only downside is the temporary deactivation of a skill tree if you completely remove the points associated with it, but you can just as easily redistribute the points as you wish thereafter. The monotone voice of the planetary system replied as Noah could feel his heart pumping even faster. He didn't think the idea of skill reset would actually be something that was possible. He thought he had discovered everything there was to the skill points that could only be gained from the Infernals in the realms of hell, but it seemed there was still much to discover as time went on. He gazed at the number of skill points he could play with in the abhorred Lich Emperor's skill tree while also thinking of what skill tree to choose for the evolution of the Amorphous Space Beast, Lich Lord of Abomination, 15/15. Abilities: Summon Poison Totem, February 5th, Summon Undead, 5/5. Noxious Outburst, March 5th, and Dereliction of the Saintly Poison Lord, May 5th, Abhorred Lich Emperor, 22/30. Additional abilities: Undead Legion, May 5th. Will of the Undead Emperor, 5/5, and Delay Death, 5/5. His time had been used wisely and efficiently as he moved with the Vampire Prince, making great strides with the skill tree of the Lich as he distributed the points as the Infernals fell. His eyes shone a dangerous light as he simply sent a command while watching the number of points in each of the parentheses of the skills, the light shining even brighter as he watched the numbers reduce and go down to 0, while the counter for free infernal skill points he could use rapidly filled up. This was simply too fantastic. His gaze turned to the 2 possible paths of evolution for the Amorphous Space Beast, skill that he could now distribute a large number of skill points into. Being able to bring out the strongest forms of the new abilities the moment he chose the skill tree. Now, which would it be? The Voidwalker, or the Lesser Cthulhu? If you're enjoying the story, be sure to support it with Power Stones, and even join Privilege to enjoy more chapters. Nervous face. Chapter 275, The War Princess, Athena. In the blazing fires of the first hell, a lone woman was flying through the skies under the protection of two golden glowing elementals carrying huge hammers. The elementals were unique beings that could be summoned as protectors by knowledgeable celestials, and came from an ability called Empyrean Guards. Empyrean Guards was a skill that was only used by the most proficient of the celestial disciples, as it was one that was commonly used by celestials themselves. The initial stages could summon one Empyrean Guard that let out a holy fate aura, and it acted on their summoner's behalf to bring justice to all those that stood against them. There were two Empyrean Guards flying next to the dark-skinned Athena, their bodies letting out impeccable strength at the void rank. The Empyrean Guards carried golden hammers in each of their hands, and these hammers would release resplendent rays of light that went on to strike and obliterate all the infernals that they came across. It was through these summoned guards that Athena continued to rack at points that she now neared the top position that the vampire prince was holding on to. She was continuing her duty of wiping out the infernals when her beautiful expression changed as she looked in a particular direction. Her gaze that was calm and cool changed slightly, as she felt a tremendously powerful force coming. The force was barreling towards her at extremely high speeds and would most likely be there in only a matter of seconds. She had already ascertained this rushing enemy to be an infernal as it let out an unbearable stench. She also felt the power that seemed to be in the void realm, and yet it wasn't in that realm at the same time. But even with this wild level of power, this infernal had somehow managed to remain in the first realm of hell. Athena's gaze hardened as in the midst of all this, wisps of understanding were coming out as she began analyzing the significance of this infernal. Her expression became stern as unlike what many others would do when faced with a power of crazy levels coming towards them. She did not leave. She did not teleport away nor use her medallion as a life-saving tool. No, she chose to meet this coming enemy head-on. Essence erupted from her as she prepared to match the powerful enemy that was coming, a holy golden light releasing from her. The extension of bringing out the holy aspect from the law of fate was something that very few celestials could manage to do. Those that were learning how to manipulate fate or influence it could very rarely dip their hands into the pool that pulled out this tremendously powerful holy aura. This special power added a domineering effect to one's attacks, making those facing them feel an oppressive feeling from the depths of their souls. Athena's rumbling essence summoned two more Empyrean Guards as all four became drenched in abundant golden light and were reinforced in power. The bodies of the Empyrean Guards became larger as two shining white wings erupted from their backs, making them much faster. The four guards each stood in front of Athena as they prepared to clash with the coming infernal. She did not have to wait long as the infernal was rushing towards her unique signature at rapid speeds, its body tearing through space as it arrived in a grandiose fashion. Boom! A tremendously powerful sound reverberated throughout as the only greeting the aberration gave to the enemies that it met was a powerful attack that almost always reaped their lives. Athena took a look at the appearing infernal in front of her, observing his unique features and the blue runic inscriptions that covered its horns. Many things came into place as she used her abundant knowledge to put all the information together. She looked at this infernal that had not ascended to the second realm of hell even though its power very clearly did not match the maximum allowed level at the first hell. She observed the blue runic inscriptions to be the origins of the diametrically opposed beings that this infernal had killed. It had consolidated its power, reinforcing its strength more and more as it rose to higher levels and yet still remained in this realm. Her gaze became even more stern as she fully decided to fight this terrible foe no matter what it took. From her abundant knowledge, she was able to come to a conclusion that this was an aberration, and she knew that aberrations could eventually become the generals or scions of the infernal lords, and in some rare cases, those that were talented enough could rise to become actual infernal lords in the future. She could not let this happen. Too many deaths would be caused by the rise of a new infernal lord, even if this aberration in front of her only carried a possibility. She would be there to prevent the possibility, even if she had to lay down her life. This was a promise she made to herself a long time ago, before she even joined the ranks of celestials. She grew up with war and death all around her, watching her family, friends, and anything she was close to die as the years passed. While watching all the senseless deaths from years of war, she told herself that if she had the power to bring a stop to all of it, she would do it without a second thought. Thoughts and wishes did not make the universe flow in a perfect order though, strength did. She had no strength and could only watch her world gradually turn to ruin. Her life saved by a single celestial as fate still had something in store for her. Over the years she spent being trained by the celestials and learning the ideology that allowed them to look at the larger picture of order and balance. She had always continued to ask herself, what exactly did fate want from her? this singular pondering on fate allowed her to exceed all expectations when learning the techniques that relied on the law of fate, giving her the special position she held today, but she was still searching. She traversed many stars over the last few years as she intervened and stopped the destruction of worlds, and at the same time took the lives of many that would only sow discord and more chaos in the universe. She always continued to ponder on the teachings of the Celestials all these years while searching. She was taught to train her will to become as strong as possible, because she would be forced to take actions that very few had the wills to carry out. Very few could see the larger goal when it came to taking the lives of a few to save an insurmountable number of others. Yet, she continued to ask herself, was this the path that fate wanted her on? She had never found an answer, but she continued to live by her ideals as she chose to stand against this infernal. She knew her power might not be a match against this terrible beast in front of her, but she would do it nonetheless, as this beast could be a cause for a tremendous amount of chaos in the future. She couldn't have that, as she stood to maintain order. She would stand against this beast because that was who she was. She was the disciple that was most proficient in her understanding of fate, that she brought shock to the higher echelons of Celestials. She was the war princess, the one who stood for order and balance. She let out a valiant scream as she summoned long golden hammers into her hands as well, joining her 4 Empyrean guards as they flanked and attacked the Infernal, letting out powerful waves of power. The aberration looked at this being it could not kill with its first attack, as it sensed the abundant amount of essence CLU.S. tiered within this one being, its eyes turning greedy as it wanted to devour her right away. The wide expansive wings on its back let out fumes of flames as it swiped its powerful claw forward, multiple tendrils of flames appearing as they formed into larger spinning flames, eventually becoming terrible tornadoes of hellish flames that multiplied all around him. With a wave of its hands, more and more hellish rotating flames appeared and rushed towards the beings, glowing in golden energy and holding huge hammers in their hands, along with the resplendent Athena valiantly rushing forth towards it. Boom! A momentous battle had begun in the first realm of hell. At the same time, multiple figures at the void rank entered, their bodies covered in a golden aura. These were the incarnations that the celestial Grandmaster had sent forth, powerful beings of the void realm that were now reinforced with the power of a celestial. Their bodies let out wild vibrations of strength as the golden aura around them continued to pull them forward towards one single location. Towards the only celestial disciple remaining in the first realm of hell. Chapter 276, a skill tree of ultimate proportions. The choice to make between Voidwalker and Lesser Cthulhu was actually simple. From looking at the fact that Lesser Cthulhu provided more abilities, as well as the description of the abilities coming from a profoundly rare creature across the universe, Noah chose this skill tree right away. After using 2 of the few remaining saint skills he had worked hard to raise and combine in his last session in the time-space, he felt the resonance of essence rumble within him once again as he synthesized yet another void rank skill. He felt the explosion of something unknown inside of his origin as this upgrade brought about an even more profound sensation than when he advanced the skill tree of the Lich Emperor. Dwelling in the sensation for a bit, he opened the skill tree of the Lesser Cthulhu and observed the new additions: Void, Amorphous Space Beast, 0/15, Abilities Spatial Cage, 0 out of 5, Destabilize, 0 out of 5, Shattered Star, 0/5, and Miniature Space, 0/5. Lesser Cthulhu, Additional Abilities: Morph, 0/5, Child of Space, 0/5, Portals of Terror, 0/5, and Sever, 0/5. Morph, active, 0/5. As a beast of mystical origins, you can briefly call upon your bloodline as you take the form of a terrible entity. While this form is active, 5% complete damage absorption, 50% physical damage, 50% elemental damage, 50% elemental resistance, 50% attack, casting, and movement speed. Child of Space, passive, 0/5. You feel the love from the space surrounding you. No energy is required to withstand the void of space. All space-related abilities are boosted by 50%. Portals of Terror, active, 0/5. Portals leading to the most destabilized and destructive regions of the universe are summoned as they release their catastrophic energies at their summon location. Maximum number of portals, 3. Sever, active, 0/5, an ability geared towards an element that very few beings are able to tap into. Allows the user to access the elusive ether element as a ray of ether that severs all it comes into contact with, even space itself, is cast. Can only be active for 1 second. A spectacular set of skills that almost brought him to a complete halt appeared before his eyes. The skills were crazy powerful, to say the least, with the thing drawing most of his attention being the Sever, ability that introduced a new element he hadn't heard of all that much, ether, an element that was extremely hard to find being used even by the most powerful beings, being one of the sources of power that very few could tap into. Yet this advancement to Lesser Cthulhu actually gave him a gift as stupendous as that. The Sever skill drew his eyes in because of the new element, but the other abilities were just as crazy, with the portals of terror being something unique that he had never even thought about, and was itching to see just what apocalyptic power would be released from portals that connected to uninhabitable destabilized regions of the universe. Just those two would have been enough to make one extremely powerful at the void rank, but the other two abilities were on the same stage, if not even higher. Child of Space directly boosted all space-related abilities, and the even more important thing about it was the statement under the skill description that said that no energy would be required to withstand the void of space. This was something so profound that Noah felt he was running out of words to portray this type of power. Take the example of the Void Realm cultivators who could steer the interstellar warsh.I.P.S and traverse the void of space with their own bodies. Whether it was using the sh.I.P.S or just traversing the void themselves, they had to continuously be using their Void Realm essence to survive the void of space. Those that were more powerful in the void rank could travel across stars with no issues, while the newly advanced void rank beings could only be able to spend a few hours at most before their essence ran out and they found themselves suffocating in space. Yet this single ability from this skill tree advancement would allow Noah to withstand the void of space with no energy. This was how crazy Child of Space actually was. His mind continued to become shocked as he thought more and more deeply about this, asking himself just exactly what he had stumbled upon. The advancement of Lesser Cthulhu seemed to not just be a skill in name. And he wondered just what mystery stood behind the entity that this skill included in its name. He even wondered about the future advancement after this. Would he be able to find one that wiped away the term lesser, or something even crazier? His question would go unanswered as he observed the other skill that made his heart shiver. The boosts in elemental and physical damages, resistances, and speeds of his movements and skills he was used to. But it was the new boost that tugged at his heartstrings the most. This wasn't even the terrific picture of the form he would be able to take upon activating, morph, and taking the form of this Lesser Cthulhu, a form of a terrible beast that was rarely seen across the universe. No, this was because of one of the features that was described once he took the form of this Lesser Cthulhu, complete damage absorption. It felt like his mind was exploding as he read these words, gradually becoming calmer as he saw the percentage of 5% next to it. But this 5% was before he added skill points to this ability. As for skill points, he now had an abundant amount of them. This ability was simply one that would absorb the percentage of the damage shown, no matter who it was from, and it would completely absorb 5% of it. How high would this percentage be raised once he maxed this ability with the skill points? He once more thanked the spectacular feature of being able to simply move his skill points around as he wished. As the skill points from the abhorred Lich Emperor skill tree were now all free points he could use on the Lesser Cthulhu skill tree abilities, this meant that he could add points until he maxed all of the skills without a second of waiting. It wasn't something that he thought he would be able to do before, and he had already made plans to return to the first hell whenever this infernal hunt ended to farm day and night for more skill points. Currently though, this feature came in as the best possible save. It was a truly exhilarating feeling as he watched the numbers for the 4 abilities go from 0 out of 5 to May 5th in the blink of an eye. He felt even power bubbling in his body as one of the skills was passive, where it would always provide the boosts that it showed. Just from the passive boosts of Child of Space alone, he felt as if he could tear through the space around him with ease as his body felt weightless. Unknowingly, his body began to smoothly advance faster and faster, the vampire prince that was easily keeping up with Noah's still Sate rank attributes glancing towards his disappearing figure in shock as it suddenly left behind a sonic boom and began disappearing from his sight. The genuine void rank vampire prince looked at this sight with his sharpened jaws falling down as this was speed that was even faster than his. Noah came to his senses a second later as his body came to a halt. And he waited a few seconds before Prince Cassius caught up and looked him up and down like a freak. Noah couldn't help but let a burst of joyful laughter out as they resumed their path towards the battle taking place far ahead, the clashes of power which they could already feel from this wide distance. He looked at the newly updated and fully maxed abilities of the Lesser Cthulhu skill tree as he enjoyed the feeling of being as light as a feather as he streaked across the blazing skies of the first realm of hell. Morph, active, May 5th. As a beast of mystical origins, you can briefly call upon your bloodline as you take the form of a terrible entity. While this form is active, 30% complete damage absorption, 300% physical damage, 300% elemental damage, 300% elemental resistance, 300% attack, casting, and movement speed. Child of space, passive, 5/5. You feel the love from the space surrounding you. No energy is required to withstand the void of space. All space-related abilities are boosted by 300%. Portals of Terror, active, May 5. Portals leading to the most destabilized and destructive regions of the universe are summoned as they release their catastrophic energies at their summon location. Maximum number of portals, 8. Sever, active, 5/5. An ability geared towards an element that very few beings are able to tap into. Allows the user to access the elusive ether element as a ray of ether that severs all it comes into contact with. Even space itself is cast. Can only be active for 6 seconds. Descriptions that made his heart feel crazy levels of power appeared before his eyes, the thing taking the most attention being the 30% complete damage absorption that he would have whenever he took the form of the Lesser Cthulhu. This wasn't a normal modifier, and it actually meant that he would only ever take 70% damage from whatever was attacking him for as long as he kept that one ability active. It was a truly eye-opening ability that he wanted to observe the effects of as soon as he could, but his attention was pulled away as he sensed the powers of multiple figures converging at the same location they were going to. Child of Space had expanded his senses to wild degrees, as it felt like he had eyes that could hone into every nook and cranny of space for tens of miles around him. His senses brought into focus the gloriously shining form of Athena facing off against a terrible aberration with abhorring levels of strength. Coming into this scene at the same time as them were multiple elders and sect masters from neighboring powers that were now drenched in the golden light of celestials. The incarnations that the celestial grandmaster had sent forth had arrived to lend their aid to the prized celestial disciple. Chapter 277, A Grand Battle. The newly arriving incarnations looked forth at the sight of Athena valiantly holding off against the infernal aberration as they quickly moved to reinforce her. The battlefield they were delving into was a terrifying one, with constantly rotating hellstorms that would raise anyone that was not paying attention to the ground. Vigorous yells resounded as the powerful elders and leaders of various powers arrived on the battlefield and reinforced the one being fighting against a tyrannical beast. Their eyes shook at the level of power that this simple girl let out, being even higher than the 4 golden Empyrean guards she was smoothly alternating with as she defended and let out attacks methodically. A few elders were lost in the rhythm of battle when they came close, being astonished at the movements of Athena and the summons that she controlled as she weaved across the dangerous tornadoes of hellfire. Defended against a constantly appearing and disappearing infernal, as well as throw out rays of golden light from the huge hammers she wielded to land perfect strikes on the body of said infernal. It felt like a beautiful dance that they could get lost in watching. They quickly shook themselves out of their reverie as they moved to join the battle, one particular elder turning his attention to another direction as he found 2 figures arriving at the same time as them, and he knew one of them very closely. Crixus, Elder Spacewarp, looked at the wastrel of the profound astral sect in shock as he thought this son of Elder Baldwin would be the last person to rush towards danger and lend aid to fellow disciples. This was especially so because the other top disciple of the profound astral sect, William, had long since used his life-saving tool to return to the ship. Elder Spacewarp looked at Crixus and the powerful being he recognized to be the prince of the powerful pureblood vampires of the underworld as he sent a message that only Crixus could hear: "Leave this place quickly, boy. We have this handled, but I won't be able to protect you if this beast turns its attention on you." Noah had arrived at the spectacular battlefield where one particularly powerful enemy of his was valiantly facing off against a powerful infernal that let out levels of power which had already passed what could be considered the void rank. He was shocked at the beautiful dance that seemed to be occurring as Athena controlled the pace of the battle against this maddened infernal with ease, weaving in and out of the powerful hellish flames and deadly attacks as she defended and counterattacked with no issues. Her body let out a holy fate's aura that he wasn't fully confident in being able to pierce right now, the only possibility of him injuring her being if he used the abilities of the Lesser Cthulhu and activated its spectacular skills. Now, with the addition of multiple elders and leaders from various powers that were reinforced with the strength of an observing celestial, he could not make a single move against Athena. His mind rapidly moved as it seemed he would have to go along the path he had talked about with Prince Cassius earlier, and that was to act as helpful disciples as they continued to monitor the situation. If this immensely powerful infernal in front of them happened to be even more terrifying than they imagined, maybe there would still be a possibility. But from watching how the battle seemed to be in a stalemate with the exquisite control that the War Princess held over the battlefield, the joining multiple other void rank beings reinforced by a celestial's power only meant that things had turned bad for this infernal. Putting on the expression of a righteous disciple, Noah sent back a message to the concerned Elder Space Warp as he and Prince Cassius moved closer to the battlefield. "I'll be fine, Elder. I will stay in the periphery and try to help, and will use my medallion at the instant sign of danger." His gaze looked firm and resolute as Elder Space Warp turned to look at his expression with shaking eyes. Had the wastrel disciple of his sect actually grown this much? The Elder was occupied with the wrong thoughts as Noah observed the tides of the shifting battle, looking for any changes that would allow him to obtain the most rewards out of this situation. The one reward he wanted the most was an important one, the death of this extremely powerful woman that let out levels of power that made him frown even now. But this seemed like an impossibility at this point in time. And he might have to settle for the reward of increasing his status within the profound astral sect as he achieves the goal of obtaining their absolute space technique, and the possibility of even gaining the trust of the celestial that was observing things from the outside of the first realm of hell, as well as the powerful disciple in question herself, Athena. Whatever path opened itself up in front of Noah, he would take it. The void rank Prince Cassius was a bona fide expert himself, moving to act naturally as the prince of the pure-blood vampires and led aid to their allies. Multiple drops of blood that acted as homing missiles rushed towards the infernal as a rain of blood exploded on the battlefield. Boom! 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 This brought a brief respite to the constantly maneuvering Athena as she glanced at the beings that came to reinforce her, nodding her head as she observed the golden celestial aura covering them with a happy smile. One of the elders came close to her and proclaimed, "We came under the guidance of the Grandmaster to aid you. He mentioned for us to follow your lead." The leader of a powerful organization scratched their heads warily as they revealed the intentions of the observing celestial Grandmaster outside of the first hell. A shining light erupted from Athena's eyes as she heard this, her smile becoming even more brilliant as she nodded. "Good. Listen to my commands, and we shall destroy this aberration before it can grow any further." She was smiling widely because she found out that even at this juncture, the Grandmaster was still using it as a chance to train her, this time letting her work with multiple Void Realm beings as she had the task to eliminate this infernal in front of them. Her brilliant eyes gazed upon the aberration as she began letting out multiple commands to the newly arrived elders and sect leaders, her hands coming together in front of her chest as she chanted a few words. Empyrean armament, ONG. Brilliant golden essence erupted out as the 4 Empyrean guards surrounding her became streaks of light that shot towards her body. A holy aura that many were seeing for the first time descending around them as they felt oppression deep to their very cores. Noah was observing this development closely as his gaze became more and more somber while he continued to gain just a bit more understanding of this powerful enemy of his. Chapter 278, A Grand Battle 2, Empyrean Armament. The words were the prelude to a confounding brilliance that made even the hellish infernal pause briefly, a blooming golden flower becoming apparent in the eyes of all those watching the battlefield. For powerful Empyrean guards became streaks of light as they entered into Athena's body, making her seem like a glowing mass of light as the first thing that became visible was exquisitely shining white wings that let out oppressive vibrations in the blazing skies of the first hell. The light gradually died down as it revealed the being connected to the gloriously glowing wings. The figure of Athena was fully covered from head to toe with a golden armor that screamed of power. 2 spiked swords trembling with a white destructive light that was just asking to be released to her enemies were on her hands, numerous golden runic markings inlaying her golden armor that went on to even cover her head completely. Only 2 brilliantly glowing eyes could be seen between the gaps as the sword in her right hand pointed towards the fiery skies, and the sword in her left hand pointed towards the infernal aberration that was looking at her with extreme passion. This passion in the infernal eyes continued to grow as it greedily wanted to devour this being glowing all in gold. As her essence smelled the sweetest out of everyone here, and would improve his own strength the most when he devoured her. OOH, the infernal let out a battle cry as the fiery skies became even redder, storms of hellish flames continuing to form as they obscured everything, its gaze voraciously going towards the woman pointing a golden sword towards it and ignoring all the attacks from the surrounding void realm beings. Athena held her gaze steady, one sword pointing towards the sky and one pointing towards the rushing aberration as her essence rumbled, and she cast yet another skill, Smite of Liberation. Wild levels of mana leaked out from the direction where she pointed her golden sword. The tip of an even larger outline of an immensely large corporeal blade began to form. The reddish skies of the first hell began gaining a hue of gold as with every passing millisecond, the shape of this stupendously powerful blade became larger and larger as it pierced through the fiery sky and descended towards the aberration at crazy speeds. The infernal aberration felt this tremendously powerful blade descending down as its gaze hardened, looking up with slight care as its body streaked across space and moved to a different location. What happened next left those in the battlefield with slack jaws as the insanely large corporeal golden blade descending from the skies changed directions and streaked across the skies towards the infernal even faster than before. Its might burning with righteous golden light as it smashed onto the aberration. Boom! A smash, a flash of light. A brilliance of unknown proportions. GAAH. The infernal let out a scream of pain for the first time ever as a large rupture spread out from its chest all the way to its head. Eerie muscles wriggled to reform as a holy power prevented them from coming together, its gaze turning bloody as it glanced towards the woman responsible who was already giving more commands towards the mute void realm beings in the surroundings. Move. You, flank its left. You. Various commands were quickly released as the void realm beings moved according to Athena's words and let out attacks from different positions that made it extremely difficult for the injured infernal to defend. WAAH, the aberration let out a guttural howl as the blue runic markings on its horns glowed brighter, pillars of defensive hell flames forming all around him as it moved to defend and attack the swarming enemies around it. Noah observed this continuing battle with stupefaction as the image of the golden armored woman carrying deadly swords and gloriously shining white wings continued to release just crazy levels of attacks and skills while commanding an aura of a veteran of a battlefield. As she moved herself and the void realm beings like pieces on a chessboard, the being that was even closer to the battle, Prince Cassius, was glancing at the nearby Athena with blood-red eyes as he controlled his hunger and followed her directions to let out even more attacks towards a certain direction. The infernal aberration began to feel suffocated as it realized every direction it tried to move, an attack would already be there waiting to meet it, causing it to be contained in one area as it couldn't move freely. It felt cornered as every move it tried to make, there would always be someone to counter it. The one responsible for this was looking through the slits of her golden armor as she continued to let out powerful attacks while reading the flow of the battle, unbeknownst to all the beings here. She could observe invisible white lines coming off from the body of the infernal, and these lines told her exactly what move the infernal would be making even before it made the move. This was a skill that was unique to her, one that allowed her to lead and direct the flow of battle as if it was a grand symphony. This was why she had gained the title of the War Princess. And this was just another one of the features that made her unique. One of her hands pointed to the fiery skies of hell once more as another one aimed the sword it was holding onto towards the infernal aberration that continued to be increasingly cornered. OMG, yet another corporeal golden sword of momentous size began descending from the skies as one could hear the screams of the surrounded infernal that continued to receive the full attacks of multiple void realm beings. This aberration would have no chance to become a general or a scion of an infernal lord in the future, much less hold the title of an actual infernal lord. Its fate was sealed the moment it met the war princess born from countless battles. Chapter 279 Valiant. Powerful, terrifying, a stupendous sight was playing itself out in the first realm of hell as an immensely large golden sword pierced through the skies and struck the cornered body of the infernal aberration once more. Boom! World-shaking rumblings ensued as yet another grave injury was dealt to the aberration, its mind registering waves of pain as it looked at the beings surrounding it in immense fury. Even more attacks rained down from the bodies of the void rank leaders from various powers that were currently serving as incarnations of a celestial, injuring its body even more as the will of the infernal began wavering. It felt such a large amount of pain that even its strong body could no longer continue to withstand it. And its thoughts unwillingly went to a phase of planning it did not want to carry out yet as its eyes were still lingering on the body of the brilliantly glowing being with white wings. It breathed calmly as something clicked inside its body, essence being moved to the correct places as like a door being unlocked by a key. Its realm went above the void rank so that it could escape from this hellish situation through ascending to the second realm of hell. What? Stop it! Vigorous words were heard from the surrounding as they felt the changes and tried to move rapidly, not wanting to let this infernal aberration slip out of their fingers like this. They were dismayed as none of their attacks would be fast enough to disrupt the essence of a being that was making a breakthrough. This breakthrough would be finished in less than a millisecond, and the moment it did this infernal would begin the process of ascension and escape from its certain guaranteed death. Even Athena looked forth in anger as her wings and essence vibrated rapidly, but even she knew she wouldn't be fast enough to land an attack that would disrupt a breakthrough of a being such as this. It was at this moment though, with everyone feeling cheated as the infernal aberration was right about to slip from their grasp, a multicolored aurora of light that was even faster than the speed of light pierced the chest of the Infernal and directly disrupted the path of essence that was needed for its breakthrough. Sever, a barely inaudible whisper just happened to reach the ears of those listening really closely at this moment. Immense shock and pain entered the mind of the Infernal as it felt the energies of its body suddenly run amok as they exploded in disorder, its eyes, along with the eyes of Athena and all the void rank beings in the surroundings, turning towards the direction where the multicolored aurora of light came from. Many wore shocked expressions, with a particular elder Space Warp wearing an ecstatic expression as a wild laughter erupted from him. "Ha! Genius! Genius! You were no wastrel at all." The powerful beings quickly processed their shock as they moved to take this opportunity to land attacks on the Infernal that was about to escape but failed. Its breakthrough stopped midway as one of the very few things that could stop a being's breakthrough to the next rank actually struck it. To bring to a stop someone's breakthrough, they either had to be hit with an extremely powerful attack that took their attention and disrupted the order of the breakthrough, or the even rare case where the energies of the one performing the breakthrough were brought to a complete disorder through the use of a special attack. The reason for their shock was that this exact special attack had been the one that brought the essence of the Infernal into disorder, and because they knew the identity of that multicolored aurora of light that pierced through the skies faster than the speed of light to land on the body of the Infernal. It was power that stemmed from an extremely elusive element that very few would have the genius or capability of tapping into, the extremely mysterious element of ether, ranked among the highest sources of energies in the universe. Attacks created from this element were extremely fast and deadly, most of them exceeding the speed of light. Another factor that made the ether element so deadly was the fact that it brought with it destructive energies that would immediately cause a disorder of essence dwelling within the bodies of its targets. In the most opportune time, the attack exceeding the speed of light had erupted from a disciple that was closely watching the battle from the sidelines. It was none other than Crixus. This was the reason for the shocked looks from the void rank beings all around, even the jaw of the vampire prince dropping to the ground as they looked towards Noah as if looking at some sort of incredible genius. But this was the only way that beings who were able to tap into the power of ether were known as monstrous geniuses with such amazing comprehension that would only allow them to grow into powerful figures in the future. This was why Elder Space Warp had been ecstatic while he landed even more attacks on the disordered Infernal. It was because his sect now had a monstrous genius that was rarely found across the prime worlds. The body of Crixus looked dilapidated of energy as he seemed to be breathing heavily, indicating that the single second where he released that aurora of multicolored ether had taken all of his mana. The brilliantly glowing Athena had her eyes shine with a mysterious light as she looked at the struggling Infernal still hanging on while deadly attacks rained down from all around. She wanted to finally put a stop to it before it regained order of its essence and tried breaking through again. The infernal aberration was heavily injured enough that her last attack would be able to completely seal its fate and end this whole ordeal. "Scatter." She sent a command to the surrounding void rank beings as instantly, the fiery red skies of the first realm of hell gained a brilliantly glowing golden hue. The leader and elders of powerful organizations quickly pulled back from the vicinity of the Infernal as they felt a tremendous amount of power coagulating in the area. "Judgment, ONG." A simple word escaped Athena's armored lips as the golden hue that had spread all around quickly materialized into the sharpest rods of spears. A deadly gleam escaped her eyes as she waved her hand down, the numerous spears circling the Infernal raining down and piercing it from every single possible direction. Thuck! 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 Numerous horrendous sounds continued to resound in the region as for the next few seconds, countless spears skewered the body of the infernal aberration until one could not even distinguish one of its body parts from another. Multiple spears pierced it thoroughly as it was nailed to the ground, with the scene clearing to show a mass of flesh still clinging to life, but this life would soon be wiped away as Athena clenched her fist tightly, causing the numerous spears piercing the body of the infernal aberration to shine dangerously as the attack that came from a simple skill called Judgment was fully carried out. Boom! A field of golden energies ruptured out with the struggling mass of flesh of the infernal at the center, blinding people's eyes as they spread out their senses to see a scene of shattered void that was rapidly reforming, the infernal aberration that had power exceeding the void realm. A being that held the qualifications to possibly become a future infernal lord, had faced his death in the hands of multiple void realm beings, as well as the timely help of a saint realm disciple that made the last attacks possible. But, even more of the attention was taken in by the most brilliant fighter in the battle today, the powerful Athena. The eyes of many of the void realm beings turned towards the war princes as gulps could be heard from a few of them, this witness of powerful attacks shaking them to their core. First was a disciple from the profound astral sect showing his genius as he stopped the escape of the infernal. Then it was this Athena that continued to shock all of them with her immensely powerful attacks that they did not want to be at the ends of. A few words erupted in their minds as they looked at the region where the attack had landed. A region of space itself had shattered and was only now reforming. Valiant, powerful, terrifying, those were the only words to describe what they were seeing, but their attention was quickly pulled away by a raucous elder space warp who went towards Crixus with a wide smile on his face. Boy, you should have exposed your genius sooner. You're going to make your father the biggest braggart once he learns of you comprehending the element of ether. The face of Crixus looked tired and proud as he looked at the elder of his sect with a weakened smile, the eyes of Athena and the remaining beings all turning to look at him as well. Chapter 280 Averted Fate. Noah's face was that of smiles and enthusiasm as he accepted the gazes of the powerful void rank beings, but his heart was cold as a variety of thoughts continued to rise and fall. If he couldn't achieve his objective of taking down this crazy powerful Athena currently, he would go the other path and start scheming. She was extremely powerful right now that even with the insane abilities of the lesser Cthulhu, he wasn't too confident in being able to kill her quickly and without leaving a trace for an uber-powerful celestial to come looking for him. He needed to first get his hands on the absolute skill that would allow him to look past the shackles of a spatial lock. If his enemies were ever to lay one on him, as well as even more skills similar to what the vampire prince held that allowed for him to escape the detection of the celestials, so if he could not make any grand moves at this moment in time, he would scheme for now, and even get on their good side as he awaited for an opportunity to arise. Unbeknownst to Noah, an opportunity outside of his wildest dreams would arrive soon enough. Outside of the first realm of hell, the celestial grandmaster replayed the scenes of the battle that led to the ultimate death of the aberration as mysterious golden lights coursed through his eyes. His expectations for Athena were exceeded once again as she showed tremendous control and battle power over all the aspects of the fight. This was truly the lead disciple over the past few years, with very few holding a candle to her brilliance in the various celestial stars where they trained new disciples. When his thoughts arrived at disciples, he briefly recalled his own disciple, Drax, that had fallen under the hands of the dead infernal aberration, as well as the other 3 disciples that died even earlier than him. He only felt that it was a slight loss, but looking at the grander scheme of things, the disciples' deaths were put to good use in this ordeal. Because of their sacrifices, they had successfully been able to stop the future advancement of an infernal aberration that held the qualifications to become an infernal lord in the future. This was a high achievement that would go on to prevent countless deaths and disorder that another rising infernal lord could have caused. A few lives lost for the maintenance of order and livelihood of countless worlds was worth it in the celestials' eyes. The Grandmaster still couldn't solve the mystery as to why the first 3 deaths did not show him the infernal, but he put this aside for now as he focused on the singular issue that the celestial star he was on had lost a significant number of disciples in this one mission, and it would not hurt to bring in suitable candidates to quickly fill up the gaps. His peering gaze went back to the image of the courageous Saint Realm disciple that had stood in the dangerous battlefield where attacks at the peak of Void Realm were being thrown around. In this dangerous battlefield, this disciple had played a crucial role in the death of the infernal aberration as he displayed a genius sense of timing and showed the even more monstrous ability of being able to tap into the power of ether. At Saint Realm, he was able to release an attack that injured and threw the essence of a being that was breaking the shackles of the Void Realm, a rank above his, into disarray successfully. These were the types of talents that the Celestials favored. These were the beings they would put their resources into training as they watched the working of fate to see if they would have a grand path laid out for them in the future. The Celestial Grandmaster also observed the Vampire Prince at the Void Realm that let out powerful attacks that could injure the infernal aberration. But this Vampire Prince seemed subpar. The Celestials looked for the talents that could skip levels and be able to stand toe-to-toe with those more powerful than them. A being that was simply outstanding in the same realm like this Vampire Prince was not worthy of raising in the Celestial Grandmaster's eyes, so he continued to look at the disciple under the name of Crixus. A genius disciple that had comprehended the rare element of ether and possessed astute battle sense. Who knew what levels of comprehension he would be able to achieve under the guidance of Celestials? The Grandmaster made up his mind as he sent a message to the incarnations he had sent in the first hell, as well as the leaders of the powers still waiting outside the doorway in their interstellar IPS. The message was one confirming the end of the infernal hunt as a major threat had been taken down in the first realm of hell. His thoughts went in another direction after he sent this message as he moved his fingers in the air and watched the appearance of multiple strings of fate. These strings were something only he could observe and understand as he calculated what the events that transpired today brought to the overall order and balance of the surrounding lands. his expression rapidly changed as he observed the probable chaos to have increased even more. Various thoughts passed through his mind as his expression became clouded, not understanding why the defeat of an aberration that would have brought untold chaos did not actually reduce the unraveling of fate that had been initiated by an unknown being some time ago. And it had even further enhanced it. Was my appearance here the cause? The Grandmaster pondered the consequences of his own hand that he played as he could not find an answer at the current time, and he actually found himself back to a place even further than square one as the unraveling of fate had now worsened even more, still portraying a future where chaos would increase. His gaze became somber as he observed the gradual return of the beings he had added his power to go aid Athena. Watching as the impromptu infernal hunt came to a close with the death of a powerful infernal aberration, they were returning as conquerors that had vanquished a terrible evil that would have caused countless chaos in the future. But the celestial Grandmaster had different thoughts coursing through his mind. Had they truly averted that fate? Chapter 281, A New Genius. In the fiery skies of the first hell, Noah was among the last few leaving as he exchanged some words with the vampire prince while Elder Space Warp floated in the air with an expression that told him to hurry. The elder was too excited to return to the ship and celebrate the newfound genius of the disciple of their sect. The moment they had witnessed the power of Athena and the defeat of the infernal aberration, the elders and leaders of various powers gave their acknowledgement as they began to leave, making the last few remaining beings in the first hell to be Noah, the vampire prince, Athena, and Elder Space Warp. The resplendent armor on Athena's body faded away in particles of light as her gaze landed on Noah, who stopped talking to Prince Cassius briefly as he returned a gaze of his own that only contained acknowledgement. Athena looked deeply at Noah before she gave a simple head nod, and then disappeared into particles of light herself as she returned to the interstellar ship they arrived in. Noah and Prince Cassius exchanged another glance at this as the vampire prince waved his hand and pulled out a blood-red crystal. This void crystal has the directions and location to the region under the control of pure-blood vampires in the underworld. You should come by whenever the commotions die down so we can swap pointers once again. An agreeable gaze appeared on Noah's face as he replied back with a mysterious smile. You might see me there sooner than you expect. Good. Prince Cassius gave a devilishly dazzling smile as he nodded to the elder and disappeared in blink as well, teleporting to his own ship. Elder Spacewarp placed his hands on Noah, who was still wearing the figure of Crixus, as he couldn't wait any longer to return to their own ship, their figures also disappearing from the fiery skies of the first realm of hell as weak infernals that had been pushed back by the fearful auras began to propagate the areas once more. The commotion around the wide array of interstellar sh.i.p.sclu.s. tiered around the doorway leading to the first hell began to increase as the event drew to a close, the many forces paying attention to the rankings projected clearly in front of them as some cheered, while others looked on with frustration as the colossal losses of disciples without gaining anything. The infernal hunt was a tradition started by the Celestials, with the incentive to surrounding powers being treasures and the backing of this powerful organization for the ones that performed exceedingly well. The rewards this time seemed to be getting hogged by one particular force as two of their disciples finished in the top 10. One name was already in these top rankings very early on, taking the second spot, but this name quickly shot to become number one and even gained a large amount of points all once in the last few minutes. This was a name that shone with brilliance. From the profound astral sect, it was Athena. The other name was a disciple also from this same sect, who had appeared in the top rankings briefly before he settled in the top 50s over the last few hours. But this disciple, Crixus, had gradually stacked up points as the time passed and stably took the position among the top 10, being ranked number 9. Every other name around him were famously known disciples and trainees that were in the void realm. And many of the powers had to ask around until they found the information that this Crixus was actually a disciple that was called a wastrel from the profound astral sect. A wastrel, if this is a wastrel, that every single disciple here doesn't deserve to raise their heads anymore. This is a dragon among men, lying hidden to only show his power when it is required. A genius. Many forces had their own worries and opinions as they continued to observe the rankings and what rewards they should be expecting to be given to their forces after this, with a particular being smiling coldly in an interstellar ship that had a red exterior and shone with strength among the many IPS present near the door to the first hell. Dazzling silver hair fell below the being's shoulders as his eyes glowed with the color of blood, the large canines in his mouth barely being hidden as he turned his face to the side of the ship and watched a teleportation occur. In the direction he was looking in, the devilishly handsome figure of Prince Cassius materialized as the man seated on the centermost chair on the ship controlled by the pure-blood vampires of the underworld gave a welcoming grin to this returning champion. His number one rank had been taken by the monster that was known as Athena, but he retained the number 2 position as the pureblood vampire clan showed off their power once more. This ranking also meant that they would be among the very few receiving many treasures and resources from the Celestials, and there was an irony in this situation for those who were really knowledgeable about secretive things. Did you have fun, oh great prince? The gruff voice of an old vampire resounded as Prince Cassius returned back a calm look towards this monster at the peak of the Void Realm as beautiful attendants holding gracious curves led him towards a grandiose chair meant only for the prince. Yes, I was even able to meet someone very interesting. Father would be most interested in talking with him. A glint of surprise passed through the aged vampire as he asked in surprise. Oh, Prince Cassius nodded as he waved his hands and said, "Let's get going for now, there are many things to discuss." The attendants nodded as the aged vampire gave a look at the prince once more before he moved the abundant essence in his body to steer the ship back where it came from, back to the underworld. Chapter 282, A Heart-Shaking Opportunity. In the large interstellar warship that the disciples and elders of the profound astral sect arrived in, a joyous atmosphere was spreading out as a celebration had started even before they returned to their sect. Barring the few poor disciples that lost their lives, there was much more good news that lifted the masses from their mournful ponderings as they looked towards an even brighter future. The future looked very bright, as the shining sun, William, had been able to finish in the top 50 of all the beings that participated in the infernal hunt, showing his grandeur once more as he put their sect in the spotlight. But even more shocking was the one they had looked down upon and called a wastrel all this time, surprising every single being observing the progress of the infernal hunt as he actually clutched a position in the top 10. This was an extremely shocking revelation, as the higher rankings would always be filled with Void Realm individuals that were among the best of the best. The euphoria of seeing a name of a disciple of their sect in the top 10 rankings from all the surrounding powers reached its peak when they saw the disciple himself in question. Crixus, teleport back into the ship with a vibrant elder space warp in tow. OH, triumphant howls resounded across the ship as they welcomed Crixus with the enthusiasm of a close friend, completely forgetting that this was the same being they were bad-mouthing just a few weeks ago. William was watching this procession of joy in the distance as a confused expression covered his face, still trying to wrap his head around the enormous change in opinions that occurred in just a few days. Noah glanced at all of these changes in expressions and the joy from the fellow disciples when his observations landed on the sole remaining celestial disciple that teleported back into the ship just a few moments before him. Athena stood in one of the central positions of the ship, her vibrant dark hair tied in a ponytail as she talked respectfully with an old man that held a wizened expression that showed the experience of hundreds of years. Athena seemed to be reporting something as she nodded her head, her gaze leading the gaze of the old man as she turned out and looked directly at Noah. The eyes of the wizened old man, the celestial grandmaster, landed on Noah up close for the first time as a shocking aura locked in onto his body. Thump, he could feel his heart momentarily miss a beat as the eyes of the old man felt like bottomless holes that were drawing him in, where he would sink and never be able to come out for an eternity. This feeling only came and passed momentarily as he found himself breathing heavily thereafter, Elder Space Warp coming to support him from behind as he looked with perplexity and slight caution at the celestial grandmaster that had entered into their ship. This event brought silence into the ship as everyone on it began feeling the oppressive aura of the newly appearing being that shook them to their very cores. The Grandmaster's eyes shone with a gold light as he waved his hands, a golden light shooting out towards the position where Noah and Elder Space Warp stood, another golden light covering his body and the body of Athena as all four disappeared from the interstellar warship. The disciples watched on in shock as the other elders shook their heads wearily, waiting to see how this event would play out with the esteemed sir that had graced them with his presence and then left just as quickly. In the void of space a few miles from the doorway leading to the first hell where many sh.I.P.S were still anchored, a golden light bloomed as it formed into a protective circle that covered four beings. The celestial grandmaster and Athena were looking calmly at Noah and the careful Elder Space Warp who spoke first. "How can we be of assistance, esteemed sir?" The Grandmaster acknowledged Elder Space Warp without replying as his gaze landed on Crixus, his face adopting a radiant golden light as he released a question that brought a tremendous amount of shock to both Noah and Elder Space Warp. "Young man, how do you feel about joining a cause for something greater than your wildest dreams, fate?" It was a tricky thing that many beings tried to grasp and failed, yet there were those who felt like they had brought fate under their control and had gotten increasingly proficient at it. They spent their days predicting the working of fate and trying to bend it to their own wills to serve their proposed purpose. Fate continued to be studied even now as many still felt that they had not yet uncovered everything there was about it. In a particular celestial star where a certain Grandmaster had recently left, Deep beneath it, near a hidden location, a being chained down in a golden cage with numerous golden rods piercing through his body was laughing wildly. Ha! Ha ha! Ha! Raucous laughter was coming from this being whose body was badly mutilated as numerous golden spear rods pierced almost every single position through his body and nailed him in the middle of the shimmering golden cage. If a being that was just involved in the battle against the infernal aberration looked closely enough, they would be able to notice that the spear rods that nailed this laughing being from every single direction were eerily similar to the spears that a particularly powerful celestial disciple had used to end the life of the aberration. The only difference was that the spears nailing down this being in a golden cage had been skewering this prisoner for the past 100 years. And yet his life force continued to thrum strongly, even as blood leaked from his body constantly and was drained through a small hole at the bottom of the golden cage. He continued to show an abundant life force that did not seem anywhere close to ending. You fools really think you can play with fate as you wish? The laughter from the skewered being died down as he asked a question to no one, and received no answer. His imprisonment had finally brought him some entertainment, as his power was able to confirm that events were unfolding in a manner he never would have even predicted, but they were unfolding too beautifully. They unfolded in such a stupendous manner that the imprisoned being withstood the pain constantly being inflicted from the spears and could not help but start laughing. The thing that you are trying to push away. The thing that you are trying to prevent with the best of your abilities. You will find that it only accelerates its path towards you faster. Thump. The skewered being felt his heart beating stronger even after all these years as he smiled once again. Having already been used to the pain of these golden rods a long time ago, now we just wait for the passage of time. In the solitary golden cage, calm returned once again as an imprisoned being settled down and continued to slowly bleed once more. Chapter 283, For the Greater Good. Noah glanced at the figure of the powerful being he confirmed to be the genuine celestial that should have been the one pulling the strings behind the past recent events. As his heart shook from the words he heard, he had chosen to scheme and follow the route of a helpful disciple to maybe gain even more trust among the beings in the profound astral sect that held close connections with celestials, but he never imagined his actions would provide an opportunity as tremendous as this. Yes. This was a tremendous opportunity. His biggest headache had been how to exactly go about facing such an immensely powerful organization that was proficient in mysterious techniques and held an enormous amount of power and influence over many worlds. There were uber-powerful beings spread out all over that were a part of this organization, and he didn't come even close to matching their power. He saw very few possible paths to tackle this problem, but he never expected the most dangerous one, and the one filled with the most opportunity and chances of success, would actually land on his lap after his single action in the first realm of hell. He gazed at the celestial and the striking Athena beside him as he calmed his beating heart and replied slowly, "What exactly is Sir proposing?" The celestial nodded his head as he waved his hands, causing a circular projection of light to appear between them as numerous details became apparent. The protection was littered with many stars as the celestial pointed to the regions that held numerous blinking stars. The universe is wide and vast, and can be looked at as an extremely wide area that holds billions of stars. He pinched his fingers as the circular projection zoomed in until yet another region littered with golden glowing stars appeared. In this particular area, the light expanse of our novice galaxy stands stably and peacefully these past thousands of years due to the guidance that we, the Celestials, have continued to provide, history and understanding of the stars they were around and that Noah only had a glimpse of knowledge of from the many memories he had devoured over these past weeks were easily released from the Celestial's mouth as he continued. This time pointing to a region below the section he called the light expanse of the novice galaxy. Down here lies the dark expanse, a place filled with lawlessness as a collection of stars under the banner of an unstable alliance reside. Noah's heart beat even faster as he heard the mention of the alliance once again. Something that the vampire prince had mentioned briefly during their first encounter when he spoke about those that stood against the Celestials, and this, the Celestial's face became grim as he pointed to the last section in the projection of the novice galaxy, is the Latalis expanse that is filled with danger and death, a region occupied by dredges of the past calling themselves the ancient races, beings of terrible power that continue to slumber towards their own deaths. The last words released from the Celestial's mouth held a tinge of wrath as he waved his hands and caused the projection to fade away. The Celestials maintain order and balance in the light expanse, and work to protect against any threats that point their fangs in our direction. His gaze landed on Noah once again as he looked at him with an unshakable gaze that seemed to only be waiting for a single answer. Will you join the organization that only exists for the greater good of our novice galaxy? For the greater good of the universe, Elder Spacewarp had been looking at this exchange with stupefaction as he turned towards Crixus and slapped him on the back to rein in his focus. Noah used this chance as he changed his expression to that of determination and spoke out. Yes, a nod was released from the Celestial as he waved his hands and caused the appearance of a large black crystal. This void crystal holds the directions and coordinates towards the seventh celestial star. You will be given a variety of missions in the near future, with your first one being your successful arrival to the seventh celestial star after you finish your duties in the profound astral sect. You can use any means at your disposal to complete this mission. I look forward to observing and nurturing your talent closely in the future. A golden light shone in the celestial grandmaster's eyes as it went on to cover his body and the body of Athena, their figures beginning to glow as they were about to disappear. Athena turned her striking gaze towards Noah as she said a few last words. Thank you for your aid earlier. See you soon. Blink. A millisecond later, their figures were gone as only Elder Spacewarp and Noah were left behind in the void of space. Elder Spacewarp watched the dwindling golden circle that the celestial grandmaster had cast before as he quickly placed his hands on Noah's body, a purple protective circle with much less grandeur wrapping around them as he began to laugh raucously once again. Huh? A disciple of ours will be joining the ranks of celestials soon enough. This trip held too many surprises. The elder was extremely jovial as he seemed to already be imagining the wealth of resources and knowledge that their sect would be receiving from the celestials as they would now have their own disciple among them. Noah, on the other hand, had thoughts that were too many to count as he absorbed the recent events as well as the clearance of information about the major players around him, the light expanse that they were in. The dark expanse that was under the control of an organization called the Alliance, the Litalis expanse where the ancient races resided, all of this contained in the Novus galaxy located on who knew where in the universe. In the midst of all of this, he, a being from a small blue planet located in an insignificant location in the light expanse, he was holding grand plans and designs for the future. Chapter 284 A Prize Technique. The next events felt like a blur to Noah, with his mind continuing to have clashing thoughts of how to move in the near future as he was led by the boisterous Elder Spacewarp back into the interstellar ship as it began its journey back to the world of cultivation. The elder took his state as that of shock and surprise as he conversed with the other elders and Crixus's father on the events that just occurred, causing the entire upper echelons of elders that came on this trip to tremble with enthusiasm. This was especially so for Elder Baldwin, who had tears falling across his face as he grasped his apparently shaken son and celebrated with him, in the CL. Uster of stars they were in this light expanse, receiving the favor of the Celestials guaranteed safety and wealth for hundreds of years. The many prime worlds similar to the world of cultivation knew this, and that was why they actively participated in the activities called upon by the Celestials like the Infernal Hunt in order to remain in good standing. Having a disciple of their profound astral sect be taken into the ranks of the Celestials was the greatest blessing that an organization of any prime world could receive. A celebratory mood was in the air as the interstellar ship traversed through the void of space and headed back to the world of cultivation. The elders and disciples fully focused on the results of the Infernal Hunt and how their name would be spread across the prime worlds. Very few were thinking of the fact that along with the brilliant Athena that had left with the mysterious old man, there were 4 other beings that came in her group. Yet when the events concluded, these 4 beings were gone and seemed all but forgotten by those who saw them before. Their appearance came and went, not leaving behind anything of distinction as they were quickly forgotten. The interstellar ship traversed through the skies for a few hours, and sure enough they could see the glimmering star that represented the world of cultivation soon after. The ship tore through the stratosphere and descended down towards the stellar sky mountains of the profound astral sect as a grand procession was already waiting for them. Elder Spacewarp had sent word to the sect master a long time ago about the momentous event that occurred with the celestial grandmaster, causing the secretive leader of the profound astral sect to leave his abode as he stood at the forefront of a few elders to receive the returning champions. Oh, resonant cries resounded as the shining sun, William, returned with the wastrel that could never be called that name again as he had shown his true genius during this trip and returned as core disciple that they could only look up to, Crixus. Crixus's chantings rang throughout the main peak of the profound astral sect as a huge celebration that would go on for days began the moment the interstellar warship landed. The main attraction for the celebration was the core disciple that ranked in the top 10 of the recently finished Infernal Hunt, as well as the shining sun, William, that continued to perform exceptionally well over all these years. The celebration had begun and would continue for days, but the main culprit for it was in a completely different location the moment they arrived back to the main peak of the profound astral sect. Elder Spacewarp led Noah away from the initiated celebration as he followed the turning sect master who had acknowledged the returning disciples and went towards a location deep in the mountain peak along with other elders. There were many secretive and important things to discuss, and they could not be pushed back to waste time celebrating. Elder Baldwin joined his son as he went along with Elder Spacewarp into an ancient door situated on the side of the main peak where the sect leader and other elders were going into. They were going into the ancestral hall of the profound astral sect where the sect leader and other important elders normally resided, but this ancestral hall also had another meaning. It was known that the most important treasures and techniques of the sect were placed in this ancestral hall, and if one ever saw a disciple invited to enter, it was because they were receiving a great treasure or technique from the sect. Yet Noah was being led by an entire procession of elders and the sect leader himself as he passed through the ancient door and felt it close behind him. His gaze turning to the bright ancestral hall where multiple exquisitely erected pillars divided the area into multiple sections. Some areas led to huge libraries, others led to areas glowing with resplendent weaponries, others to living quarters for the upper echelons of the profound astral sect that held spirit lakes vibrant in essence and mana that made the entire area feel like a paradise filled with knowledge and treasures. Noah turned his attention to the sect master of the profound astral sect, who along with all the other elders letting out powerful auras at the void rank, with very few letting out auras as the saint rank similar to Elder Baldwin, glanced towards him. The sect master was a middle-aged man that did not seem to be more than a man in his 40s. His eyebrows sharp as an unstable fiendish purple aura danced all around his body. This unstable purple aura signified that this man was halfway through to a breakthrough of the rank above the void firmament realm, and was on his way to the soul-forging realm. Cultivators called it the soul-forging realm, while Noah would only come to know this level as the soul rank in the simplified levels given by his home planet's planetary system. A being breaking through the crucial void rank stage and going past it was extremely rare, and that was why even this sect leader of one of the three most powerful organizations in a prime world such as the world of cultivation was only halfway through breaking the limits of the void rank and entering the soul rank. The soul forging realm was a level where the being would stop focusing on the physical aspect of their strength and begin working on the very tight rope of strengthening their very souls. It was a dangerous realm where those that were too proficient could cripple themselves or be left with dangerous wounds in their origins that would take a tremendous amount of time to heal. Noah watched as this being halfway through into the soul rank spoke, "You performed extremely well in this infernal hunt, and even grabbed the attention of the celestials that have invited you to join their ranks." The sect leader motioned with his hands as an elder came from behind carrying a pristine looking book and a shining storage ring atop a silver square plate. "Your rewards are plentiful, and you would normally receive them after the celebrations have finished. But you hold an entirely different identity now, and your time has to be spent wisely as you prepare to head off to the celestial star." The sect leader that held a serious expression this entire time revealed a slight smile as this elder carrying the tray came forward and brought it up to Noah, his voice resounding in the ancestral hall once more. "The ring holds an abundant amount of medicinal herbs and spirit stones that will be useful as you consolidate your power at the saint realm, and this," he pointed to the pristine-looking book lying beside the ring on the silver tray, "is a copy of the absolute space technique of our profound astral sect for you to take and study. This is the technique found by our ancestor thousands of years ago during his perilous journey in the Latalis expanse, the technique called the Chapter 285, a plan of action." Noah looked at the sight of the sect master of the profound astral sect showing extreme goodwill towards the disciple that would soon be leaving their sect to traverse the stars to join a cause for something greater. Noah's heart remained calm as his face showed extreme emotions, his voice ringing out dramatically in the ancestral hall. "This disciple will always remember the favors of the profound astral sect." The words were the key to open the floodgates of happiness, as this was the only thing that the elders and sect leader were looking for, an acknowledgement that this disciple would provide them backing once he obtained a place in the Celestials' ranks. "Haha, good. Now go and prepare. We will modify one of our small vessels to protect you as you traverse through space." Noah nodded his head as he recalled the first mission he was given by the Celestial Grandmaster to arrive at the Celestial Star safely and by any means necessary. He was only a cultivator at the Saint Realm, and shouldn't have been able to easily travel through the void of space without quickly suffocating. Yet his first mission was to get past this issue and successfully arrive for him to be considered a full-fledged disciple. He could complete this mission a couple of ways, and one of the easiest would be to use a small vessel that was powered by the essence of a void realm being in the form of spirit stones that his profound astral sect would even provide for him, of course, with the sub-abilities in the Lesser Cthulhu skill tree, even at Saint rank. traversing through space was not a problem for him, and he would not even need to expend energy while he did it. But he would be playing along with the normal and ingenious means that a cultivator would use in order to safely arrive at the extremely dangerous location that was the celestial star. Noah had been thinking very deeply about this invitation to become a celestial disciple, which provided the amazing opportunity of allowing him to infiltrate these extremely dangerous enemies as one of their own. He held many ideas on how he could possibly match the Celestials, but what better way was there to do it than taking down your enemies from the inside? It would be extremely perilous though, and he would be walking on a very tight rope. He had to prepare extensively before he even stepped foot into that dangerous star. The first phase of these preparations was this absolute space technique of the profound astral sect that was just handed to him on a literal platter, along with an abundant amount of refined cores that ranged from phantasmal to saint, which the cultivators called spirit stones. He made the technique that would allow him to escape any situation where space was locked down and no teleportation was permitted. His goal when he returned to the world of cultivation, and he had successfully achieved it, but this would only be used in the worst-case scenarios, when everything had broken down and he could do nothing but escape. When it came to this new path that led to the den of the Celestials, he had to obtain covert techniques that could counteract the mysterious techniques of the Celestials. He had to be absolutely sure that when his body landed on that celestial star, the terrifying powerhouses situated all over would only see him as nothing more than a genius cultivator with a lot of potential. When his thoughts came towards this road, only a single image popped in his mind: the pure-blood vampire, Prince Cassius. If Cassius had been able to evade the detection of the powerful observing celestial grandmaster while he killed his disciples through the use of a mysterious skill that Noah would only be able to find in the vampire's homeworld, the underworld, so before he even went near the celestial star, he would first pay a visit to the prime world that held beings which were situated in the light expanse where celestials controlled, and yet they were hidden enemies of the celestials. He would go there to obtain more information about the celestials and the powers that opposed them, as well as use the chance to learn the stupendous skills of the vampires that allowed them to escape the detection of celestials right under their nose. Many plans flowed in Noah's mind, as there were also a few other things he had to do before he set off on a brand new adventure. He turned to his smiling father, Elder Baldwin, who was shaking emotionally, and left the ancestral hall with him as the elders and sect leaders began to buzz with discussions for the future. It was a bright atmosphere, as at this moment in time, the future of the profound astral sect looked extremely bright. The emotional Elder Baldwin continued to look at the Crixus in front of him as he saw the young man turn and speak to him as they flew back to their Pill Pavilion mountain. "Father, I want to undergo closed cultivation for at least a few weeks as I prepare. I want to be at my best before I begin traversing through space to go towards the celestial star." The proud father looked at his son as he nodded emotionally and said, "I'll make sure not a single being bothers you in your cultivation abode. Take as much time as you need, and only come out when you are ready. I'll make sure the sect leader prepares for you the best interstellar ship to guarantee your safety." Father and son looked at one another with tears in their eyes as they came to an understanding, with Noah ignoring the buzzing disciples on the Pill Pavilion mountain as he went inside his cultivation abode and watched the ancient cavern door close behind him. The emotional and proud face instantly wiped away as it turned calm and calculating, letting out light breaths as he finally got a break from being surrounded by powerful beings on all sides. The stupendous set of events that led to a celestial grandmaster sending him an invitation that at the same time didn't feel like an invitation played in his mind as he breathed out once again and calmed himself. He was already making plans on top of plans on how he could handle the many possibilities that could come out of this as he sat down. He would take things step by step, and do what he could do for now. The thing that he could do now was to enjoy the success of obtaining the absolute technique that even the devilish time unveiler was not given access to when he was still a member of the profound astral sect. There were many secrets and behind-the-scenes movements when it came to the devilish time unveiler and the profound astral sect, but none of this mattered for now as he had already obtained what he wanted. He wouldn't delve into the politics of how the being he had seen in the devoured memories who had hunted down and heavily injured the devilish unveiler until the schemer faked his death was actually the current sect master of the profound astral sect. There was no time or luxury to dwell on all this information at this point in time, as a whole new path had already opened itself up for him. The words of the sect master indicated that these exquisite treasures were obtained from the Latalis expanse where the powerful ancient races resided. But that was also a subject and an adventure for a whole other time, as at this current moment, Noah focused on the pristine book situated on top of the silver plate as he placed his hands on it and watched it disappear into particles of light. Chapter 286, Many of the close calls that Noah faced in the past were because someone proficient in spatial techniques would simply lay down a spatial lock and that would close off all exits. The first time he felt this feeling was during the true apocalypse of the Lost World, where the power of the Celestials blocked off spatial transmission for an entire planet. The only reason he kept his life during that time was because of the mysterious karmic sect leader that had faded away in front of his eyes some time ago. The other time was during the first exploration of the treasure abode of the devilish time on Valor, where running away was once again made to be impossible. Noah didn't like this feeling, so he strove to get his hands on a skill that would render this problem obsolete. That was where the absolute space technique of the profound astral sect, a major power of a prime world, came in. His eyes shimmered as he observed the brand new skill appearing in shining blue lights on his stat panel. Your connection to the stars is unique, being able to assert an influence that bends the laws of space to your will. A proficient connector is able to freely traverse through space, even to locations they have never been to before. Abilities include Marker, Connector, Astral Traveler, Expansive Space, and Starseeker. Marker, multiple locations that the user can teleport to at a moment's notice can be marked. The user is able to teleport to previously marked locations or any locations observable within their field of vision. The uniqueness of the Astral Connector will allow the user to be able to move to the desired location regardless of any established spatial restrictions. Connector, a special title gained by the beings proficient in the law of space, grants 300% to all abilities affected by the law of space. Astral Traveler, countless stars litter the unexplored universe, with many unique locations just waiting to be explored. The Astral Connector will be transported to a random unique location across the stars, the only thing limiting their travel being how much mana they can use while activating Astral Traveler. Expansive Space, a wide area of space that the user can use as their own storage area. Its size is only limited by the energy the user can provide. Star Destroyer, an ability rarely used by the Astral Connectors because of its heavy requirements in mana, and because of its ruthlessness. The effects of Star Destroyer can range from a tremor being caused on a wide area of a star, to the destabilization of the core of a star, and ultimately to the destruction of a star. Most Astral Connectors will only ever be able to cause tremors on wide regions of a star as too much energy is required to achieve the full effects. Noah's heart trembled as he slowly read through all the abilities contained under this absolute skill was quite different from that was synthesized in the demon world, where if someone was not looking at the skills close enough, they would assume it held lesser abilities. Depending on who was using this skill, that might be correct. But in the case of Noah, almost every limiter placed on this skill was not a problem for him. He was happy when he read the abilities of Marker, which would allow him to mark any coordinates in space and be able to return to that position whenever he wished, even if a spatial lock was placed on the location he was currently on. This was the main thing he was looking for. But he never expected the abundant surprises that came with the other abilities of the Connector. Title that added even more boosts to his space-related abilities was something he had seen before, but the rest of the abilities under this absolute skill were something to marvel at. One of the unique ones that Noah would definitely try later on in the future was the Astral Traveler. The ability was unique as it would teleport him to an unknown location that he had never even been to, but this location was termed unique in the description of the skill, making Noah curious to check this skill out fully in the future as to what these unique locations might be. The Expansive Space was a simple and yet extremely useful ability that made his storage rings or bags obsolete, as it contained an extremely wide area of space that seemed endless, providing him with an intuitive feature that was helpful in many ways. It was different from the ability provided by the Amorphous Space Beast skill tree, the Miniature Space ability that allowed him to pull his own body and the bodies of his enemies into a small isolated space. It was the last ability that made him do a double take, though, the only offensive ability of the skill known as. It was an extremely shocking skill, as was described in the skill panel, where many of the previous users of this absolute technique in the profound astral sect were only ever proficient at the first level of this ability, being able to destabilize wide regions that they targeted and cause tremors and quakes that could cause a tremendous amount of damage. But they never had enough energy and prowess to be able to destabilize an entire planet, nonetheless bring about its destruction as the skill name suggested. Noah wondered whether he himself would have the ability to do something as stupendous, and already had an idea in mind that he confirmed as he sent his thoughts towards the planetary systems he was connected to. It should be used to the fullest extent on minor worlds or even possibly middle worlds, yes. Though it might also work against a large world, We won't be too sure unless our three worlds continue to increase in rank and start stepping into the level of a prime world. His thoughts were confirmed as he conversed with the planetary systems. The subject of upgrading the level of the worlds he was connected to reminding him of the thing he wanted to do next as he finished reveling in the successful accomplishment of the goal he had set for the world of cultivation while spending more time on the descriptions of the new abilities he had collected for himself. He had achieved his goals for this world, and was already looking forward to something he had put in motion behind the scenes. He was thinking about the freezing world that he had sent his harbingers of sin and a particularly arrogant penguin into. Chapter 287, The Icebound World. Noah glanced at the abilities of the once again as a light smile couldn't help but appear on his face, taking just a few moments to enjoy this feeling of achievement. He always felt like he was constantly moving and planning without relaxing as much as he used to do, not realizing that he had unconsciously been feeling a sense of pressure as he somehow found himself a new task or enemy the moment he finished with one or even before. His thoughts went back to his life these past few months as he counted a few times which he could say he was just relaxing, but these times seemed to be getting fewer and fewer as he mixed himself with the surrounding powers of this light expanse region he found himself in. In the cultivation abode on a peak of the profound astral sect of the world of cultivation, Noah stood up as he breathed deeply and tried to pull himself out of his reflections. His thoughts still lingered on the fact that the worlds, the stars, were numerous and vast. The small blue planet he came in was from a small corner in this region called the light expanse where the influence of celestials was extremely heavy. There was still the region called the dark expanse that he continued to be curious about, with his curiosity piquing even more so when he thought of the region called the Litalis expanse where ancient races resided. He wanted to freely explore and adventure in these unknown regions as he discovered new places and individuals. But his plate was full of plans and to-dos at this moment in time that he didn't even know when a time like that would come. He let out a deep breath once again as he regained his bearings and stopped his inner thoughts, his body fading away as he teleported from the cultivation abode that no one will be bothering with for a few weeks. Just in case, he used his unique skill, Primal Conjurer, to reassign one of the primal spirits that should have been serving as a dungeon boss in one of the three worlds he was connected to and placed it in the abode. The primal spirit would be able to alert him of any changes and he would quickly come back if needed, in the ever-so-freezing landscapes of the icebound world. Celebrations continued after the defeat of the terrible ice giants. The moment they saw their leader wiped out by three blazing suns and the fearsome aura that a particularly prideful penguin released, the remaining forces of the ice giants surrendered as the battle was brought to a close. Celebration erupted from the surrounding humans and beings of the frost race as this years-long conflict was brought to an end, and in such a short period of time as well. The ruler of the frost race later proclaimed the powerful beings that came to their aid as guardians. A weird dynamic coming into place where even though he was the ruler of one of the two remaining dominant forces of the icebound world, he felt like the tides had completely changed and these guardians that came to their aid would have plans that even he was unaware of at this time. But the ruler of the frost race was wise and did not worry about this much, because he believed if these beings truly wished harm to the people of the icebound world, they would have long ago done it with the fearsome power they portrayed. So the ruler threw all reservations out of the window as he fully threw in his support with the extremely prideful Emperor Penguin and the forces that he came with. At this moment in time, in a region of heavy snow of the icebound world, Noah's extremely well-built figure appeared. He was dressed in Light King's clothes that he received as a gift from the frozen queen of the beast world. Changing his attire completely the moment he left the world of cultivation, his amazing figure was discernible in the snowy winds that caused his light clothes to ruffle, the freezing air not bothering him one bit as he took a freeing breath of the new world that wasn't under any threats nor have any strong powerhouses he had to hide from. A smile appeared on his lips as he replayed the communications that the Emperor Penguin had sent to him these past few days. He was glad that everyone was enjoying themselves as they trained, wishing he had more of this luxury himself as he made up his mind to enjoy the little time he had in the next few weeks before he threw himself in the lion's den. His gaze turned towards the mountain beneath him as his body glowed the milky white aura of a being in the Saint Realm, and he shot towards the mountain at breakneck speed as he finally freely used the Child of Space ability under the Lesser Cthulhu skill tree. He had gained many spectacular sets of skills in the infernal realm, but had never been able to fully enjoy them as was always under watch or the instances just did not permit it. He still hadn't gotten to employ the terrifying form of the Lesser Cthulhu that he could take under the Morph ability, and this was another thing on his bucket list as he continued to check more and more things off. The next one he was checking off was yet another connection to a large world. A change was made to the sub-skill, Portals of Terror, with the maximum number brought to 18 to match the scaling to be the same as other abilities. Portals of Terror, active, May 5. Portals leading to the most destabilized and destructive regions of the universe are summoned as they release their catastrophic energies at their summon location. Maximum number of portals, 18. Chapter 288, The Strong Devour the Weak. Noah's body pierced through the mountain as if it was butter, his speed increasing ever so slightly as the passive ability of the Lesser Cthulhu skill tree boosted his speed to insane degrees. The Child of Space ability was even more profound, causing him to feel as if the mass of Earth he was drilling through was as soft as paper. His descent down not deterred one bit as he shot towards the core of this icebound world in a similar manner as the demon world some time back. The layers of freezing earth around him only became colder and harder the further down he went. This process continued for quite some time until he broke through the last layer and arrived at the innermost core layer of the icebound world. The area he broke into was a mystical white world of ice that held a different type of beauty. At the center of it, an extremely frigid core that let out an otherworldly essence roasted slowly, wisps of white occasionally leaving it and going to the space above. Even Noah's extremely strong body shivered as he adapted to the extremely cold conditions in the inner core of this icebound world. He was about to address the planetary core in front of him when a cold voice reached his ears first. During your first intrusion, you left behind your underlings as they went on to wreak havoc and break the natural order of my world. The voice of the planetary system of the icebound world felt extremely frigid as this continued. Now, you return once more and do the blasphemous action of intruding in a space that no beings like you should be intruding in. Who know, what are you? It was an extremely monotone voice that held a hint of coldness, being very much alike with the world it was overlooking as Noah replied with a light smile. It doesn't really matter who I am. What I am curious about is why you allowed the ice giants to wage wars and slaughter so many of the species that reside on you. If I hadn't moved, millions would have eventually fallen into the hands of the ice giants. Noah asked the question he always wondered about when he first chose to send the Emperor Penguin and others into the icebound world. It was a world undergoing constant war because of the ice giants, where they had gained so much power that the other races were on the race of being wiped out. The planetary systems of the beast world, demon world, and even his own home world held a level of influence over the beings residing in them, where they would occasionally choose the most powerful beings in the world as the representatives that maintained balance and order. Yet, this planetary system of the icebound world wasn't facing any threats or extinction from outside forces. But because of its own races hunting one another, the strong are naturally devoured by the weak. The ice giants were born with stronger bodies and more power, thus it was within their right to seek for domination as they increased their strength. Noah was startled at this cold reply that matched the environment of this world as the planetary system continued. Things were following their natural order all this time, and I would have been able to raise the strongest champions that had devoured weakened beings that could not defend themselves. I would have raised an army of battle-driven giants that would defend this world against all outside forces. The voice tapered off near the end as Noah felt the distinct universal laws that prevented the planetary cores from acting become denser around him as the will of the icebound world focused on him. But then you came along, and brought in a stronger force that took down the beings I was raising. I hold no resentment, as it is according to the universal laws. The strong will devour the weak. So, now that you have conquered my world, are you planning to devour it? The cold voice remained strong and monotone throughout, the rigidness not leaving it even once as it asked a question pertaining to the survival of billions of the beings living in the icebound world like nothing. Its choice of words was extremely ironic when looking at what was about to happen. A bright smile filled Noah's face as he replayed the words of the planetary system and replied, vigorous essence beginning to bloom from him as a devilish aura began to permeate throughout. In a sense, yes. His body turned a shade of red and began bulging up as he used this instance to activate a skill he very much wanted to observe since he got his hands on it, the Morph ability under his recently upgraded skill tree of the Amorphous Space Beast, which allowed him to take the form of the Lesser Cthulhu, was activated. OMG, tremendous levels of energy erupted with Noah at the center, his body ballooning up immensely as his size began to skyrocket unlike any form he had taken before. He kept his distinctly humanoid appearance, but even halfway through his transformation, his size had already reached 10 meters as vigorous layers of rubbery muscles continued to erupt, break, and form all around him. Devilish wings palpitating with the mysterious energy of ether erupted from his back as they spread out to become wider and wider. The most terrifying thing was his face, which was beginning to adopt the outline of an octopus-like head with numerous feelers and tentacles pulsing with terrible energy erupting out on the lower half of his head. His eyes began glowing with a bloody shade of red as his transformation finished. He floated proudly in the frigid inner layer of the icebound world as his form went past 20 meters, humanoid in appearance but taking on the shape of something much more terrifying above his chest. A terrible purple-blue aura released from his body as it welcomed the advent of the form of a being filled with tremendous power. This was the Lesser Cthulhu, gargantuan, enormous, monstrous. This was the only thing that could be used to describe the body, still maintaining a humanoid shape but trembling with energies of the mystical ether element all over this body. His humongous arms were filled with extremely strong muscle fibers that palpated with power, bony claws that trembled with the power of ether dangerously shining. His entire figure then gained a hue of blue-purple light as his blood-red eyes looked down at the rotating planetary core once more. A voice that was his yet not his was released from him, a sense of authority never before heard being carried in it. Sadly, you are right. The strong do devour the weak in this expansive universe. He raised his humongous hands, palpitating with power as he cast yet another skill, this time being a skill from the series of abilities from the devouring. A sub-skill of the ultimate sin of gluttony was cast as Noah repeated something extremely similar to what he had done to the planetary core of the demon world, though I am slightly different, so I'll give you a choice on whether you will be among the strong, or be yet another casualty under these established universal laws. Chapter 289. Oculus, a giant, a being of tremendous power whose eyes alone would bring terror to those observing, had his hands spread out wide, a devilishly black aura erupting from him as it went to latch on to the mystically spinning frozen core of the icebound world. Rumble, the terrible form of the Titanus, Lesser Cthulhu, that was more than 20 meters in size and held feelers and tentacles constantly trembling with baleful ether energy on the lower half of its face, waited for a response from the cold plantar system. An impassive cruel energy covered the red glowing eyes of the Lesser Cthulhu, as boundless energy erupted forth and fed into the devouring ability of the ultimate sin of gluttony. The ability could devour any entities as long as enough energy was provided, and this process was being felt closely by the apathetic planetary system of the Lost World. Spectacular. The same impassive cold voice rang out from the planetary system as a curious look passed over Noah's head. Threats are not necessary. You actually have a power capable of threatening an entity outside of your scope. It is completely out of my current understanding, but essence rumbled as Noah stopped putting in the immense amount of mana into the devouring ability. The planetary core of the icebound world continuing, you are strong, so it is your right. What do you want? A bright smile that looked extremely terrifying erupted off Noah's face as the feelers and tentacles dancing on the lower half of his face continued to pulsate with purple-blue energies of ether. His towering body neared the planetary core as he placed his hands directly on it, feeling the immense amount of energy of this star. His homeworld received the signal as the formation of yet another line of connection was initiated with a large world. ONG, the rumbling voice that contained a tinge of otherworldliness from Noah rang out once more as the process began. Do not resist, accept the connection trying to be formed. The icebound world felt a peculiar line of connection it never thought to be possible bathe its core, its apathetic voice gaining a semblance of emotions. This rumble, enormous amounts of mana gathered with Noah's humongous body at the center, minutes continuing to pass as essence roiled, gathered, and dispersed until yet another connection between multiple worlds with Noah at the center was formed. You crazy, reacting very similar to the demon world, the icebound world was flooded with information the moment the connection was established. Its knowledge expanded and a brand new scope of understanding was added to its already expansive depth. This is against the natural universal laws. Its apathetic voice had a tinge of shock as it continued to be flooded with the good and bad that came with the connection spread out across 4 worlds now, much of the mystery around the being in front of it, Noah, clearing up with the constant input of new information. Noah's immensely huge hands came back to his sides as cold winds roiled from this simple movement, his terrifying smile wider than before as he sent a thought of communication towards the new core he could feel a connection with. You must have learned about many things by now, especially the actions we are taking with each of the connected stars. His tone had returned to normal as he had successfully formed a connection with the icebound world, and this connection signified something big as he successfully tapped into yet another star's reserves of mana. Many of the connected worlds have their own unique treasures or techniques. What exactly does the icebound world have that can be considered unique? A brief silence followed as an uncountable number of thoughts passed through the planetary core of the icebound world before it replied. Nothing is unique and extensive as the beast world's spiritual lands, nor the demon world's power jewels, and nothing as ridiculous as the system of your homeworld. The icebound world is an extremely favored location for studying the cold aspect of the law of water, though, with those spending more time in the deeper depths of the world advancing much faster in power while training. the will of the icebound world continued to speak is similar to how it received numerous information the moment it felt the connection with the three other stars. It began sending huge amounts of information towards Noah that dealt with everything to do with the icebound world. Nothing as stupendous as spiritual lands can be found here, but this land is perfect to set up extremely fearsome dungeons attuned to the law of water that would allow anyone training here to advance their power twice, if not 3 times faster than normal. A fearsome light passed through Noah's monstrously red glowing eyes as he overused parallel thought and hasten mind to quickly organize thousands of thoughts and begin planning for possible operations that could be undertaken in the icebound world. In this wide expanse of space known as the light expanse of the Nabis galaxy, yet another star had bound its energies and life to a small life form. This brought the count to 4, with this number seeming very minuscule when looking at the millions of stars floating in space, but the meaning it carried with it was stupendous to think about. Across the vastness of space of the Nabis galaxy, in a location that a few powerful forces knew as the Latalis expanse where ancient races slumbered, a glimpse of a fearsome aura awakened slightly as it felt something that could not be a reality. In a region covered in deadly energies of ether and other unknown elements, 2 stars began shining a deep red hue that caused the surrounding ether to move chaotically as something briefly awakened. Rumble. This thing had felt the awakening of its bloodline a moment ago, with this feeling disappearing seconds after like it never existed before. This brought confusion to the awakened being as it knew it was the only one of its kind in this wide galaxy, as the feeling only came and went momentarily. The being felt that it might have just wrongly felt something as it went back to its slumber. The shining stars that were slowly brightening up to the bloody red shade gradually became dark as the chaotic energies reduced and things returned to normal. If there were any knowledgeable beings nearby, they would be trembling in fear at the meaning of these stars brightening up and dimming at just the slight waking of this terribly powerful being. They would be able to understand that the extremely large brightening and gradually dimming stars were actually just the eyes of this slumbering being. Just the eyes were the size of a star, their brief opening causing the dangerous ether permeating throughout the region to be thrown to disorder. As for the being connected to these eyes, its size could not even be ascertained in this void darkness of space. Chapter 290 Immensity. Yet another goal had been successfully completed as Noah spent more time in the inner layer of the icebound world discussing with the convening planetary systems on the best courses of action. Numerous plans were made for the unique environment of the extremely hazardous icebound world as the planetary systems had already begun the process of establishing the gateways between the connected worlds. While they sent messages to those left high in power between each worlds for the continuing changes, Noah left the inner area as this process began, enjoying the immense feeling of power he felt in the lesser Cthulhu form that had a stupidly large stature while keeping a humanoid appearance. It felt different than when he changed to a large form of a 3-headed hydra as a unique feeling permeated through him while feeling the appearance of the mystical ether element coursing over the abundant fibers of muscles over his body. He moved his thoughts and commanded his body to move upwards as he shot forth and became a streak of light, his large body not becoming a factor that slowed him down, but increasing his speed by multiple times as he left sonic booms in the cold layers of Earth he was penetrating. The feeling was something he did not come across frequently, and he chose to revel in it than to just use teleportation to get where he wanted as he broke out of the mountainous layer in only 1/4 the time it took him to go down before. The cold atmosphere of the icebound world trembled as he broke out of the mountain, his aura permeating into the surroundings and causing the surrounding elements to tremble. A wide smile covered his face as he deactivated the morph ability and returned to his small human form, feeling the auras of the Emperor Penguin and others near his position. Master, the arrogant penguin called out meekly as his sleek body arrived first, his gaze towards Noah being just slightly more subservient as he received more and more treasures and resources from this spiritual landmaster. The subservience only lasted briefly before the pride in its blood made it rise its beak towards the sky as Kazuhiko, the Kraken, Imperial Phoenix, and the other beasts appeared in the surroundings as they looked towards Noah in shock. They had only briefly felt a world-shocking aura in the position where he was, feeling an oppressive feeling even before they neared as they wondered exactly where his power had reached now. Kazuhiko was the only one that ignored this immense feeling of pressure as he approached Noah and placed his hands around his neck and whispered with a serious face, "Dude, you have to stop shooting up in ranks while the rest of us are so far behind. Where the hell do you even go? What cheat or crazy inherent skill do you have?" The sword master was whispering his grievances to the constantly advancing Noah as his own rank was that of a transcendent, having received many cores from Noah over the last few weeks along with everyone else. Kazuhiko continued talking as his party and the beasts gathered around the two of them. It's crazy to think about, man. For all I know, you might just do something insane like jump another rank after just a few weeks or upgrade your spiritual land to the 6th tier soon while the rest of us can barely bring our own spiritual lands to the 4th tier. Noah couldn't help but laugh as he heard this, glancing at the spiritual land management under his stat panel as he called out to the arrogant penguin who was looking mockingly at Kazuhiko. Everyone is ready. The Emperor Penguin was looking mockingly at Kazuhiko, as it knew the requirements for the next upgrade of the spiritual land was already met when he and the other beasts advanced from phantasmal and into the transcendent rank. This human simply didn't know the immensity of his master to even think that he would be this slow before he upgraded their spiritual land to a higher level. You're kidding, right? The Imperial Phoenix was even more shocked than Kazuhiko as she was a native of the beast world and knew exactly how unique and stupendous the spiritual lands were, as well as the exuberant amount of energy required to upgrade even if the rank requirement was met for the beasts born in the spiritual land. Noah let his actions speak for himself as he flicked his hand out to the skies, a brilliant blue light shining out as the miniaturized spiritual land enlarged and floated stably in the cold air of the icebound world. This frozen plateau spiritual land matched very well with the aesthetics of the frozen world, the shimmers of snow constantly falling in it matching nicely with the cold winds all over the icebound world. In the spiritual land, raucous noises started as the numerous beasts sensed their spiritual landmaster in the task he was about to undertake, their excitement increasing as the rank of their home was about to increase yet again, granting them a world filled with even more coagulating essence and fantastical medicinal fruits and herbs. Shut up! A resonant scream came from one of the futuristic high-rise buildings built through the architecture feature of the spiritual land as a sleeping Barbados dressed in satin pajamas was awoken. Silence instantly reigned in the spiritual land as her wild aura at the saint realm permeated from her voice. Yes, Barbados had been the first one after Noah to enter the rank of saint. She was the one that stuck to him closest, remaining in the spiritual land and training in the time-space as she also was the first to receive the refined cores that were called spirit stones from the world of cultivation. A milky white aura covered her body as she spread out her senses and saw the CLU.S. Group of beings all around the spiritual land, her cute eyes blinking rapidly as she saw the stern face of Noah. She reached her hands to the switch on the reinforced glass material that made the entire luxurious building she was in as the switch activated to close the blinds in the wide room she was in, her curvaceous figure disappearing from the observations of others as she grabbed even more pillows and jumped up on the bed that would put even the most expensive memory foam mattresses to shame. Kazuhiko was shaking his head despondently as this scene played out, with Noah patting him on the back in consolation as he confirmed the number requirements for the beasts were met before his aura began to bubble forth, initiating one of the next goals he had to check off before heading out to the underworld where the pure-blood vampires resided. Chapter 291 Tier 6 Spiritual Land. The upgrade conditions were met the moment the Emperor Penguin and more than 4 other beasts born in the spiritual land reached the transcendent rank. The upgrades between ranks became easier as Noah first got his hands on an abundant amount of transcendent and saint core s during the second run-through of the devilish abode, and then received even more condensed cores that had undergone refinement, the spirit stones from the profound astral sect. This, on top of the medicinal fruits he unlocked when the spiritual land was upgraded to the 5th tier, made for a very quick rise of strength in the beasts. He planted the herbs called frozen angelica, and used the rainbow-colored fruits from the regal flora in the time-space while also using one of the very few low-ranking skills, the rank S, budding farmer, that still held great utility. When this was paired up with the Forge of the Silver Flame, the unique skill he gained from the mysterious sect master Inuit, the results became stupendous to look at. He was able to refine a large number of pills from the medicinal herbs and fruits that quickly matured in the time-space of the spiritual land. The medicinal plants showed optimum strength when devoured by the beasts born in the spiritual land, so Noah was able to rapidly increase the ranks for the beasts, causing an explosion of high-powered beasts populating the spiritual land. An example was how when he upgraded the spiritual land to Tier 5 a few weeks ago, the number of mythical beasts was 14, while the number of phantasmal beasts was only 6. Yet currently, the number of mythical beasts in the spiritual land was around 300, while the phantasmal ranked beasts were in the 60s. This was a world-shattering concept to think about, something that should have never been made possible, but it was made a reality became of the combined factors of extremely potent medicinal plants that was the key to quickly upgrading the beast's strength, the time-space, the skills, budding farmer, and the Forge of Silver Flame. All of these factors added by the cheat that should not be possible, the immense amount of mana that Noah could utilize, made for a nonsensical rapid increase in the ranks of multiple beings in this unique treasure that was the spiritual land in an extremely short period of time. There were many factors, but they all came together to give something beautiful. Noah stopped his reminiscence as he placed a tremendous amount of mana into the spiritual land, initiating yet another upgrade in rank as essence converged upon the floating landmass in the skies of the icebound world, Rumble. The harbingers of sin in the skies were watching with disbelieving faces as they knew the hard.i.p.s of raising the levels of spiritual lands themselves, while the natives of the icebound world located all over began to feel the appearance of a majestic aura spread throughout. The upgrade of the spiritual land to the 6th tier could be considered very special, as the next ability to be unlocked was the one titled Interstellar Travel. Across the stars, it was a widely known fact that beings had to be in the void rank to be able to freely travel across the vast space, but this upgrade of the spiritual land would allow its master to traverse space as long as they could provide enough mana. Noah was looking forward to this new feature, as well as the increased functionality of the time-space. The current ratio was 1:10, meaning that this upgrade would push this ratio to 1:20. This would heavily increase Noah's efficiency when it came to his training, as he would need even less time in the outside world to rapidly increase his power. It was a ridiculous concept to wrap one's head around, as just a single day in the outside world would equate to 20 days in the time-space of the spiritual land. 002-114, ads by PubFuture. Cold winds ravaged the skies of the icebound world as a single mystical landmass floating in space was glowing a spectacular shade of blue and white. This blue and white coagulated and bloomed into a cacophony of resplendence as a grandiose frozen plateau that seemed the same as before, but at the same time felt entirely different than before appeared. Bated breaths were taken by the beings around Noah, especially those with higher power levels who could feel the abundant essence pulsating on the spiritual land. If the outside world could be given the numerical value of 1 for the essence in the atmosphere, the spiritual land could be given a value of 10. That was how dense the continuously converging essence around and inside the frozen plateau spiritual land was. Noah glanced at this treasure that continued to bring him immense surprises. Looking at the spiritual land management, in his stat panel observed the quantifiable changes. Spiritual land management, Frozen Plateau 6, Beasts, FXXX, EXXX, DXXX, CXXX, BXXX, AXXX, S15, 286, Epic 5, 138, Legendary 1, 254, Mythical 328, Phantasmal 69, Transcendent 12, Plants Whitefall Trees, Snowvine, Sacred Rye, Pygmy Melon, Icefire Persimmon, Ice Phoenix Fruits, Spirit of the Arctic, Frozen Angelica, Regal Flora. Available for planting, Chelan's Cold Stone, Resin and Ochre, features size regulation, unlocked. Movement, unlocked. Anchor, unlocked. Boost surroundings, unlocked. Architecture, unlocked. Frozen barrier, unlocked. Offensive maneuvers, unlocked. Time dilation, unlocked. Treasure hunter, unlocked. Interstellar travel, unlocked. Law space, locked. Email protected, $%, locked. Upgrade conditions not met. The numbers of powerful beasts had exploded exponentially as beasts that would put the average large worlds to shame appeared. When observing the demon world or icebound world, they only had a select number of phantasmal beings that stood at the peak of power, and they could be counted on one hand most of the time, yet this single spiritual land now contained the tremendous force of 69 phantasmal beasts. And that wasn't even mentioning the 12 transcendent rank beasts that made it possible for this current upgrade to occur. This high number of forces that exceeded most large worlds contained in a single floating landmass made Noah continue to re-evaluate just how tremendously unique a treasure like this spiritual land was. There continued to be newer and more explosive features that made mystical things a reality, that it now felt normal and explainable to see the exuberant amount of powerful beasts contained within. Noah went through the upgraded features of size regulation, boost surroundings, offensive maneuvers, and even the treasure hunter that he had not gotten a chance to truly put to use, as marveled at the increased usefulness of each. He could expand and miniaturize the spiritual land to an even more extreme state with the upgraded size regulation, give tremendously powerful boosts to the surrounding environment with boost surroundings, and the power of offensive maneuvers continued to be reinforced and increased that he was sure its power would be able to threaten even a void rank being. But all of these things were placed aside as he looked at the feature he utilized the most, as well as the newest feature that was made possible by the upgrade to the 6th tier, time dilation. The abstract concept of time can be manipulated in a small area. 1:5 ratio, unlocked. 1:10 ratio, unlocked. 1:20 ratio, unlocked. 1:40, locked. Interstellar travel, exploration of the wide expanse of space is something that falls under the responsibilities of the spiritual landmaster. This feature allows the user to input a specific amount of mana that allows travel across the void of space for a particular amount of time. Noah's eyes shone as he first read over the increased ratio of the time-space that would allow for even more time for training, and he felt his blood pumping as he thought of the simple idea that he could now fly this mystical piece of a floating landmass that was the spiritual land into space. It was wild, crazy, and ridiculous to even think such a thing was possible when he first became the master of this spiritual land in the frozen kingdom of the beast world. Never in his wildest dreams would it have occurred to him that one day he would be able to actually leave a star and enter the vastness of space with this same spiritual land, but it was possible, and so he would do just that. Chapter 292. Realizing one's own insignificance, Noah turned to the harbingers of sin around him as he spoke out with enthusiasm. "You guys want to go for a ride? A ride?" They looked at him dumbfoundedly after just witnessing the immense show of power that was required to upgrade the spiritual land, their minds still reeling from that shock. Yes. A ride. Get on the spiritual land. I'll be right back. His figure flashed as he teleported away from the icebound world and appeared at another freezing location. This one being in the frozen kingdom of the beast world. His senses spread out to cover the entire kingdom as he honed in on the frozen queen and her shadow guard, Night, his figure materializing in front of them as they glanced towards him happily. "I have something to show you." Noah said this towards the frozen queen, who was ever so slowly showing off a brighter and brighter smile from her cold exterior, his hands wrapping around her and Night as they all disappeared from the beast world and reappeared on top of the spiritual land in the icebound world. The room that Adelaide was just in turned silent as the Trias King Rourke, Adelaide's father, glanced at the nobles and ministers awkwardly as the current queen was just swiped away by the powerful sir they knew to be pulling the strings behind the scene. "Get back to work," the old King Rourke roared out these words as the ministers scrambled out of the Queen's Hall and returned to their normal duties, a slight smile appearing on the father's face as he felt proud for one of his children finding such a grand path. In the spiritual land, Noah reappeared with Adelaide and her shadow guard, Night, as everyone was gathered in the central location of the spiritual land where he tiered most of the buildings that he made through the use of architecture. The harbingers of sin were shaking their heads at the overflowing essence they could feel in the spiritual land, Kazuhiko once again speaking out to the reappearing Noah as he let out more grievances. "We don't even need to go anywhere else to train. This place is a haven with mana this dense all around us." Noah laughed as he nodded towards the sword master and replied while watching Barbados join them, still in her satin pink pajamas as she yawned, "All in due time. For now, buckle up." Noah initiated the feature of the upgraded spiritual land, interstellar travel, as he chose to not notice the sparks flying off as Barbados's eyes landed on the newly appearing Adelaide, with her shadow guard even pulling out a knife as this stare-off was initiated. OMG, immense mana wrapped around the spiritual land as it trembled slightly, and seconds after it began to rise in the air as it pierced through the cold winds and cloud. Climbing higher and higher by the second, shock spread throughout the beings tiered around the spiritual land as the Emperor Penguin looked at his master in shock, its body quickly flashing to the edge of the spiritual land as it observed the rapidly reducing mountains they could visibly see. No fuckng. What disbelief and wonder spread throughout everyone's faces, even the cold and angry calamity of the sea, Kraken, looking out with its large eyes above them as the speed of the floating landmass they were on only continued to go faster and higher. Noah was observing all the changes around him as he noticed the transparent blue barrier thinly cover the spiritual land in its entirety. The entire landmass gaining a blue hue as it shot through the skies at increasingly faster speeds. The mischievous Barbados neared Noah's side as her cute eyes blinked quickly towards the enlarging small stars above them while the world they were on began getting increasingly smaller. The icy Adelaide grasped onto Noah's right hand a moment after as she was even more surprised by this whole venture, with much of her time spent dealing with affairs of the kingdom and not being near such fantastical sights. She received an abundant amount of cores from Noah, with her strength now being at the transcendent realm as she broke through with brute force and power leveling, with almost all of her skills still being lower ranked and only her attributes reaching the transcendent rank. She came closer to Noah as this brand new experience unfolded in front of them. They quickly broke through the stratosphere of the icebound world as the beasts and all other beings in the spiritual land experienced something out of their wildest dreams. The cold blue world below them that had covered the entirety of their sights just moments before became smaller and smaller in their eyes. the sparkling expanse of space around them coming into focus. Noah spread out his aura as he observed this immense accomplishment, slowing down the speed of the ascending spiritual land as his gaze landed on the small icebound world. This world was a large world that was even larger than his own homeworld. And yet at this moment in time, it felt extremely small. Looking at this ever so small star, he felt his heart unconsciously tightening as a variety of thoughts erupted in his mind. These thoughts entered and left his mind as he continued to stare at the ever so decreasing size of the incredibly large planet he was just on, his mind unexpectedly entering a sort of trance as he was lost in the beauty and profoundness of it all. He was just a single small being from a world even smaller than this one below him, a small world that was located in an insignificant corner of a galaxy in an expansive universe. Thump, he could distinctly feel his heartbeat increase as these types of thoughts continued to come. The experience of personally controlling a vessel and really giving the time to observe the void of space and the smallness of stars and those who lived in them hitting him at full force, different than when he traveled in the ship with the cultivators of the profound astral sect and simply focused on maintaining his identity while surrounded by enemies. This feeling of smallness and insignificance increased in Noah's heart as he observed the extremely large icebound world getting smaller and smaller, his hand reaching out in front of him as he felt like he could snatch this wide planet in the palm of his hands. Thump, a mere human from an insignificant planet that is even smaller than the one in front of me. From a small star, a rock floating in space that is surrounded by millions of more rocks, millions more of these stars that hold even more insignificant beings just like me. A suffocating feeling began to cloud Noah's heart as almost all others around him looked at the small shining blue icebound world they were just on with wonder while their gazes observed the unbelievable sight of the starry space all around them. Yet Noah continued to feel his heartbeat increasing as questions and thoughts about himself continued to swirl around as this flight into space brought him into an unexpected mental state. Different feelings were spreading amongst different people observing the same scene as a mystical landmass moved across the starry beauty and the terrifying void of space. Chapter 293, Depuration. The unexpected mental state that Noah found himself in only further clouded his heart and thoughts as his eyes began to feel hazy and cloudy, his thoughts going towards his parents and billions of other humans that had already died and become lost in the dredges of time in just a single small planet floating in space. They appeared briefly on a small star, stayed for an insignificant number of years, and disappeared back into the earth of that star as they were gone. Forgotten, they had ideals, they had goals and dreams. With the grand goals and ideals he had created for himself now, would he be just like them? His life just shining slightly brighter before it was snuffed out and he was forgotten with the passage of time? His shaking heart ignored the immense power he had quickly attained over the span of a few months as a moment of introspection he never expected to find himself smacked him right in the face. Noah, he heard the voice of his planetary system of his homeworld, while a warm hand grasped his right hand tighter, the frozen queen looking towards his cloudy eyes with great concern. The nonchalant Barbados felt the change as she stood beside Noah and grabbed hold of his other hand, her gaze following the immensity of the starry space all around them. A deep breath released from Noah as he observed the people around him. He saw the ones he was always asking himself if he should let them closer to his heart, and saw their care and support as the barriers that allowed him to not really get too close to anyone slowly cracked. Yes, the star he was from was small and insignificant. This also made him, who was just a single minuscule being on it, even more insignificant. But he was born in that small star. He came to being, and he came to be who he was in that small rock orbiting in space. That was an amazing thing by itself, as he was glad he was able to come to be and experience the things he experienced over these years, his being, his existence, his connection to that small star. He didn't know how to explain it, nor did he understand it, but he would continue searching. He did not even know what exactly he was searching for. And he did not know if he would just be another small being from a simple star that would briefly shine before he was buried and forgotten somewhere, but what mattered was how he lived. What mattered most was what he did with his time, no matter how brief or long it was. Rumble essence began to palpitate around Noah's body as he was lost in his own thoughts once again. In this short life of his, he already had goals and aspirations he wanted to carry out. He couldn't foresee how they would all turn out, and whether they would go in the direction he wanted them to, but he would still follow the path and the guidelines he set for himself. Something unique was occurring in his body as essence continued to rumble. His gaze turning towards the people supporting him as he decided it would not be too bad to let them in. The fear of getting hurt from losing others was great, but closing himself in and not allowing those who cared for him to come near was even more painful. His body began to lift from the spiritual land that had stopped in space, the body palpitating with wild essence rising in the air. getting near the thin blue film of a barrier protecting those inside it as the others looked on in surprise. Noah, Master. The beings staring at the wonder of space finally saw Noah as they shot towards him in the skies, but stopped the moment they neared the thin barrier protecting them, as their bodies and essence instantly let them know they would not be able to survive if they left this protective barrier of the spiritual land. They looked on in shock as Noah's body smoothly passed the blue barrier of light and stepped into the terrifying void of space by itself, the fears unfounded as somehow he continued to be completely fine. His body continued to tremble with a weird power as unbeknownst to him, his connection established with his homeworld became even more stable and stronger, his origin feeling the immense power he had been connected to that was only accessible through the stars. His closed eyes opened in the void of space as he was perfectly fine, the passive ability of the Lesser Cthulhu, allowing him to traverse the void of space for as long as he wanted without any issues. The moment his eyes opened in the void of space, an intense blue light erupted from them as arcs of mana erupted out, but this occurred for barely a millisecond before Noah came to, his eyes gazing at the feeling of the void of space around him. He felt the unexplainable feeling only beings capable of traversing through space could feel, and he even felt a more attuned version of that feeling as his body did not have any protective layers of essence to protect him from the void of space. The child of space that the Lesser Cthulhu provided made him feel like he was in the most comfortable location possible, his emotions stabilizing as he came to himself and glanced in the distance where numerous stars lay. Yes, he knew his own position in this wide universe. He may be small and insignificant now, coming from a star that was also insignificant, but that did not mean it would remain that way. He would continue searching for that unexplainable feeling he could not even name. He would continue moving with his own goals and ideals as he did whatever he felt like doing. This was because he was Noah Osmont, a nobody from a small planet, but also the central figure connected to the survival of multiple planets with billions of beings. His power rumbled as he completely shook himself out of his stupor, throwing behind any feelings of smallness as a trace of anger entered his mind for dwelling on such thoughts. He directly activated the morph ability as he wanted to move on to the next goal he had in mind, and also observe any changes that would occur from taking the form of the terrifying being in its natural habitat. ONG, waves of power spread across the void of space as his body enlarged rapidly, the fearsome form of the Lesser Cthulhu, covered in deadly energies of ether being even more striking in the starry space. He stretched his arms out wide as he let out a roar of strength, a roar of defiance towards any feelings of weakness as he felt the rumbling strength coursing through his body. Those in the spiritual land were watching this scene with stupefaction, only one extremely arrogant emperor penguin raising his head high as he nodded and thought this was my master. Noah's now humongous hand in the humanoid form of the domineering Lesser Cthulhu reached out towards the spiritual land in the form of a claw as he pinched down, sending a command to the size regulation feature as the landmass floating in space became smaller and smaller, eventually fitting in the palm of his hands as he used the anchor feature and placed it on his body. He glanced around the sparking void of space filled with multicolored stars and aurora of light as he disappeared towards the next location he had to check off before he earnestly began moving. The first realm of hell. It was a simple experience he had taken his people with when they ascended to the starry space, but he unknowingly came out of it mentally and in other unknown ways, stronger. Far across the stars where his home planet was, the planetary system was observing the expanded and strengthened connection that led towards Noah as millions of thoughts came and went, a mystery in itself on exactly what this core had found out. Chapter 294, Return to the Infernal Realm. A location that was called Hell by the denizens of stars all around it, the infernal realm known as the First Hell was filled with droves of maddened infernals that only sought for destruction and death. The occasional infernal hunt created to reduce the ever-so-growing numbers of infernals would only be conducted for a short period of time as thousands of disciples enter and massacre millions of infernals before the hunt was concluded. In this dreary and fiery environment known as the First Realm of Hell, the gigantic figure of the Lesser Cthulhu appeared, his aura instantly making the infernals in the surroundings buckle as they felt an oppressive force smash down which shook them to their very cores. The Lesser Cthulhu waved his hands forth as a colorful floating landmass appeared in the skies. The beings CLU.S. Teared in it looking around this new environment filled with powerful auras at their ranks and even more auras that were ranks higher than theirs. There were numerous transcendent rank infernals that could be considered widespread throughout this infernal realm, with a few commanding saint rank infernals leading the CL.U.S. tiered hordes, and the even more powerful void rank infernals that remained near the very center of the First Realm of Hell. Coming directly into this hellish region was shocking for Kazuhiko and the others, as they could discern thousands of beings letting out the same level of power as them. with Barbados being the only one slightly calm as she was the leading character besides Noah at the saint rank. Noah's resounding voice reverberated in the spiritual land as his gigantic form became smaller, having fully returned back to himself even better than before. This is the location where you can improve your power the fastest. His body entered the protective barrier of the spiritual land as the beasts looked at him with wonder. While Kazuhiko and the others looked at him in shock after witnessing his tremendous oppressive pressure in the lesser Cthulhu form, Noah smiled lightly as he evaded the questions Kazuhiko had begun throwing about his skills, beginning to explain about the first realm of hell, infernal realms, and the uniqueness of the skill points that could be obtained from defeating the infernals. Haha, skill points? Skill trees. Kazuhiko was already jumping in excitement as he stopped looking at the infernals like powerful enemies who could rip him apart to bundles of gifts just waiting for him to open. Battle spirit overtook the harbingers in the spiritual land, especially the monstrous kraken that carried immense anger in its heart. Its eyes turned red as it was ready to jump down to the blazing earth of the first hell to start taking down these infernals right away. Noah smiled at the enthusiasm as he focused on his own panel and the skill points remaining as he planned to do something which would both help the people around him get stronger, while also protecting them and increasing his own power as well. His eyes instantly turned to the abhorred Lich Emperor, skill tree that would allow him to summon a powerful void rank Lich who could summon tens of thousands of undead to fight on his behalf. Much of his skill points were placed in the Lesser Cthulhu skill tree, but he had been able to collect more than 10 skill points after maxing every single skill of the Lesser Cthulhu. And he could place these points to reactivate and strengthen the stupid levels of strength contained in the skill tree of the abhorred Lich Emperor. Lich Lord of Abomination, 15/15. Abilities: Summon Poison Totem, 0/5, Summon Undead, 5/5, Noxious Outburst, 0/5, and Dereliction of the Saintly Poison Lord, 0/5, Abhorred Lich Emperor, 5/30. Additional abilities: Undead Legion, 5/5, Will of the Undead Emperor, 5/5, and Delay Death, 0/5. He even shaved off some skill points from some abilities that he wouldn't be using too much from the Lesser Cthulhu skill tree as he made sure to max the Summon Undead, Undead Legion, and Will of the Undead Emperor, in order to maximize the strength of the Lich with its high number of summoned undead. These three skills allowed the Lich to summon a variety of high-level undead and also provided damage modifiers and elemental resistances to the Lich and his summon undead. Are you all ready? The battle spirit was palpitating in the air of the spiritual land as the harbingers and beasts wanted to get started right away. Ra! 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 Battle cries were already resounding from the arrogant Emperor Penguin as the commotion only got stronger. The icy queen, Adelaide, stood firmly with her shadow guard as she would only observe the spectacular fight about to occur, choosing not to participate herself as she had never placed herself in a battlefield before, and did not wish for it. Noah ascertained everything was in order as he summoned the gold-green Lich with a terrifying deathly aura. Runic circles widened on the ground of the spiritual land as the abhorred Lich Emperor grandly appeared, Barbados giving a look at this being as she whistled with wonder. Ka. The Lich cackled as it raised its skull staff high, golden flames appearing on its eye sockets as essence rumbled all through them, numerous bone dragons, blue phoenixes, sepecters, and skeleton knights beginning to appear in the spiritual land. Noah sent a command to the Lich that its foremost responsibility would be to protect the harbingers of sin and the beasts of the spiritual land while moving across the first realm of hell. For now, they would not go near the center of this infernal realm, planning to remain in the periphery as they did not want to be surrounded by multiple void rank infernals at this point in time. The Lich would be able to easily handle 2 or 3 infernals at the void rank with its own power and the power of its summons, but Noah did not want any accidents to occur with his people while they trained and increased their power. The Lich screamed in affirmation and thousands of undead began to jump off the mystically floating spiritual land and smash onto the ground below them, already running towards the quivering nearby infernals. Barbados's eyes were sparkling as she looked at this undead army, her lips smiling sweetly as she cast her own ultimate skill, a dance of life and death, and caused the eruption of even more undead all around them. These undead were different from the ones Noah summoned, their exterior being dreary as a fiendish black aura covered their gray skeletons, green flames burning in the sockets of the most powerful undead. Barbados released a cute battle cry as she descended into the blazing earth of the first hell riding on one of her giant skeleton knights, the rest of the harbingers following the lead as they quickly joined the fray of this stupendous land filled with opportunity. If one was looking from a distance, they would be able to notice an apocalyptic scene of thousands of undead released like a tide from a floating landmass, with large beings accompanying them as they began to rain down destruction towards any nearby infernals. Chapter 295, Farming Skill Points. Noah observed the pace of the battle first as he was finally content at being able to release the thousands of beasts in the spiritual land that had just been training and having their strength upgraded through the medicinal herbs and unique environment that pervaded through the spiritual land. The beasts followed closely with the forces of the undead legion as they received help and protection when required, the Lich working overtime to conduct all the undead forces' movements and raining down destruction on the surrounding infernals. Noah observed the unfolding battle as he affirmed its ongoing smoothness, and began floating from the spiritual land as he wanted to let loose and fight properly himself without any worry about super powerful beings watching him. "I'll be right back," he said this to the relaxing Adelaide and her shadow guard, Knight, who were enjoying some of the resplendent fruits that could be seen all over the spiritual land as he shot into the skies. He went past the figures of the terrifying undead legion that was continuing to advance forward and raise down the rushing forces of maddened infernals, already seeing multiple huge groups of infernals led by those in the saint rank forming. He moved past this scene as he went deeper into the first realm of hell, towards its centermost position where the temperature palpitated and became even more scathing, the region where an abundant amount of void rank infernals resided. OMG, mana moved through his body as he took the form of the Lesser Cthulhu once again and became a purple streak that tore through the fiery skies, his body appearing and disappearing every now and then as he smoothly traversed through with the boost from Child of Space and naturally powerful body of the form he took. WAA, he came to a stop after a few minutes, his body materializing as he glanced down. The area around him had become a mountainous range where flames sputtered in and out, infernals filling every inch of it as deep within each mountain. He could sense the power of a void rank infernal. His gaze met the upturned eyes of multiple roaming saint rank infernals that looked up towards him and screeched. Wings erupting from their backs as they flew towards him at breakneck speed, a wide smile appeared over Noah's terrifying tentacle-filled face as he cracked his fists, thoroughly about to enjoy this upcoming thrashing while getting used to the tremendous power of this Lesser Cthulhu. Thunk. Thunk, his thick arms caught two of the flying saint rank infernals as he grasped their tough bodies in his enclosed palms, the bodies struggling as dense hellish flames erupted from them and went on to cover his hands. The other infernals in the skies also let off hellish flames of abhorring temperature as they created hellstorms of rapidly rotating flames that went on to cover the entirety of his more than 20 meters large humanoid body. Noah's smile only got brighter as within these burning flames that would have turned any normal void rank being into cinders, he didn't even feel a thing. A wild laugh released from him as the energies of his body trembled, the wild ether he couldn't control around his body dancing as it went on to cover the two saint rank infernals he was holding in his hands, sending their inner essence into chaos as the hands holding onto them closed down. Splutch, blood and gore erupted from the terrible hands of the Lesser Cthulhu as Noah got the show underway. Starting off by using a skill he was very curious about the extent of damage that it could cause, the Portals of Terror. Mana coursed through his body swiftly as the skill was activated, his thoughts sending a command. A single ovular portal appeared amidst the masses of infernals that had begun swarming towards him in the distance. The summoned portal held a purple hue as it trembled, seemingly not being able to contain what was on the other side as Noah observed stupendously powerful destructive energies begin to leave this portal in a circular fashion. Rumble. It felt like the blazing earth had quaked when the summoned portal released its first blast of destructive energies that were a mix of purple and blue, their power so destructive that any infernal that was near this single portal found their bodies exploding as if they were overblown balloons. Fuck, Noah watched on in shock as this single portal released continuous destructive energies more than 30 meters around it as the entire landscape was changed, one hellish mountain being completely wiped off as a heavily injured void rank infernal limped out from the bottom of this mountain. But its protective essence couldn't keep up as the destructive energies that still left the Portal of Terror grinded down its defenses until it exploded into a puddle of nothingness. An eerie silence pervaded the normally maddened infernals as they observed thousands of their kind wiped off in a few seconds, especially a powerful infernal at the void rank that could not even last a few seconds under the unstable energies released from the newly appearing portal. Crazy, even Noah was blown away by the overpowering and completely overwhelming power released from this one portal, which had effectively created a dead zone that no being could pass as long as he left it active. It was extremely overpowered, but this was what he liked. His thirst for more skill points increased as he watched the numbers rapidly fill up in his stat panel from the deaths of so many high-ranked infernals, his mind turning cold as he cast Portals of Terror multiple times. Numerous different colored portals appearing all around this innermost region of the first realm of hell. One portal was bloody red in color and released what looked to be energy of the fire element. But it was so completely unstable that it burnt to ashes all it touched. Another portal was blue in color, releasing waves of energy that froze and shattered everything they touched in less than a second. Another was completely black, releasing an overwhelmingly powerful blast that pulled any beings it touched back towards the portal before they were ground to gory meat and bones. A variety of portals continued to appear across the fiery regions of the first realm of hell, and this continued until their number reached 18. Because of their extreme destructive energies, tens of thousands of nearby infernals were wiped out in a blink of an eye, the remaining infernals watching and the training. Void rank infernals coming out from deep beneath the fiery earth, feeling a sense of unknown fear as a hellish torment began for the beings in the first realm of hell. Chapter 296 Havoc. Tides of change could be felt by the destructive beings in the first hell of the infernal realms, as in its outer fringes, a legion of undead accompanied by powerful harbingers of sin were sweeping across the droves of infernals, while in the innermost location, a dreadfully enthusiastic, lesser Cthulhu was testing out the wide range of abilities available to him on the maddened droves of even more powerful infernals. The abhorred Lich Emperor was situated above a grandly floating bone dragon as the golden flames in its eye sockets danced, feeling its power growing ever stronger as its master returned more and more skill points into its skill tree. Deathly forces of powerful undead continued to rush forward and clash with the infernal. The moment a single undead died, another one taking its place. The Lich Emperor continued to wave its skull staff as more and more undead continued to be summoned. The Yeri specters, bone dragons, blue phoenixes, and other powerful high-level undead were accompanying the harbingers of sin, whose majority were still at the transcendent realm, their power being able to match the lowest level infernals, of which there were thousands of. Soon after the battle began, though, their skills became more dreadful as they began using the skill points they gained from defeating the infernals, many of them wonderfully tweaking and choosing which of their skills to enhance as they exploded in strength. Yet, not a single one of them could even compare to the rate at which one particular being gathered skill points. The more that the forces of the abhorred Lich Emperor struck down the rushing infernals, its master would gain the skill points as they steadily rose with the constant movement of forces. But if there was a graph that showed the increase of skill points, they would at this moment show a constantly increasing parabolic line that continued to shoot up rapidly when Noah himself began casting the tremendously monstrous abilities of the Lesser Cthulhu, Rumble, moving scenes, and going to the innermost location of the first realm of hell. A Lesser Cthulhu was wreaking havoc as the stupendously large body moved like a streak of light, appearing in one location that held huge CLU.S. of infernals and leaving a deadly portal of terror there, before he flashed away to another location and cast yet another portal of terror that went on to decimate any infernals standing or floating nearby. The number of points under the infernal skill points were rapidly changing as small decimal increments continued to come in rapidly, this indiscriminate hunt for the infernals taking on the form of something never done before as they died at such fast rates that even the infernal hunts that many worlds participated in could not compare, as long as Noah continued to rampantly run around like this for just another few hours. The number of infernals that he alone would kill would be higher than the number of all the infernals killed in the recent infernal hunt. This tremendous feeling of strength that one could get drunk on continued to permeate through Noah as unconsciously, the unstable ether that was distinctly covering his body seemed to slowly increase in accu.mulate the more he killed the infernals. The destructive ether energies unknowingly continued to coalesce around his large body, their unusual power palpitating as Noah continued to use brute force and the portals of terror to wreak havoc on any nearby infernals. He moved around numerous regions as he only left behind unrecognizable landscapes and blood and gore behind him. After a few hours, many of the powerful infernals across the wide inner regions of the first hell realized this immense commotion and the killing of their brethren as multiple void rank infernals grouped up and went towards Noah's position. He was casting yet another portal of terror when he felt the bubbling power of 4 void rank infernals rush towards him from all sides. His battle intent surged at this sight, as these maddened beings would only serve to provide him more skill points, a howl leaving his mouth as the tentacles and feelers covering the lower half of his face trembled with baleful ether. After killing so many infernals, the ether around Noah's large body had built up to such an extent as it seemed even more unstable. His roar of power acting like an unknown switch as the destabilized ether element all over his body erupted outwards with him at the center. Boom! The 4 rushing void rank infernals were stopped in their tracks as this circular blast of ether filled with destructive energies ripped through their bodies, their powerful defenses torn apart as heavy injuries were instantly inflicted upon their bodies. Noah observed this powerful blast of energy that released from him in surprise as he was too engrossed in enjoying the immense power of the Lesser Cthulhu, form that he was not paying attention to the constant buildup of ether which had just erupted from him at this moment in time. This came as a surprise, as this wasn't an ability listed among the skills of this terribly powerful form, but this made Noah all the more curious to find out all he could about this lesser Cthulhu. He looked at the heavily injured void rank infernals that had been trying to get near him. Their advance stopped short by this unexpected blast as he honed in on each of their locations and cast a skill that was even more destructive than the portals of terror. The skill, Sever, was activated. As in the direction his hand was pointing, the chest of one of the void rank infernals was pierced through instantaneously, with the infernal only feeling the pain a millisecond after. It was only then that the remaining infernals noticed this destructive ray of ether coming from Noah's hand. But at this point, Noah spun around in a circular motion as this deadly ray of ether covered the entire 360 degrees around him. The space trembled as a distinct thin line of severed space began to heal and close back up, everything that was around Noah experiencing a terrible nightmare as the bodies of the remaining void rank infernals surrounding him were shredded into two clean pieces. Any nearby infernals experiencing the same fate, Noah took in this amazing feeling of strength. As he saw the red streaks of light that represented the unquantified form of the skill points releasing from the powerful bodies of the infernals and enter his own, watching the jump of 4 points all at once as he took down many powerful high-ranking infernals in this one attack. He marveled at this sight as he was about to continue this ecstatic battle, when he found himself rooted to the fiery skies he was floating on. Surprise left his terrifying mouth as he felt something unknown lock onto him and completely stop his movements. Below him from the blazing earth, and above him from the fiery skies of the first realm of hell, a domineering red light ascended from below and descended from above to lock onto his figure, freezing his figure and actually stopping all movements from him. Chapter 297, a qualification. Noah used his observation skill as he found out that he couldn't even move his eyes, the skill showing him the area around him as this mystical red light that erupted from the blazing earth of the first hell and descended from the skies held tight to his body. The infernals around him cowering at the appearance of this light, he could not figure out what was happening when yet another change occurred, this time with him actually beginning to feel something he had not felt in quite a while. Analyzing. Indescribable pain erupted from his body as he could distinctly feel the voice of the planetary system of his homeworld, this pain seemingly coming from deep within his body as the red light that held him in place flooded into his body ceaselessly. It was centered around his wide chest as the more that the red light flooded into him, etchings began to appear on his chest as they began forming peculiar runic lines, ARGH. This process continued until Noah forcefully let out a guttural howl, feeling the pain slowly receding as the dense amount of light rushing into him had etched out a particular shape clearly on his chest. The whole process wasn't done, as on top of this mystical shape, the remainder of the red energy shot towards his head as a momentary sharp pain could be felt, this time only lasting for a millisecond as pieces of information began to enter Noah's head. Analyzing, the planetary system of his homeworld was still trying to use its authority to see what exactly had occurred just now, this situation being similar to when Noah first came in contact with the energies that infernals released after they were destroyed. But on a much grander scale, yet, at this moment in time, Noah did not need the system to tell him exactly what was going on, as the remainder of the red light that had shot into his head actually contained an abundant amount of information. As for this information, he was left in awe the moment he began organizing everything and looked down towards his chest, his movements coming back to him fully as the red light completely receded, the cowering infernals still looking from a distance as they were unsure what had just occurred. On his chest, a glistening runic star that shone with a shimmering red light was clearly etched out, his mind remembering the pain as he realized this brand was not just etched onto his body, but onto his very origin. This was the reason he felt such a tremendous feeling of pain as the process occurred. You have gained a qualification. Both Noah and the planetary systems were trying to piece together the foreign information coming from this new source of energy, but Noah did not need to wait for the systems to analyze and quantify this information as it was being fed to him as clear as day from the remainder of the energy that rushed to his head. The first piece of information that he received was a memory about the infernal realms of hell. In this novice galaxy, all across the regions of the light expanse, dark expanse, and Latalis expanse there were a total of 5 gateways that led to different realms of hell. These realms ranged from the first realm of hell where many of the infernals had their beginnings, all the way to the 5th realm of hell where the most powerful infernal lords resided. The first piece of information that Noah received was an overview of these realms and where each of their gates were located. The second piece of information pertained to the infernal lords themselves, and the empty seat that had been left dusting away for hundreds of years as these infernal lords awaited for something exactly like what occurred to Noah to happen. in this novice galaxy, there were exactly 8 infernal lords currently moving around, with the information making it clear that there were only 9 possible infernal lord that could take that title at any point in time. With there being an empty seat these past hundreds of years after the downfall of a particular infernal lord sometime in the past, this was where the third piece of information came in, the one that talked about this last empty seat, and how that was connected to the surprising event that had just taken place with him right in the middle of it, indeed, a qualification. Much of the information was pieced together as Noah agreed while feeling the receding pain, turning to his stat panel as he observed what the planetary system had done yet again simplify things in the easiest way possible as the information flowing in his mind was placed onto the blue stat panel, title, Infernal Lord 1%, in progress. Infernal Lord, $% caret $% caret $% caret, WQ $% hashtag percent hashtag caret, email protected, at $% caret $% caret at hashtag $% at hashtag caret $happyface caret $% hashtag percent caret $%, email protected, hashtag percent caret happyface hashtag caret %. In clear and crisp words, much of the information in Noah's mind was laid down in simple words that described exactly what had occurred, barring the many ununderstandable gibberish beneath the meaning of the Infernal Lord title itself. As the planetary system mentioned, the red light that rooted Noah to the skies and etched a brand to his very origin was a qualification. This qualification was one that gave him the right to take the title of an Infernal Lord in the future. This was a shocking turn of events that went completely against the prior knowledge that Noah had about infernals and infernal lords. With much of his knowledge towards these beings that were diametrically opposed to any others but them, was the fact that they only existed for wanton slaughter and destruction. This was why they were in the realms of hell, and would rush to kill anything that did not have an energy signature that did not match theirs. The infernals were beings of destruction, pure and simple, and even the new knowledge that Noah gained after he gained the qualification to take the remaining single seat of an infernal lord did not change that. Yet, he, a being that was the complete opposite of infernals, had actually been given the possibility to take the title of an actual infernal lord in the future. It was a mind-bending reality that could only be explained to have occurred by the possible convergence of multiple factors. If all it took to gain the qualification to become an infernal lord was to kill and obtain the unique energies that would be released from the bodies of infernals, then numerous possible infernal lords would have arisen among the forces of many powerful worlds that regularly sent their people to wipe out and battle infernals. Yet, all they received from it as a benefit was the rapid increase in comprehension and power. So the one thing that set Noah apart from all of these beings was the fact that when he first came in contact with these unique energies, the planetary system isolated and quantified it into the form of skill points that were CL. US tiered together in Noah's origin, with him distributing them freely to the skills only he could use and taking them away as he wished. Yet, just this single factor was not enough, as he had killed an abundant amount of infernals in the past, and yet nothing like what had just occurred now happened during that time. One could make the case and say it was because he had killed an even larger amount now, but the number would not matter as the last point would make it impossible for the last step to occur. There was also the part where he just let loose multiple beings into the infernal realm who used the same system as him, and nothing like this had occurred with them. This was simply that Noah and all the others were beings that were the complete polar opposite of the infernals, and would not have a possibility of obtaining something that was only meant for the infernals. This brought into question the only other change that was unique to Noah, the grandiose form he had taken while he defeated hundreds of thousands of infernals and obtained an even larger amount of their unique energy signatures in the form of skill points, the form of the Lesser Cthulhu. This was the only possibility he foresaw as the factor that brought multiple coincidences together and allowed for what happened today to occur, which prompted him to ask the question nobody around him could answer: just what was this form of the Lesser Cthulhu, and how was it connected to the infernals? This was the biggest mystery that he did not know the answer to, and would not know for quite some time. But this convergence of factors of him taking the form of the Lesser Cthulhu, of the planetary system isolating and breaking down the unique signatures of infernals into quantifiable points kept deep within his origin, of the numerous infernals that he killed, especially the 4 void rank infernals that were at the peak of power in this first realm of hell, all of these factors came together as he was granted what an infernal that was called an aberration not too long ago had a chance of obtaining. This was the same aberration that the Celestial Grandmaster had made sure would die, as it held qualifications to become a general or a scion of an infernal lord in the future. If not for the horrendous possibility of it rising as an infernal lord itself, The Grandmaster had wondered whether they really averted fate with the death of that aberration, and his wondering was answered at this moment as a brand new aberration, this one actually gaining the qualification of becoming an infernal lord much earlier, had appeared in the first realm of hell, chapter 298, the title of an infernal lord, in the vastness of the Novice galaxy, at a particularly obscure location in the Latalis expanse, there was a small asteroid floating in space. This asteroid was only a couple of miles in diameter and would normally be orbiting around a star. Yet at this moment, it seemed to be stationed in space as it simply floated. The cause of this was the only two beings situated upon this rock who were extremely focused on a board game in front of them. In this void of space, a being with a humanoid appearance, but having multiple horns erupting out of its head in the form of a crown, was scrunching his face in annoyance. The being sitting opposite him was clad in a dark robe and a uniquely shimmering pointed hat, this one actually being a human and holding a wizened old jovial expression as he was winning the game that was being played. You'll have to relinquish 2 worlds after you lose this game. The voice of the aged human in a pointed hat boomed out in the vastness of space as he taunted the being in front of him, who looked up in annoyance as the crown formed from his own horns shimmered. The loss of 2 worlds is nothing to worry about. Why don't we dash? The crown being came to a stop unexpectedly as he placed his hand on his chest briefly, before a wide smile erupted from his face as all the annoyance from the loss he just took went away. The old man in a pointed hat observed this as he spoke with a questioning tone. What exactly made you so happy, Voldred? The crown being stood up as he patted his clothes with a smile, the board he was just playing on disappearing as he replied. It seems like fate is really due for a correction in the near future. I've received 2 signals in the past days of a possible qualifier taking the last remaining seat. It seems that the ally that will break this stalemate will join us sooner than expected. What rumbling erupted on the stationary asteroid as the old man in a conical hat stood up abruptly, his gaze becoming stern as his old body palpitated with power. The 8 of you aren't enough that an extra one has to be thrown into the midst? The old man spoke in a semi-threatening voice as the one called Voldred laughed and shrugged off a reply. The one to take this seat will be the last. Why even act like that? You should be very clear by now about the reason for our existence. The game ended abruptly as the 2 beings stood up and looked at each other closely, Voldred speaking out again. You've bested me yet again, young Idrusum. You can have the world of Aradel and the 4th Twilight Realm for my loss today. I have to get back to my little abode and prepare for the coming war. Dangerous words were said with a light smile as one being simply gave another the ownership of 2 worlds, and mentioned something as foreboding as a war to finish it off. The old being with a wizened expression that was just called a young man, Idrusum, scoffed as his body began to be littered with auroras of lights. A realm that you've already milked dry in a world with extremely weak creatures. You're as cheap as always, oh great infernal lord. Idrusum finished his words mockingly as he watched the infernal lord in front of him laugh, his devilish figure disappearing in a blinding red light as only Idrusum was left on the stationary asteroid. A cold and impassive look passed over Idrusum as the colorful aurora of lights around his body intensified, his figure disappearing soon after from the asteroid as it began to move through the void of space yet again. Both of these 2 beings appeared briefly on this small rock and played a game, leaving thereafter as a shocking piece of information would soon begin to spread amongst the knowledgeable forces in the Latalis expanse and the dark expanse of the Novice galaxy. This information was contained among the higher-ups, never meeting the light of day for any beings that other than the extremely powerful. It was a simple piece of information that held shocking meaning. The information was none other than the rise of a new infernal lord was on the horizon. This shocking piece of information would spread in the Latalis and the dark expanse, with the light expanse receiving this information much quicker than most, as in the 7th celestial star where a brand new celestial disciple would soon descend into. A particular celestial grandmaster stood up from his resplendent monastery as his face became grim. Multiple lines of fate were rushing into his eyes as he used an unknown technique, his face becoming darker by the second as he stood up and left the monastery, going towards a deeper location in the celestial star where other celestial grandmasters were clu.s.tiered, busy with their own jobs and stations. The wizened celestial grandmaster shot towards a central location as he spoke softly, his voice traveling to a unique golden medallion he held in his hand. I hereby call forth an emergency meeting of all the grandmasters on the 7th celestial star. The voice was calm yet filled with grimness as it called forth numerous auras of ridiculous powerhouses erupting out from the 7th celestial star, back to the 1st realm of hell where a majestic lesser Cthulhu floated in the fiery skies. Noah continued to observe the title of infernal lord whose description could not be read. but a single 1% was visible next to it. The qualification he had gained was 1% complete, and he would have to bring this percentage all the way to 100 if he wanted to actually obtain this title of an infernal lord. As for the way to do it, his lips curved into a smile as he organized the information that came with this qualification and glanced towards the quivering infernals in the distance. The same way he had gained the qualification to begin with, he had to build up the unique energy signature of the infernals, the unique essence that was termed skill points by the planetary system. To extreme amounts before this qualification could turn into a full-fledged title, there was a tremendous amount of mysteries surrounding the infernals that he needed to solve, along with finding out how a being like the Lesser Cthulhu came into the picture of all of this, or if there were any other things that allowed for this qualification to be made possible to a being like him. There were many unanswered questions, but he knew what he had to do in order to get the answers he needed. He would follow the path that was opening in front of his eyes to completion until he reached the finish line. Chapter 299, Preparations complete. The massacre of the infernals continued for another few hours as Noah continued to endlessly throw out tremendously powerful portals of terror and cut apart everything around him with sever, his excitement continuing to build up as he saw the skill points continuing to flow in, only slightly dampened when he noticed the percentage under the title of Infernal Lord had only risen by another 1% to become 2%. He looked at the area around him that had turned into a wasteland for miles as his body shot off into the distance, going towards the outer fringes where the Lich Emperor and others were wreaking havoc as he chose to continue on to the next phase of plans. Increasing the percentage in front of the Infernal Lord title would be something that would take a long time, and he already mapped out how he would be completing it on the side while he moved to the underworld and then to the 7th celestial star in the future. As he moved towards the location of the others, he released the form of the Lesser Cthulhu, staring at his chest to find the runic marking of a star still visible beneath his skin, but fading away the moment he gave a simple mental command. He nodded at the simplicity of this as he arrived to meet the ravaging forces of the undead legion that the abhorred Lich Emperor commanded. Kazuhiko and company were moving enthusiastically as they released assortments of colorful and deadly skills that were definitely not correlated with their levels. The power that the transcendent rank Kazuhiko released being able to injure a normal being in the saint rank as he had chosen a skill tree to focus his skill points in and became even stronger. The Kraken and other beasts were in the same boat as their bodies trembled with power, some reinforcing elemental skills as they released extremely freezing attacks or scorching flames that burned the highly resistant infernals. Noah ascertained this huge level of progress as he returned to the spiritual land and found the frozen queen who was playing with the weaker beasts that did not leave the spiritual land, her hands holding multiple medicinal fruits that she was passing out to the beasts. Night was standing by her side as usual as Noah came towards them and told them a bit about his future movements, the frozen queen nodding with a sad but determined face as Noah teleported with her and Night back to the frozen kingdom of the beast world. Many of the preparations were complete on Noah's side, as he had completed the things he placed the most importance on before he followed the coordinates of the void crystal towards the underworld. He returned to the first realm of hell as he conversed with the harbingers of sin on what they planned to do, with many of them seeing their extreme rise in strength and usefulness of the skill points as they chose to remain in the first realm of hell to increase their power. The skill points rapidly increased the power of their skills and focused them in a particular direction, while they could also be used to increase the proficiency of skills. Although the skill points used to increase proficiency would forever be lost, while those added to skill trees could freely be distributed. This made it so that unless they wanted to see the number of points they could use reducing rapidly, they had to increase the proficiency of their skills by using them in constant practice. When it came to Noah though, his speed of gathering skill points could not even be looked at on the same level as everyone else, and he had the option to waste some skill points if he chose to in order to quickly raise the proficiencies of a certain skill for combination. Noah agreed with the thoughts of the harbingers of sin as he planned to leave the spiritual land in the skies of this infernal realm, seeing no possible issues arising as he would be leaving behind the monstrously powerful abhorred Lich Emperor that could withstand multiple void rank infernals with its expanded power as Noah readied all of the skill points he had taken away previously, and even mostly maxed the skill tree of the Lich as its power continued to climb up senselessly. Lich Lord of Abomination, 15/15, abilities Summon Poison Totem, May 5th, Summon Undead, 5/5, Noxious Outburst, May 5th, and Dereliction of the Saintly Poison Lord, May 5th, Abhorred Lich Emperor, 25/30, additional abilities Undead Legion, May 5th. Will of the Undead Emperor, May 5th, and Delay Death, May 5th. The Lich was geared towards death, with a few poison abilities still playing a role as it used both a fearsome undead legion and tremendously powerful poisonous attacks on the hordes of infernals. The skill itself was currently at 25 to 30, just a few more points being required before the pathway towards the next rank could be shown. But before this pathway could even be opened, Noah would need to have 2 void rank skills to sacrifice. This put a limiter to how fast his strength could rise, as even at this moment, he only held 2 void rank skills, and would need to either spend many skill points to quickly increase the proficiencies of saint rank skills to make more void and then void through skill combination, or use the smarter path and conserve the highly important skill points that did not just go towards his skill tress, but also towards the percentage of the Infernal Lord title, and max the proficiency of the skill he chose for combination the normal way. That would take some time. With the advent of the upgraded time space that held a ratio of 140, this would not be an issue for Noah. He couldn't help but form a smile at the many means he had at his disposal as he sent some final commands to the abhorred Lich Emperor for him to continue amassing skill points and protect the people he was leaving behind first and foremost, in the case anything drastic or unexpected occurred, like the rise of an aberration that was extremely unlikely to happen again. The Lich held the stupendous skill, Delay Death, that would give Noah a chance to teleport back in a millisecond in case an accident occurred. The preparations seemed to be all but done as Noah went around to leave multiple markers, with the use of the absolute skill, as he marked multiple locations across the now 4 worlds he was connected to. In case he ever ran into a situation where a spatial lock was placed down by his enemies, it would never become a worry for him as he would be able to run regardless. His body disappeared from the first realm of hell as he reappeared miles away from where the doorway that led to it stood, at the same location that the Celestial Grandmaster had teleported him an Elder Space Warp to give him the invitation of joining the Celestials. Noah's figure rapidly folded in upon itself as he activated an ability of the Amorphous Space Beast skill that led to the Lesser Cthulhu skill tree, using the ability of Miniature Space, as his body fully disappeared and a small black dot that was barely discernible in the dark void space appeared. Inside the small miniature space where his body was contained in, Noah pulled out the void crystal that held the coordinates towards the underworld as the small black dot began to tear through the void of space with extreme speeds. The next location was set. Now, it was only waiting to see what exactly waited for him as he learned more about the beings that stood against the Celestials. Chapter 300 Traversing Space, the Underworld. In the vastness of space, a single black dot shot forth at extreme speeds. The starry space was filled with stars, making some regions shimmer with brilliant lights while other regions were completely filled with darkness. Noah, contained in the Miniature Space ability of the Amorphous Space Beast, traversed the vastness of space for an entire day and night. There wasn't a rising or setting sun to show the passage of time, making him feel an unusual feeling as he counted the hours while staring at the worders around him. He came across vibrant stars that seemed to be filled with life, and also chanced upon planets that held violent elemental storms within as not a single life form could be felt. The most extreme case in this journey was when he came across a star that was shockingly split apart into 2 pieces. He had only observed the circular form that seemed to have a line cutting through it when he was far away in the distance, and he changed his direction briefly as he went to observe this phenomenon. The closer he came, the larger the star became as he shockingly saw numerous asteroids floating around this star that was split into 2 pieces. His size was extremely minuscule compared to the large shattered star he was looking at, his attention only hanging around this shocking scene briefly as he viewed the broken planet to see what could have caused such a thing. No answers could be ascertained as he looked at this as a sort of reminder for what fate could befall the numerous stars and continued on his journey. It was an extremely boring and eye-opening trip as he expanded his horizons and crossed multiple small and large worlds, even chancing upon a prime world that he didn't even get near of lest he be sensed by some monstrous powers. He continued forward for another day before he neared the coordinates that the void crystal which the vampire prince had given him to foretold. In his expanding sight, the view of a mystically shining planet gradually enlarged and came to view. The planet in front of him was different from the ones he came across, being even bigger than the world of cultivation, and having something that Noah had not yet come across with his own eyes. He stared curiously at the enlarging planet that had a shimmering gray barrier all around it. The barrier seemed extremely thin, like it could be broken at any moment, but Noah knew this wasn't the case as just from the single location he was observing from, he could sense life forms not too far from the barrier that were most likely stationed there as guards. This was the first star that he had come across which held something as unique as a barrier, making him even more interested in Understanding just what type of forces were dwelling in it, the void crystal that should have been leading him to the location where the pureblood vampires resided in the underworld shone a black light as it seemed to have sensed something and sent a signal forth. With Noah only waiting a few minutes as he shockingly noticed a wide octagonal shape opening up in the shimmering barrier, a black interstellar warship shooting out a few seconds later as it neared his position. The ship held a sleek design, being much smaller than the ones that he previously saw around the doorway that led to the first realm of hell. It came close to him as it stopped a few meters away. A grandiose door opening as beside it stood a dashingly handsome vampire prince. He was looking at the black dot station in space as he observed it bloom, the form of a calm dark-haired young man in his 20s appearing magnificently as a sharp light passed through the prince's eyes. "You seem to always have another face when I see you." Prince Cassius gave a light greeting as Noah seamlessly floated towards the ship with his original human body, a light smile appearing on his face as he expected this prince to at least be surprised at seeing a Saint Realm individual like him float in space with no issues, but it seemed he had left too strong of an impression when he left this prince the last time. "This is my actual form, not the Crixus of the world of cultivation. The name is Noah Osmont." Prince Cassius nodded, his imposing sight checking Noah up and down as he entered into the ship that shot back to the octagonal space still open in the barrier. Noah wasn't bothered with the probing gaze of the vampire prince as he had prepared sufficiently while he was traveling over here. Using the dagger of time multiple times to check for the different possibilities that could play out for this trip to the pureblood vampire's abode, in almost all of the possible scenarios, no harm would befall him, and he only stood to benefit as he learned more about this covert force that was sleeping right under the Celestial's nose. He observed the octagonal shape quickly closing behind them the moment the ship passed through, the voice of Prince Cassius ringing out again as they entered the main room of the small ship they were on. "Your story has raised quite a few heads, with my father looking forward to meeting someone that is as bold as I am." The high echelons of the pureblood vampires were wondering who the being that was bold enough to take the life of celestial disciples could be. And more so what unknown force this being represented. Noah smiled at this as he observed the new world unfolding itself in front of him. The vampire prince's people seemed to have questions about him, and he had even more questions about them as he would come to understand exactly what kind of force they were. The ship they were on broke through the clouds as the grandiose sight of one of the lands of the underworld made itself apparent in Noah's eyes. One couldn't see the dreary atmosphere that they would come to imagine when the thought of underworld entered their minds. What Noah saw was a magnificent sight of a shining metropolis that was filled with grandiose ancient castles that screamed regality. The largest of these ancient castles were tiered at the center of the wide lands that expanded to the horizon. Noah could not find a location that looked barren as everything around him shone with uniqueness. The ship they were on neared the centermost region of this wide country, these wide lands that were under the control of the pureblood vampires as Noah made his entrance into the underworld.